Around the world, they've been surfing for 60 plus years. For us, it's relatively new. First time that we would all come together under this United Philippine Surfing Association. Surfing is an Olympic event. The potential for a Filipino to get very far in surfing is there. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the Philippines to raise surfing. Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. In the short term, we need to compete. We need to compete in our country, we need to compete in other countries. We need to be exposed to surfing across the Philippines, and that is exactly what we're doing. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months. An international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. Next year we're going to double that with 8 legs and 2 international events through the WSL. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. We've put our focus on the youth, the stars of tomorrow. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up champions, the glory of victory. We want to mix this all together and showcase the talent we have right here in the Philippines. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of NextGen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, NextGen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
board men's and longboard women's up to the quarterfinals.
It's pretty exciting. We've got a beautiful day down here in La Union Beach. We have about 2 to 3 foot of these rolling point-style waves down here at the beautiful San Juan. Expecting some pretty high quality action from those men's and women's longboards again, huh?
We're running it up to the quarterfinals. So we're going to see a lot of action, a lot of waves. The forecast was supposed to be 1 foot, but it's still comfortable.
Looks like we've been blessed with some pretty high quality waves out there. I believe the shortboarders are on standby for today. Sorry, not on standby, they are off for today. So there will be no shortboarding done today. We're hoping for a bit of a kick up in the swell coming in the next few days, making for a very exciting finish. But out there for the longboarders, it's looking pristine, beautiful, and super fancy.
Sun's out, waves pumping, we're ready to go.
All right, so we're going to shoot up to Chris Binns and Jerry Deegan up in the booth. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks a lot, John. Yep, that's us. We are
morning.
sitting above those guys down on the beach, in case you couldn't tell just then. And as Luke and John said, we've got pretty dreamy conditions on offer this morning. Clean, glassy, probably 2 foot. And
I'd say some bigger sets. You know, for me, I'd say some bigger sets. You're a little taller than me, so I'm not really sure. But it looks great out. It's so clean. And I think it's a perfect day for longboarding.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad for shortboarding either. There was about 50 surfers in the water on first light. Beach is absolutely heaving once again. It's Chinese New Year at the moment, and La Union's come to party.
Oh, it's insane. It's insane on the beach now. It was insane last night. I don't think we've ever seen
Look at that crowd.
Well, last night it was like a bit busier than Bondi Beach. It was really insane. And heaving waves onto the shore too. I was a bit worried about the people down there, the non-swimmers frolicking in the shorey.
Yeah, well, then 6 o'clock, the air raid siren goes, and you have to
Get
clear
out of the
water.
water. Get out of the water. Which is a great idea because it's getting dark. People are drinking. You know, only bad things can happen then.
Yeah, all right. Well, we are rolling on to men's round of 16. This is heat 1 in the water right now. Taka Inui from Japan surfed a great heat yesterday. He'll be up against 2 Filipinos in Jefferson De La Torre and RJ Chico Lopez. And then Teddy Kuniati is the Indonesian surfer, and we are underway with the action.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Jefferson surfs in the shortboards as well, and his wife is Daisy Valdez. They own a surf school here in La Union, and super popular here. They travel the country, do all the events. Daisy's made it through to, I think, the second round of both the longboarding, or the quarters of the longboarding and of the shortboarding. So,
yep, she was getting huge reaction yesterday anytime she stood up on a wave.
I love to cheer. You know, it's the Filipinos love their locals, and it's a relatively new sport, so it's great to be able for them to have someone to cheer for.
All right, this looks like Taka Inui picking up where he left off yesterday, straight up to the nose. You can see just how clean the conditions are. Beautiful morning light here on the west coast. And Taka, first points on the board. It's not going to be a huge score for the Japanese surfer, but it's a decent number all the same.
Yeah, I anticipate some pretty high numbers today. I mean, the longboarders got higher numbers than the shortboarders over the last couple of days, and they really pay off the longboarders, and the surfing's been just epic. You know, the style, the grace, the Japanese guys, you know, in particular, are just on top of it.
Yeah, Taka just looks so strong through his legs, the way that he effortlessly throws his board around. And here we go, first score comes in at a 6, so nicely done by Taka Inui. And the judges setting the scale for the day with that wave. So a bit of talk about the forecast. What are you seeing out there on the maps?
Well, in reality, it's meant to be relatively flat these last couple of days. Obviously, it hasn't been. So as Teddy paddles, doesn't get it, and RJ is now up and riding. Hanging 5. Holding on to it as well. Oh, here we go, on
Turns
the 10.
it into a 10, beautiful.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. So, yeah, the forecast, I will let him finish his wave before we talk all over him. Back up there. Interesting to see how they'll compare this score to the previous one.
Well, he's done it very nicely. Got up to nose on 3 separate occasions there. Got the hang 10 as well. Turned a long hang 5 into 10 toes on the nose. So that was very nicely done by the local surfer in the green jersey. Here goes Taka Inui again, not hanging around. Big sole arch, got the hood ornament going out on the nose. Turns it into a big carve. He's just such a stylish surfer, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is.
And these waves are just, you know,
Perfect for it.
perfectly matched for longboarding. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll have time to talk about anything else because the waves keep rolling in. There's a solid set out the back now. Not sure if you can see it on the screen, but we have the luxury of being able to turn around and have a look. And the surfer in white is paddling for it. So that is Teddy. Up on the nose, toes on the nose. Running down the... Oh, he's pulled in. Oh, he got a... Would you call that a cover-up? I'm not really sure, but he pulled in. We'll see what the judges think about that. Pulled in and pulled out. Really hard to do on a longboard. Super hard to do on a longboard on a wave like this. So we'll see what kind of reward Teddy gets for that.
God, it's just long swell lines running deep into the bay, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. And again, back to the predictions. The predictions were of almost nothing. You know, yesterday, today and tomorrow essentially were predicted to be nothing. So I spoke to Luke, the event director, and he says the predictions are particularly unreliable here. I mean, the places that I surf or run the event down in Shargau, the predictions aren't great size-wise, but they're certainly pretty accurate on when the swell arrives and when it doesn't arrive. So here, you know, Luke's lived here all his life and it surprises him every time, but it's a good surprise.
Well, as long as the predictions are
going the good way, not the
going
bad
the
way.
good way, then we're laughing.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Jefferson Del Toro, and he's pulled in. He's got a nice long wall in front of him. Will he be able to get round it? That's the big question. I think he'd be a bit of a Superman to get around that, but he's going to try.
There's a long way back there.
Yeah.
He's sticking with it.
Yeah, it's sort of
backing
reformed.
off. Nah,
gave it away.
to pull the pin.
So, yeah, I mean, look, I hope it keeps going. What scares me is we've got a prediction for later in the week of 10-foot waves.
Excellent.
Could it be 20-foot?
Oh, here's hoping.
I mean, the way things are going, predictions of nothing gave us 3-foot. The predictions of 10-foot might give us nothing. So, you know, all you can do is wake up in the morning and look out the window and have those, the event director and Ty from WSL and the head judge just make some decisions then and there. So the boys, I saw them walk down here at 6:30 in the morning. They sat around for an hour, watched how many sets, what was happening, made a 7:30 call for an 8 o'clock start. So, you know, they're getting up early, they're doing their work, and there's been no incorrect decisions thus far.
Oh, 10-foot swell, that's exciting. You'd imagine the top shop would start barreling at that point.
Well, they apparently during the one previous international event that was here, it was the Sea Games, I believe, it was that big and it was kind of closing out. So they sent them out there anyway, and the odd person got some good waves. So I'm told we don't want that big. Luke tells me that 6 foot is about as big as you want it here, and that's 6 foot in the old scale. So, you know, to me, a 6 foot in the old scale is still a 10-foot face.
Yeah, it's solid.
At least.
All right, we got some scores in. Takanui's second wave was a 5.4. So he already has an 11.4 total with just over 5 minutes gone off the clock. RJ, well, here goes Tucker again. Big open face carve, like that a lot. And this is a smaller one, but it's got good shape. It's going to keep running through the inside. Gets up on the nose and he can't stick with it. And he looked a little bit frustrated as he slapped the water there. And,
I saw the start of that wave. I turned around, actually, and he had a really long hang five to start that with that we didn't actually catch on the camera. So that's why I think he's pretty frustrated, because he knew he had a bankable score coming in there and he sort of let it slip on the inside.
Rightio. So, yeah, RJ, a 5.25 for his opener, sees him in second. Jefferson Del Toro, a 3.4, and Teddy Cuniati, a 3. So first, second, and third playing out that way. Last score for Tucker Inui in the 5 region doesn't go into his top 2.
Yeah, it's a shame because that was a pretty decent inside there, so you've got to think there'd be another couple of points, possibly. But there's plenty of time. We're running 25-minute heats today, as we did yesterday and the day before, so we'll continue along that vein. And I said to Ty Sarati, the head of WSL here, you know, why is it 25-minute heats? Why do you make that decision? And because a lot of the times, certainly, again, and I keep harping on my experience at Cloud9, is the 20-minute heat, because we have such limited time due to the tides. You know, what Ty didn't want was to throw people out there, only give them 20 minutes, and then, you know, sometimes people, well, sometimes half the time, half the people get knocked out. Wanted to give them the best possible chance of getting as many waves as they could.
Yeah, fair enough too. There's no shortage of opportunity. We've seen that. The waves have just kept coming. Still slightly baffled as to how they get into this corner of the coast.
Yeah, well, I think we've talked a little bit before about it, but what happens is in the northwestern Pacific at this time of year, the trade winds are northeast. And they zip down past Japan, past Taiwan, over the top of the Philippines, and straight into the east coast of the Philippines, making it very difficult to surf there. But they push a lot of swell down in behind the Philippines, and it refracts both ways and heads over to Hong Kong and other places, but it also refracts to the left and hits the west coast of the Philippines.
All right, here goes Teddy Kurniardi, the Indonesian surfer. Got up to the nose, beautiful drop knee carve. A little bit of a floater, and he decides to pull the pin right about there, but nicely done by the man. Looks like he's on a single fin. It's a beautiful surfboard, that one.
We talked a little bit the other day about the new criteria. What's your opinion of a floater on a longboard? And that would certainly be considered a bit of a shortboard move.
Yeah, I don't think it's scored too highly.
Yeah.
It's
so
more of a functional manoeuvre than a stylistic one, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Getting around a section, getting up and over it.
Yeah, I guess you probably get
projecting
a
out in
fraction more for getting up and over the section than you do for going around it. But
Yeah.
it is definitely a shortboard move. So, yeah, the swell, I mean, the west coast of the Philippines would be firing, and it's a thing that people don't generally know. And, you know, if you're wherever you're living, and possibly in the northern hemisphere, and it's freezing cold, and you want to get good pumping waves around Christmas, November, December, January, February, you know, come to the west coast of the Philippines. All the way from the top of Mindanao all the way down to the bottom of Palawan gets waves. And there's discovery to be done there as well, I can assure you.
So just hire a car and drive around and follow your nose?
No, it's the islands are too hard, they're too remote. You need a boat. Or you need some info and then someone with a local boat. Yeah, you can get a car, but it's putting on ferries, whatever. So certainly in Luzon, which is where we are, which is the main island, Manila's in Luzon. There you can do it with a car, and you would go from up Pagudpud all the way down to the south. But to get to the other islands, you know, if somehow you could organise a boat or do some research, get in a local boat and just go and have a look.
All right, this is Teddy Kurniardi. Got a 6.4 for this wave. And the bulk of that would have been for the opening hang five and the big carve. If you were going to hire a car, you'd probably want to get a Volkswagen.
Definitely. Volkswagen have been generous enough to hand a couple of cars over for the durations, which we have used, by the way, to get around and to go to opening ceremonies and closing ceremonies.
Haven't gone to the closing ceremony just yet.
Oh, that's right. I'm getting ahead of myself, but we will use it for the closing ceremony.
Got to hand out a few jeepney trophies before then.
We do, yeah. So thanks to Volkswagen and NextGen and the Department of Tourism, Provincial Government of La Union and San Miguel Infrastructure. They're our main sponsors. So we really appreciate you guys. Jefferson Del Torre, nice hang 10.
Good looking wave.
Absolutely. Bit of downtime there. With a bit of a drop knee carve. What's he going to do here? Moving forward? No. Another carve. So I think the majority of the points will be from that first manoeuvre there. He works hard, Jefferson. Every day here he's doing surf lessons. Him and his wife do surf lessons. Their daughter now surfs and went in the shortboard competition. She got knocked out in the first round, but she also travelled to Siargao. As a matter of fact, she travelled to Siargao and got put in a heat with her mum, which was a little bit of a shame.
All right, here goes Tucker Inui. Gets up to the nose, hangs 5, hangs 10, back down the board, cross-stepping nicely. And unfortunately, wave races off without him, so that won't go into his top 2. 13.5 minutes to go. Teddy Kurniardi, the Indonesian surfer, has a 6.4. He's looking for a 5 for the lead. Jefferson Del Torre, he's got a 5.95. That's a strong score. Needs a 3.46 to move up to second. Obviously, Teddy can upgrade his 2-wave total pretty easily as well. And RJ, just the one score of substance so far, a 5.25. He's currently looking for a 4.16 with 13 minutes to go. And as you can see, just sheet glass conditions out there right now.
It's incredible. And again, I know sometimes we repeat ourselves, and I certainly do, because I generally forget what I've said. The wind tends to come up a little bit, but it doesn't ruin the waves here. I mean, so far our experience is that the wind sort of fluffles a bit on shore, but it doesn't destroy any quality of wave, and that's a fantastic thing. Considering the tide is good to surf all day as well. It gives us a lot of time.
Now, I've been researching the lineup pretty extensively over the last few days. You've been researching the nightlife. What was going on out on the town last night, Jerry?
Well, last night I didn't go out on the town. We just had our dinner, but I did go out on the town the night before. We had a couple of shandies across the road.
Oh, Teddy Kurniardi
Oh, how good was that?
hangs the heels and then cross steps back out of it. And the judges are like that. He gives it a little claim. He was happy with it as well. Chinese New Year, so a lot of life. Trying to get to sleep last night with
It was tough, wasn't it?
banging techno shaking the windows in the hotel room.
I'm very used to the Philippines, so I bring earplugs and I bring really good gel ones. I shovel them in and I can't hear anything, so it's pretty good. But we were out the night before, met a few locals, had a couple of beers, tried to get some karaoke in, which is incredibly popular here. Unfortunately, we didn't get any in because someone led us astray as to where it was, and we found ourselves in a tricycle for 20 minutes going nowhere, but that was all right. But last night, yeah, it was pumping. Oh, he's happy with that. Was that the little closeout, or was that an unhappy one?
No, I think that was a little bit of a claim.
Okay.
11 and a half minutes to go. He's pretty happy chappy is Teddy Kurniardi. I can't imagine he'd be shaking his fist at the ocean.
I have a lot to do with the young locals, and I always tell them, because, you know, these days claims are pretty accepted, and I think the Brazilians have opened up the claims for everyone, and the kids love to do what their heroes do, so they're claiming. I used to tell them I was going to take a point from them if the claim was too big. And I tell them the no-claim claim is the coolest way to do it, but, you know, claims become a big thing. Super glassy. And what do we got on priority? So Tucker has priority. RJ is in second priority and Teddy is in third. Jefferson is just paddling back out. I can see a wave out the back there, and we have the surfer in green paddling. So that is RJ. See what he can do. Straight up to the nose. Oh, hang 10, nice. Back to a 5. And he's walking back and forth. Cross-stepped up there, which is pretty nice as well. Nice little wall on this one. It's going to run out pretty soon. We'll see if he can hang on. And out the back, we also have a surfer. Jefferson is on another one. So that was a nice wave from RJ. Jefferson chose not to continue with his. He wants to get back out and get priority over RJ, would be my thinking there. So we'll see how those scores come in. That was a very nice start to that wave from RJ. Okay, it's come in as a 4.6. He's now in second place. And I don't think Jefferson's wave is going to help him a great deal. So RJ's moving to second. He needs a 6.15 to move into... he's moving into third. He needs a 6.15 to move into second. Jefferson needs a 5.46. And here's Jefferson again. Okay. Oh, okay. He got it a bit too far forward on the board. Became unbalanced and went down. And his strategy of moving out to get that priority hasn't worked, unfortunately. So obviously that's not going in. That only came in as a 1.2. And 9 minutes and 14 remaining. I'll give the other sponsors a bit of a shout out. PLDT and Smart at PLDT have given us all our internet, helped us a great deal. Volkswagen, who we mentioned before, and Red Bull gives you wings. We've heard that before. So we've got a fridge full of Red Bull here. And our local sponsors supplying food, etc. And nightclubs. Hiraya, Sunset Hill and Restaurant, Clean Beach, supplying some fantastic food and our lovely iced tea. San Juan Surf Resort, supplying accommodation. Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan, San Juan, Warong Local, Zero Water, Kermit, great food there at Kermit's, and I'd like to say hello to Gianni and Rose. Seabuds, La Cantina and Lineup Bistro. So we'll be visiting those places during the week and testing them out ourselves, but we appreciate your help. And no one's really mentioned the technical crew hidden in there in a little bedroom. There's about 5 of them all jammed in there, and they're doing a fantastic job. So thanks, guys. We appreciate you. I know you don't get a lot of appreciation because you're kind of invisible, but we know what you're doing, so thanks.
Not afraid of a Red Bull in there either.
No. Well, they've got to stay awake, don't they?
All right, here goes Teddy Kurniardi, who has moved into the lead. He got a 6.55 on his last wave, the one he gave a little fist pump for.
There you go.
That's not going to help him. He's quickly in, quickly out of that one. So Takanui is down to second. He's chasing a 7.05 for the lead. So those two have built themselves a little bit of a buffer at the moment. RJ is sitting in third, chasing a 6.15, and Jefferson needs a 5.46, 7.5 minutes to go. You surf around Bells much?
No, I've got some friends that live in Geelong. I've been there a couple of times.
I think this wave's got a real winky pop kind of vibe.
Yeah,
to it.
yeah, I would say that would be correct. Winky Pop's certainly a hell of a lot colder. And I got a very good friend that lives down there, Mark Rogers, is having some serious health issues at the moment. So if you're listening, Mark, we're thinking about you a lot. And his lovely wife, Anna, and kids. So I don't know if he's making it down there to Bells for a surf, but hopefully he's listening in. And all the best, Mark. Murr, we call him.
Victoria, of all places, had some of the best waves in Australia over Christmas, which was a bit unseasonal.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, well, I don't look at a great deal at Christmas time. I tend to be hungover and all the rest of it, but I'd had a few surfs locally in Cronulla, but it's pretty busy. I tend to avoid the school holidays a little bit. It's not, my style is 10 o'clock in the morning, once the work crew go.
Gentlemen's hours.
Kids are at school.
Always gentlemen's hours.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that time of the day. Drop the kids at school and then go for a surf.
The beach break in the middle of this bay is...
Oh, how good was it yesterday afternoon?
Shockers right now. But even further out the back, we surfed out there the other day. It didn't look anything like it does right now.
No, I think we hit it in the afternoon. It was a bit lumpy and bumpy, but all I did was got caught inside that day, to be honest.
No, I dropped in on you once.
You dropped in on me twice. I don't know if you remember the first time, but it was actually twice. But I wasn't doing very well, so it was probably more fun that way anyway. But yeah, it is chockers. And it's funny because yesterday it wasn't. I mean, at this time of the day, there was no one out there. Mind you, it's the weekend, and people from Manila are here enjoying their weekend at San Juan.
And a public holiday's been called for tomorrow, you were saying?
Yeah, well, what I found out was it wasn't a public holiday in general. A couple of the schools, because there was a big sporting win, are having the school day off. One of the big universities. I don't want to get the name wrong, Ateneo. They had a big win apparently here in the basketball. And so there are a bunch of schools that have a day off, but it's not a public holiday as such.
All right, we've got a lot of swell pouring in
this
right now.
Surfer in white. Teddy and a nice little wave. Don't know if it's going to line up, but he started really well. We've got Surfer in red surfing at the same time, and so we can watch the Surfer in white for the time being, see what he can do on the inside.
Yep, Teddy Carniati is doing some work on the first wave of the set. We've got three surfers up and riding at the same time right now. Taka Anui in red goes down, and I think
Jefferson. I think it's Jefferson. Just got to the outside there, so we'll see if he can do some work. Okay. All right, so 3 in a row. The judges have their work cut out for them. We didn't see all of those waves. Like I said before, we have the luxury to turn around, but it's easier to watch the single wave and call a single wave when you're watching it on TV, funnily enough. So we'll see how those scores come in. We had Surfer in white, Surfer in red, and Surfer in blue. See if we get any situation changes. Surfer in blue there, paddling his guts out to get back out there. Almost 3.5 minutes, just over 3.5 minutes to go. And then some waves. Surfer in red got a, where is it? Just over a 4. Surfer in similar score for the Surfer in blue. And I think the Surfer in white. So none of those scores, Jefferson's went in. So he's reduced his need to a 5.46 to move into second place. So that will help him a fair bit because a 5.46 is pretty doable. Mind you, only just over 3 minutes remaining, and he will not have much priority there. So we'll see how that goes. RJ with priorities taking this one. Very doable score, a 6.15 to move into second place for him. Oh, and I like that. It's already had. Oh, that's a shame.
The wave
Sectioned out for
him. Yeah.
There is that wide section there, and they're sitting very deep. And some of them are lining up through there, and some of them aren't. And I don't believe you could just sit on that second section because it's really fat once you take off on that section. So
All right, this looks like Teddy Cuniati on the move. He'd really want to consolidate second. A pair of sixes. He's doing it very nicely so far. Good looking wall. I like that Steezy sole arch. Long drawn out carve. And he is out of there.
He's going slow. He's slowing it down.
Isn't he? It's just moving time.
Okay, 2 minutes remaining. So Jefferson and RJ need to get some luck, I guess. A wave coming through. They only have third and fourth priority, although, yeah, third and fourth priority, so it's not going to be easy. Scores are doable, but they're going to need a set with 4 or so waves in there, I would be thinking. And Surfer Green had a look at that one, but certainly wasn't going to be very valuable to him.
Yeah, so Tucker Nui has priority. He'd love to get rid of his 5.4 and just either get himself a little bit closer to Teddy or even move into the lead. 90 seconds to go. Anything he can do to consolidate one of those advancing 2 positions, he'd be happy with at this point. Jefferson and RJ breathing down his neck.
Not much on the horizon there, except glass. Glassy water.
It's a pretty simple poker game at the moment, really. Teddy's pair of sixes beats Tucker's 6 and 5. Beats Jefferson and RJ, have both got a 5 and a 4. Not a particularly exciting poker game, but not a bad heat.
And there's no bluffing here either, by the way.
1 minute.
Okay. Surf and Blues paddling hard. Can't see. No, he's chosen not to go for it. Oh, he's there in a replay. Yeah, because there's not much action out the back at the moment.
You know where there is action at the moment in the Pacific? Hawaii. The Eddie's on tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be unreal. I hope the time difference allows us to watch that. Okay, Surfer and Green giving it a last hurrah with 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he needs a 6-1-5. Not sure he will have found it just then. So time ticks away, as it has a tendency to do, and it's looking like Teddy Cuniati and Tucker Inui, the Indonesian and Japanese surfers, are through to the next round. Jerry, you're going to go have a chat with Teddy.
I am.
We're going to have a quick break, and we'll come back and catch up with you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro coming our way right after this quick break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the La Union International Pro right here in La Union in the Philippines. We are in the second heat, the round of 16 men's longboard qualifying series action. And Benito Narida from right here in the Philippines is in the lead from Danny Widianto from Indonesia, Dean Permana also from Indonesia, and Justin Abueda from the Philippines. This is Benito. It's just a 2-point ride to put him on top of the scoreboard. So very early days, just minor scores so far. John Carby, welcome back to the booth, mate.
Good morning. Good to be here. Another beautiful day down here in the beautiful San Juan. Excited to wake up and see the waves still rolling in at that 2 to 3 foot mark. Not a breath of wind. Just totally rippable waves. And as we see Surfing Green about to show us what he's got.
Yeah. Dean Pamana. So good looking wave. Behind him we see Danny Widianto. So the two Indonesian boys trading blows.
It's lining up really nice this morning down there too. They have a lot of these long runners that are going into the rocks.
That did not line up well for Danny, and he goes down. So Chinese New Year, there was a lot of life around town last night.
There was. This is one of those towns on the weekend. It swells to about 1,000% of the regular population. The Manila crew come down. People from surrounding cities come down and enjoy the festivities and fun of the beach life down here at San Juan. And I was down there this morning at about 6 o'clock, and the beach was littered with people already.
All right, this is the replay of Danny Widianto. He got a 4.4 for this wave to move into the lead.
Nice opening nose ride, nice wrap back there too. This is where he sort of got a little bit unstuck on that little bouncy wash stuff on the inside. Well, that was a nice little run there. It was. He just sort of miscalculated that final nose ride there and going off the end. The drama of doing those nose walks is there's the end of the board there. All right, looks like we might get a replay of our surfing greens wave. He's 4.4. He's 5.25. The wave of the heat so far.
Okay, first heat of the day. Teddy Kurniadi taking that one in the first place. Really good surfing, Teddy. Can you tell me a little bit what's going on out there? You have one of the Japanese top seed, maybe, yeah. So you got first. Tell me a little bit about what's going on in the water.
Yeah, in the water was. For me, it's quite a hit because everyone is good, and the Japanese guy and the Filipino guys also, they served so well. And they have point already. I was on the bottom, and then I started to stay calm and be focused. And I was looking for the nice wave, and then the waves started coming. I catch the waves, and then I tried to do my best. And then, yeah.
So, Teddy, tell me a little bit. Have you been to La Union?
I've never been yet. For me, this is my first time come to La Union, and I'm really happy. And the wave is so clean today, and I'm enjoy the surf.
Ya, Teddy, baik sekali ya tadi udah surfing. Ingin mengucapkan sesuatu untuk teman-teman, keluarga, sponsor di rumah?
Terima kasih untuk sponsor saya semua, Rose Concept dan Arabica, dan teman-teman juga yang udah sponsor, dan sama keluarga yang udah sponsor dan mendukung saya. Terima kasih untuk semuanya. Yeah.
Okay, next heat is quarterfinal, Teddy. So man on man on the next heat. Do you have any strategy, different strategy, or just the same?
I don't know. I cannot tell that, but yeah, I'm gonna stay focused and stay calm. I need to control myself more, and then yeah, I will see later. Yeah.
Okay, what a great performance from Teddy. So back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Tippy Jabrick, and gotta say that baby blue is very fetching, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's beautiful. He knows how to wear baby blue.
Working the camera very nicely. So
twinkle in the eye, baby blue in the shirt. Tippy Jabrick knows his way around the camera.
And Teddy Kurniadi just saying he needs to control himself a little bit, calm down, make sure he's on the right waves, and why not? Here's Dean Pamana in green. I think this will be
his replay of his 5.25, I believe.
Yep.
Nice strong finish on that one. Nice little closeout section there he is. Looks like he's doing the exact same thing on the second one.
Yep, some live action. So 19 minutes to run. Daddy Winiato is in the lead with a 4.4 and a 3.25. But no one has really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck just yet. We're still waiting on a decent number to come in. One of our surfers. Priority is with the surfer in blue, Benito Narita, and red, Justin Ibueza. And looks like we're going to run this round, the round of 16 men's, and then we have men's and women's quarterfinals, which would leave us with 6 heats to go on the longboarding side of proceedings. And then a whole heap of swell forecast for the back end of this event. So the window runs till Thursday.
Thursday the 26th.
Yep.
I was down there with Ty, the tour manager, Ty Sarati, and we were actually just going through the various forecasts, tools across the internet, Magic Seaweed, you name it, we basically look at it. And the exciting thing about a swell forecast like this, when it sort of goes across the board and all the sites are sort of agreeing and stating that this swell is coming. So some really good looking swell that's sort of starting up the top of Japan there, up even near Korea, and it just sort of fills in throughout the latter stages of this waiting period. So looking for a very exciting, quite solid 12-second period swell coming.
So 12-second in this part of the world, that's a long period?
That's a long period. That's definitely a decent period swell. When that 12 seconds hits a point break, it does make a lot more sense. Also, I generally find those beach breaks tend to close out a little bit, but as it hits this point, it should be nice, powerful waves rolling in, and hopefully they'll line up really nice, depending on the sand on those outer banks. We might need a little bit of time to sort it out, but hopefully it'll line up those directions. And the free surfers will also get stoked as a few other spots around the area start to light up, spread the crowd out a little bit. And we'll be throughout the week, so we won't have the beginners here on the weekend session with the boys down there in the beautiful Onion Bay.
Yeah, been sent a great clip of Oni Anwar shot from the drone, tearing a set wave to pieces.
Loves that tail high reverse, Oni.
Yeah.
Looks good on the river. He knows how to put a wave together, doesn't he? There's a little 362. If you know Oni Anwar, get on and follow him on his Instas. It's good fun. It's a good ride following Oni. I think he's off to Australia next to sort of hit into some of the co-sanctioned legs from WSL over there. Yeah,
well, he's kind of basing himself back in Australia a little bit at the moment. Of course, he went to high school on the Gold Coast. All right, here goes Justin Ebueza. That was... okay, cross-stepping up to the nose. Locks on the hang 5. Turns it into a hang 10. Nicely done. Haven't seen too many goofy footers in the longboarding yet. So nice to see someone doing it on their backhand.
Yep, Justin, and I know JR Esquivel's also a goofy footer, but generally you'll find at points like this, there'll be I feel the world's getting more even with goofy footers and regular footers. Half of our crew's goofy footers, half of them are regulars. Big switch going in. If you don't know the goofy foot, it means your left foot is towards the back of the board and your right foot's up the front. Regular footer is your right foot would be your dominant foot at the back of the board, and your left foot sort of steering and directing the board. For those who are unaware of the language that we use in surfing, there's a fair bit of it, Bins. You want to go through some surf language that's unique to us?
You've pretty much nailed it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only two. Surf in blue.
All right, this is Benito Narita, who has priority.
Might be regretting that priority. That might have been a bit of an error, but 15 minutes to go. Still not at the halfway point yet. Plenty of time.
Cash that in on a bit of a dud. Dean Pamana's in the lead with a 5.25 and a 4. Here's Justin Ebueza's last wave.
All right, super patient on this one.
This came in at a 4.5. It's his high scorer.
Onto the nose. He's locked it in there. Confident enough to get a 10 and then back to that 5 for a few seconds. So nice bit of showcasing of technique as he gets back up for that final touch there. What did that come in at?
4.5.
It's 4.5, so that mid-range, I reckon he'll feel pretty good about that one. That'll match his only small 2.4, so he's only looking for a 3.15 now to get himself up into that second place. Definitely within range for local boy, Justin Ebueza. What a picturesque scenery we're looking at there. I don't know what almost came out of my mouth then, Chris, but it's picturesque out there. Might have reached too far for my words and slipped a tongue there. Not a breath of wind. We've got the drone out there. Looking over San Juan. It's nice as that sun rises over the mountain. We're on the west coast. Sort of facing almost southwest a little bit, I believe. Beautiful part of the world, the sort of bay after bay after bay. So if we do get that swell in the next few days towards the end of the period, I'm sure we're going to see some good waves throughout those bays and points along this place.
Yeah, all right, here goes Danny Widianto. Gets up to the nose, just a quick little toe tap on the hang 5. Repeats the treatment a third time even. He's being very patient with this one. Unfortunately, it's going to close out for him, and he is done.
He made the most of that closeout section. He didn't just sort of kick off. He decided to hit it, milk out a few more points.
Here goes Dean Pamana. Gets up to the nose. Great flow to this wave. He too gets the little closeout foam climb in and out.
Nice little exchange there. We'll see who gets the best of those last two numbers between Diane and Danny, our two current heat leaders.
All right, this is the replay of Danny Widianto.
Nice fade setup to set that line. He's not going overboard. Nice and chilled approach, making it look nice and smooth. Just doing what he can with those nose taps. I think he's up to 3. That one's held a little bit longer. Once again, nice little fade back to the power source so he can set up this finish. Nice completion.
Yep. So the judges have the work cut out for them right now. They're looking for 4 scores for 4 surfers.
Yep, here's our surfer in green. Similar wave. There's a nice long held 10. He's heading towards that final section. He actually runs around that section and looks for a little bit more down the line on this wave. Gets back up for another 5. And into a nice cutback. He's flowing really well through this wave. In Pamana, he's going to be really happy with that one. That one may go up into his top score. See what the judges want to lock in on that one. There it is, dropping in.
All right, so big score for green. Dean Pamana, a 6.75 puts him into the lead. Danny Widianto's last wave is a 3.45. Goes into his top 2. He's chasing a 7.6 for the lead. Dean Pamana is comfortably out in front at the moment. Justin Abaya's last wave was just a minor score, and Benito Narita's last wave was a 4.45. That's his best, so just over 11 minutes to go. Priority is red, then white. The surfers are all staying busy. We've got, 19 waves ridden so far in this heat.
Very busy. Nice exchange. It's always good when all 4 competitors sort of go toe for toe like that, and you get a little comparison of where they're sitting and how they're doing it. So that was a great little exchange with Diane getting the best of it. Diane, a 6.75, the best score of the heat so far.
Is it Diane or Dean?
I believe it's Diane. Diane, it's the Indonesian. I remember him here for the SEA Games in 2019, so I know it's not his first time here. I believe it's Diane Paramana. I could be wrong though. Surfer in red, taking a look at this one, we have our local boy, Justin Ebueza. Straight up to the nose with a quick 10. Nice little cutback. Looks like he's chosen a nice wave. Looks like we might have another exchange going on with our surfer in green riding behind him. Let's keep our eyes on our surfer in red as he keeps busy. I believe that will be his completion. We might see the green surfer come into frame if he's still up and riding behind him. So another score to drop in for Justin. He's looking for a 3.35. Definitely leave that in the hands of the judges. It'll be around that score, I believe. There we have Benito Noreda up and riding. Nice little bit of style with a soul arch on the nose there. Hanging 10.
Oh, gives it a little fist pump in the, we calling out a dive as a claim. He liked it.
He liked it. If it feels good, show it, I say, Bins. What do you reckon about the old claims?
As an outpouring of emotion, I'm fine with them. Trying to sell a score, not so much. And then some of the over-the-top ones that look like someone's having a seizure are just ridiculous.
I'm with you. I'm literally on the exact same page as you. The surfer's idea is to be stoked, right? And if it's an outpouring of an emotion with a bit of stoke, then do it. Show it. Enjoy surfing. That's why we do it.
You know, you're watching any other sport, someone scores a try in rugby or a big dunk in basketball or they hit a winner in tennis and, you know, you see the fist pumps and
they're showing it.
There's not all this chat about, oh,
claim.
Yeah, I can't believe Djokovic claimed that. It's just part of life. You know,
it is.
But then when you've got a subjective sport like surfing and it is judged, a lot of the time it feels like the claim's trying to influence the judges into like, wow, I'm happy with that. You guys should be happy with that too.
Absolutely. And it's a tactic. It for sure is a tactic. A lot of guys out there are using it to try to influence the judges.
Sure.
Of course, the judges are true professionals and they're not really swayed one way or the other. Some judges might actually be swayed the other way.
I don't think it would play into it, but where it does play into it is if, say, you are surfing here in the Philippines, you've got a big local crowd on the beach and a local surfer gives it a massive claim, that can persuade the beach to get the emotion up.
And it's amazing what the subconscious can do.
And then exactly, you've got 1,000 people on the beaches cheering, and the judges, if they were, you know, sitting on a fence one way or the other, subconsciously they'll go, oh, well, maybe that was pretty good.
Absolutely. We've got a whole bunch of numbers dropping in. These boys are staying super busy out there. Situation hasn't changed so far. We do have one to drop in for blue and a wave to drop in for white. Nothing. Oh, we go. We do have a situation change. We have Benito Narita jumping up into second place.
Yep, so his second last wave, the big soul arch, was a 5.4, has put him into second. Justin Bueza is now chasing a 5.36. Danny Widianto a 5.45. So Dian Pamana with a 6.75 and a 5.25 is out in the lead, has a little bit of breathing room. And then Benito, Justin, and Danny, there is 2 points separating those guys.
Well, Danny just went over the rails there on a nice looking floater on the inside. Would have been possibly a good score. Would have been interesting to see that little different variation of surfing down there, always giving the judges something new to look at. The traditional surfing, by all means, still means cutbacks and that sort of stuff, but we don't want to go into airs and the more crazy maneuvers like reverses and stuff like that. It's more about the traditional surfing, which is cutbacks. You might see floaters. You're going to see a lot of hang fives, hang tens, drop knee turns, drop knee cross step turns. Switch turns. There's some plenty of action. There's a few guys doing some heel tens. I believe that's what they're called. And there's also every now and again someone will switch back from the nose and walk back. I was talking to the judges. It's not really a scoring move. It's more of a for show. You're not going to gain any advantages by going the wrong way back.
Yeah, but again, that's one of those things that can get the crowd going. It shows off just how fluent your board is underfoot.
I like it.
Yeah,
I actually like it because it does give that point of difference. And when you're a judge and you're watching surfing all day, a point of difference can subconsciously bump you up. So for me, I do enjoy it too. Something that you can do to stand out is going to make you stand out and show a bit of talent that the others might not have.
You look at a guy like Kelly Slater. He doesn't need to try and convince the judges that he knows what he's doing. He throws those carving 360s in, and they are a turn that traditionally doesn't score.
Absolutely.
But it's just a point of difference. Wakes the judges up. It shows, like, this is how on top of my game I am right now. I can throw this really cool little bit of flair in a section where another surfer would just hit it. And even though it doesn't add more for just that particular moment, it adds to the bigger picture total of the wave. All right, have a look at this hang 10 from Daddy Widiato.
That was nice. That was high and in the critical section of the wave. This is going to go into a big number, I believe. As long as he finishes this wave quite nice. He's done a lot on this wave already. See how he finishes. There's another 5. If he's got to get the finish on here, sort of going over the bricks, but he did a lot of work on the early parts of that wave with that long, well-held 5 to 10.
Yeah, so it came in at a 6.25, momentarily enough to put him up to second, but Benito Narita's last wave came in at a 5.45. So now it's Justin Bueza who's in a bit of trouble because Dean Pamana, Benito Narita and Danny Widianto, there's not much between those 3 guys now for first, second and third. We've still got 4 minutes to go. Here goes Justin Bueza down in 4th, so he's looking to tighten this one up as well. There's just 0.2 separating second and third at the moment.
Looking for a 6.35. We already have a 6.75 and a 6.25 in this heat, so definitely within striking range for Justin Bueza. I'd be interested to see a replay on that to see what work he did on the opening part of that wave. Here's Green's replay. Dean Pamana looking to throw away a 5.25. Nice hang 5 with a 10 tap. Cut back to the power source there. Let's see how this one lines up for him. It's nice to see him just nice and relaxed and comfortable up there. I don't think that'll go into his top 2. This is what I'm interested in.
Yeah, Justin Bueza. This is a 4.5, so that is his best wave. He's now chasing a 6.35 to get up to second. And yeah, the tightest tussle at the moment is between Danny Widianto, who has priority and is looking for a 4.6. Benito Narita, who's sitting in second, would love to upgrade his 5.4 and make life a little bit tougher for Danny with 3 minutes to run.
Well, he's just got a wave while we're talking there. I didn't see it.
Just a minor score.
Just a minor score. But now the important thing for Benito, he's not in the lineup. We've got 2 minutes 42. He'll be racing back out to join the guys out there to put a bit of pressure on Danny to maybe force him into a poor decision or force him into a wave that maybe wasn't the best choice under his priority. Or he's going to look to try to get something under priority. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get out there and put the pressure on Danny to make a bit of a mistake. Here is replay, which came in on nothing. There was one of those little razzie-dazzles that I was talking about. He sort of spun it on the nose there. Unfortunately fell off. Doesn't count when you do the move and you don't quite make it.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Danny Widianto is sitting in third. He has priority. He's chasing a 4.6. Looking out to the horizon, there's a few lines, but nothing too significant.
We had a few great photo finishes yesterday, a few late last-minute heat changes, which just shows you got to surf that full minute. You got to surf that full 25 minutes even, from start to finish, putting your strategy together and playing it out and just trying to get yourself into that position where you have the opportunity to get those scores.
90 seconds to go. Danny Widianto is going to have to pull the trigger at some point. He's having a look at, it's only a small wave, but...
I think he's had more than a look. It's definitely a paddle and he's up and riding.
Yeah, that's the thing with the longboards. It doesn't need to be a big wave. Just needs to have good shape and allow them to show off a bit of their repertoire. And here goes Danny Widianto. Gets up to the nose, gets the carve. There's still over a minute to go. Good looking style through to the inside. No major high notes so far. He's still chasing a 4.6 and goes down.
1 minute.
I don't know.
Well, with these sets rolling in now, was that a priority error? Or
I think so. Justin Abuez is into a good looking wave right now. Danny Widianto might have jumped the gun a little bit. Then again, not a whole lot on offer for Justin there.
This could lock it in for Benito. He could take advantage of this wave depending on how it rolls into the inside section and what he can get done. The judge are obviously liking the work done on the outside sections. There's another nice relaxed
hands on
hang
their
10.
hips, if you don't mind.
And the drop knee turn. And this is already feeling good. Benito giving it a whole bunch of flavour out there, just getting a little unstuck. That might cost him when it goes to his final score.
Just a minor score. Well, Danny Widianto needed a 4.6 and got a 4.25. So, yeah, just short, unfortunately. And this heat is done. Dian Pamana takes the win. And looking like Benito Narita will be joining him in the quarterfinals.
What a heat. What a good finish.
Just waiting for some last scores to lock in. And then I will go down and talk to the winner of the heat. Lots of waves caught. We are closer to 40 waves than 30 ridden in this heat. And there it is. Dian Pamana takes the win. Benito Narita through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick little break. Heat 3, round of 16, men's longboard qualifying series action at the La Union International Pro coming our way right after this.
The onion? The onion. I think I'm going to... Okay, here we are back live down here at the beautiful La Union. Out there in the water, currently in Heat 3, we have our Japanese competitor Kai Hamasi, Filipino John Kennedy Martinez. We have Denny Perdayos from Indonesia, and we also have Arip Nui Daihat.
Yeah, congratulations to Dean Permana and Benito. Benito, a local boy, pushing through the quarterfinals.
It was good to see.
First local boy in the quarters.
It was actually pretty cool watching Benito out there. He was giving it a bit more flair and a bit more style. There was a hang 10 with a bit of soul arch, and then he followed through with a hands on hip style master.
He had to change his board.
He had to change his board. Why is that? Do you know?
I think that board he's riding at the end of the heat was better for this smaller waves.
Ah. So he did a board change halfway through, did he?
Yep.
That was a bit
Yes, he
sly. I
did.
didn't see it. Obviously done the job. Good to have a backup board and good to have friends on the beach to hand it to you.
Yeah, JR actually handed it to him.
Oof.
Yeah, beautiful Sunday.
Oh,
Sun's out, surf schools there, people learning how to surf.
I was actually walking past this morning. It was beautiful. I believe that Binzi might be down there, getting ready to talk to Diane Pramana, the winner of our last heat. That will come up shortly as the surfers out there in the water. Surfing red, we have
Kai Hamase from
Kaya,
Japan.
super busy out there. Some great quality surfing. We'll get down to Binzi on the beach in a minute. Let's enjoy some of the surfing. His third wave already. Right. As Kia rides this one out, we'll get down to Binzi down there on the beach. Take it away, Binzi.
Thanks, fellas. All right, down. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're from Batu Karas, so obviously you love a long-running point break. Pretty fun out there.
All the way from Batu Karas to here.
Tell us about the waves this morning.
So the wave is really fun out there. It's super glassy, like not the big size, like, but it's really fun out there. Like I get couple good one to making me to the next run to take it to the lead. Yeah, it was really fun out there. I get with my friend from Indonesia also, Dani Widianto, and then the other friend from Philippines, Benito, and the other Filipino also. Yeah, it was great hit.
And close heat, lots of high scores, lots of change of the lead and that sort of thing. Were you surfing against the opponent, or were you just trying to get good scores yourself?
Just try to find a good score, good wave, and then also to see the condition. And that's why I was like looking. I wanna where's the pitch position? Like how much the score my last wave like that.
What are the waves that you're looking for? Are the bigger ones better, or the smaller ones that hug the reef?
For me, both is good, but me I more prefer to the medium one, so I can do like a lot of style, like that kind of style collaboration, not just hang 5-10, but another style like hang here, something like that.
Nice. Well, you're through to the final day. How excited are you to hopefully surf 3 more times and try to get a win?
Sure, yes, sir. Yeah, that's my dream. That's why I come here too, all the way from Batu Karas. Like, yeah.
Well, you're getting pretty close. Good luck in the rest of the event. Any words to say in Indonesian to friends and family back home?
Sure. So just want to say thank you for all my friends, my family who always support me, and also my girlfriend who always watching me and keep me support. Thank you so much.
And anything in Indonesian?
Yeah, just keep practice to all my friend or my kid in Batu Karas. Like to keep practice. You will be here one day. In WSL.
All right, words of wisdom. Back up to you guys in the box. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Binzi, and yes, he did do it with plenty of style down Pamana out there, putting together a great heat total of 12.0, and did it with that style that he talked about against a couple of his good Philippine friends.
Dean has been here a few times. He just joined the single and unattached competition.
He was in the SEA Games
a bunch
also.
of times he was in the SEA Games too. Yeah, so he's familiar with the point, the waves, the locals, and yeah, those BK boys have been coming here for some time now. Here in this heat, we have Kai still in first, dropped a 6.75 and a 3.5, and surfer in white has a 6.5 and a 2.25. Surfer in red needs a 3.76 to advance, and surfer in green needs a 5.66 to advance. A lot of time, there's 18 minutes left. Shout out to our sponsors, NextGen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1. Shout out to our Regional Director, Jeff Ortega, our Provincial Government of La Union, the Local Government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure. Here we go, surfer in white.
Here we go, with nice exchanges. This is
Nice.
how the last heat unfolded. We had surfers going back to back on these regular exchanges. Beautiful conditions out there, Luke.
Yeah, perfect for longboarding.
Sunday morning, this is what you want to wake up to, right?
For sure.
How
Look at the beach, it's packed with learners.
it is. Swimmers, learners, surf schools are firing up. Kids in the water. It's jammed down there, it's great. It's like being down the beach on a Sunday morning in Australia or Indonesia or anywhere around the world. It's
There's a really nice waterfalls too, 40 minutes away from here. It's called Tangadan Waterfalls. Oh, here's surfer in green.
a rip, Nui Daihat. Nice opening turn. Here's our goofy footer. He's gone switch. Oh, he's got a little bit of flavour in there. A little bit of a skateboard.
Yeah,
kick
he's really
on
good
style.
switch foot, this guy.
He has. I'm not sure which way he's going. Is he goofy? Is he regular? It doesn't seem to matter for him.
Both ways.
Both ways. That's a great. I guess that would be ambidextrous style of surfing if you can surf goofy and regular without even knowing.
Yeah, green only needs a 5.66. With that kind of surfing, it's pretty.
Well, that
really
kind of
doable for him.
surfing shows that he's comfortable and very confident out there. He knows he's got skills, and he's having fun. And it's one of those things that the judges don't really take into account. But as I was talking with Chris before, it's that subconscious thing that they see his confidence. A surfer with confidence and doing moves like that, you know they can hold themselves. Nothing too major on that last score. Actually, still something to drop in. He's looking to get away from these. He's got a few 2s and 3s that he wants to throw away. The highest wave so far is up there with our surfer in red, Kai, with a 6.75, and Denny's behind him. He's got a 6.50.
Yeah, Kai is actually the 6th seed in the Asia region for longboard.
Let's see why. Here comes John Kennedy from here.
Yeah, local boy. Up and down.
Up and down. That was a nice size set, and our surfer in white, Denny, might make him pay for that. As he cruises past him on the nose with a little bit of flair.
Denny, another local from Batu Karas too, who's been here a few times.
Very nice looking wave. He's being very patient on this one. He might see it rolling through. Oh, a little head dip.
Nice. Such a stylish surfer.
He's a very stylish surfer. It's the ones that do less that do more, isn't it? That ability to stay very patient and just let the wave line up before you and execute your maneuvers at the exact right time. It's definitely a high level skill.
Next seat is interesting. It's all local boy.
I eyed that one off this morning. It was almost a little bit of a shame because these are all La Union guys, right?
Yep.
Roger Kasugai, J.R. Esquivel, Joe Marie Ebuiza, and Cristiano Villanueva.
Yeah.
What a lineup. As a Philippine coach, you must be spewing.
That's how the seed goes. That's how they...
Absolutely.
It's fairly done.
It is fairly
it's
done.
Based on their rankings in the...
Oh,
nice.
Hold on. Here's John Kennedy showing a lot of skill on that one. There's that cross step, sort of drop knee turn. Super technical move, and he done it with power and speed. There we go. There's Arip's last wave, a 6.50. So he did ride it very well, and the judges rewarded him with a 6.50. It's setting up to be a very close, intense heat. Again, lots of waves ridden. We have, is that about 13 waves? No, 16 waves ridden already. 15 waves.
Yeah, 15 waves.
And we're not yet halfway through the heat, so there's plenty of waves out there. The swells hang in there consistently. It's always good when the forecast is a little bit wrong, isn't it? Especially when it's that way. if it goes
supposed
the
to
other
be
way.
1 foot today, but it's a bit bigger than that. So yeah, this point is kind of like a magnet for some reason.
There's Denny.
Even
Denny's
if the
last wave. Look at that score dropping in for Denny there.
7-5,
A
that pushes him to
7-5.
first place.
Sitting on a neat 14 out there. Very well surfed wave, and you can see that style, that relaxed attitude, the relaxed stance. Even though there could be 1,000 things going on in his head, he actually just put it together and it looked effortless. A really good score, a 7.50. I believe that's the highest score of the morning thus far. And we'll be moving into the women's too, who are actually showing their skills yesterday. The Japanese longboarders again, setting the standard out there and just doing it with grace and elegance. How it goes.
There you go, next heat. They're calling out their names.
Here we go. They probably just finished having breakfast together. Very tight bunch of friends down here. Surfer in white putting his arms in the sky there. That's Denny, because he's out there with such a good lead. It's sort of when you want the clock to start racing so you can get into the beach and enjoy your win. You don't want the other guys to have the opportunities. He's out there with a 7.50 and a 6.50. Pretty comfortable.
Shout out to our local sponsors who's been giving us good food, good drinks, and coffees and stuff. To Hiraya, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort, Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surf Town, Tagpuan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit Seabuds, La Cantina, and Lineup Bistro. Zera Water is actually natural drinking alkaline water.
Yeah,
which is sourced locally here in San Juan.
We have that in the gallon down there on the tower, I believe. I filled up my water bottle with it yesterday, which is the initiative that we want out here because we don't want to use these plastics. We want to get rid of plastic bottles. We want those tumblers that you see getting around, the Yetis, the Hydro Flasks and all that. If you can reduce your waste, then our ocean suffers less ocean waste. As surfers, it's our responsibility to make sure our area and our ocean is clean, and we can do a hell of a lot by reducing ocean waste, by reducing our own plastics. Stop with the plastics and get into the reusables. I've seen some people take it to the extremes, and there is no such thing as an extreme when you're protecting our environment. People taking around their own cutlery and everything like that, so they don't ever get forced to use plastic cutlery. I've seen a guy with his own stainless steel straw in his pocket. Like I said, some people might say it's overboard, but if it's saving one turtle from eating our crappy plastic, then good stuff.
That's true. We only have one playground, it's the ocean, so make sure we are responsible for taking care of it, especially us as surfers, as you said, John.
Yeah, if we're not going to do it, who will? Ooh-wee. Every time I turn my head, I see it on the camera here, but every time I turn my head to look back at it, I want to get out there. Chinese New Year this weekend. I didn't even know. I've had my head in a box, I believe. So Happy New Year. I believe the Chinese New Year goes off the...
goes for a week, does it?
Yeah, and it goes off the moon calendar. A little bit later than the standard average New Year's that we've had in January 1st, but Chinese New Year this year goes on the harvest festivals over there in China. Hong Kong, I believe, celebrated also, and it also reaches as far as the Philippines. We have a yearly holiday for Chinese New Year, and the people have come in force down to the beautiful La Union to enjoy the nightlife. Pumps down here, huh?
Yeah, last night was fun.
Fun?
Yeah.
And where's the places you go on a Saturday night down in La Union? Not you specifically.
Me
I know
at
you're a
home
family
in bed.
man. I know. I know. I remember you used to be fun, Luke Landrigan. I remember when I used to be fun too, but that was even longer ago.
Shout out to my beautiful daughter. I'm sure she'll be here later. Luna and my son Kai and Danica. I'm sure they're heading this way in a bit.
Yeah, I've got my wife back there in Siargao, Christine, and my kids, Chili and Asher. Big shout out to them. They won't head this way. They'll be enjoying the weather down there in Siargao Island. I hope my dog hasn't died since I've been away. She's a bit unwell. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Currently out in first place is Denny. Our surfer in white, in red, is in second with a 6.75 and a 5.75, needing a 7.26 to take it in first place. His last wave was a 6.50 with all that flair. but his backup score is only a 3.10, so he's looking to throw that away and get a 6.01 so he can progress into the quarterfinals. And John Kennedy Martinez is also out there with a 5.0 and a 3.35. He's going to be looking to get a 7.50. But with 8 minutes, he's going to have opportunity maybe to get rid of that 3.5 or improve on that 5.0 just to sort of hack away at his requirement, which is the other way you can go about it. He's sitting out there with 4th priority. No, he's not. That's our surfer in red, who's in 2nd place. John Kennedy's got 3rd priority, so looks like he's sitting a little bit wider, looking for the ones that he knows he can get those scores on. Being a local boy, local knowledge helps a lot.
Shout out to our Bajau board riders in Gold Coast. They're Filipino surfers who are a group at the Gold Coast. And yeah, shout out to Joel and his family and all the Filipino surfers in Australia.
Awesome. Speaking of Filipino surfers in Australia, I wanted to shout out to Manette Alcala and her legendary son, Kai Alcala, who's an up-and-coming young surfer there in the Lebon Board Riders Club. He's definitely hitting some high standards while surfing down there in the board riders. He took part in the Queensland Cup and the New South Wales Cup, I believe. So he's getting a good experience over there in Australia. So shout out to Manette. We'd love to see you guys back over here soon for a holiday. Maybe even down at Cloud 9 for the next WSL event if that goes ahead.
Yep, for sure. And shout out to Brian, the float captain crew from Hong Kong. They were here a few months ago with his son. Shout out to those boys. Filipino surfers from Hong Kong. So we have 6 minutes remaining, and surfer in green in 3rd place needs a 6.01 with 2nd priority. And surfer in blue needs a 7.5 and is in 3rd priority. Surfer in white is in a good spot. He's in the lead and has priority.
And the All-Star local heat up next is sort of making their way out to the water now as Kai takes off. Nice, long, lengthening hang 5. Back for a bit more time on the nose. 3rd tap and a nice drop in the power turn. Just going to wait for this thing to level up again. Incomplete or complete, Luke? What are you thinking on that last hang 10
You have to ride
there?
it smoothly in front of the whitewash.
Yeah, oh. And here's Arep. Nuri Daihat. He just looks good, doesn't he?
Switch stance again.
He really does. He carries through those sections with nice bit of control. There's some guys with that style that just looks really good. Same thing in shortboard. Some guys just look good doing it, and it just helps with their scores because style, especially in the longboard, is a part of the criteria.
That's true.
I believe you got some other criteria there. So some of those little soul arches, hands on hips, definitely goes towards the style points, giving the judges something exciting to see. And that switch foot also technique that he does, when he's surfing as good switch foot as he is regular foot, the points are just adding up and compounding on each other. So very smart technical surfer, Arep, and be interesting to see where that number comes in as Kai will possibly go higher on this wave.
He needs a 7.26 to become first. He's trying to better that 5.95.
Yeah, I got a feeling he might. That was a pretty nice wave.
There you go. He drops a 5.95.
5.95. Hard to see. We got a little edge of screen missing on that one. 5.95. Luke's got it in front of his little hand computer. Also known as a cell phone, Luke.
Yeah, shout out to our minor sponsors, PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines, and Red Bull.
And we've also got Lamari Shargau, also coming in there with our minor sponsors. Big thank you to Lamari and Volkswagen. I got to drive one of their cars. And PDLT. Our internet connections for this broadcast have been a solid.
PLDT.
PLDT. I went the wrong way. I maxed it a little bit. I'm a part of the Smart Network. Here's our surfer in green off screen, taking off on that one. I hope the cameraman can catch up with him. I know he's actually chosen not to, so it's not the cameraman who's off pace, it's myself. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. One wave possibly still dropping in for our surfer in green. Like I said, looking to throw away a 3.1. There it is, that number dropping in at a 6.40 for Arebs, which changes the situation and brings him up into second place. And here he is up and riding again, maybe building on this score. But that has now pushed our surfer in red, Kai Amase, into third place, and John Kennedy Martinez is still there in fourth place, now needing a 7.9. But I believe Arep is about to make it a little bit harder now and may... looking for a 7.5 to jump up into first place. This wave is giving it to him all the way to the beach, so he's liking it. Body language is good, but I think his body language is always good.
Oh, look at this by the surfer in red.
The fight back begins. We've got some sets rolling in out there. This is going to be possibly a 3 to 4 surfer exchange. Oh. Two minutes remaining. Things are getting hot. 4 surfers up and riding on 4 waves.
Thank God I'm not judging.
Well, the good thing about the point, generally by the time the first 2 are finished, the second 2 are starting. So it's not like some of those other longer, shorter period points where you can have literally 4 surfers up at the same time. And your 2 eyes are having all sorts of trouble on who to focus on. Of course, there's protocols in place for those sort of situations. But it makes you nervous, doesn't it? Even as a commentator, you just went quiet. You zoned out.
So yeah, there's a bunch of waves ridden. There's 1 minute left.
Everybody has a piece of that last one. I didn't see a weak number amongst them, I don't think.
Here's surfer in greens,
here's
last
surfer
wave.
Greens. I don't know where he's going to go with this one, but he's got 2 mid-range 6s.
This is his 6.4.
It's just his ability to switch stances so naturally. It's got me mesmerised, so I'm sure the judges are definitely interested in it. I think he comes back here as a switch and then throws a turn in. Like I said, I don't know which way he stands.
Sorry, that wave is still dropping.
Yep, so scores to drop for everybody with the final 40 seconds. I can tell you that surfer in red needs a 6.15, and I can tell you that surfer in blue needs a 7.90. Denny wants to get a little bit further away, and with surfing like this on a set like this, he may do it. He's got to improve on a 7.2. I know, it was a 7.2. Huge score for our surfer in white getting the best of the exchange. I think he just had a bit of fun. Look at that, all the scores are locked in. Surfer in red not getting enough. There we go. It looks like we're going to end that way with Denny from Indonesia coming in first place. Rip from Indonesia coming in second place. Kai coming in third place, and John Kennedy coming in fourth. So going through, and we'll catch up on the beach soon with Denny. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, and we're back. So winning that heat, we have Denny and Menchos from Batucaras.
Yeah, that was quite intense because we have the Japanese surfer. He was also on fire, but I think Arif Nur Hidayat got a really good one at the end and changed the situation to second spot.
Yeah, the Japanese surfer is seeded number 6, I think, in Asia.
Yeah, and he's also, I think he's quite, what do you call that, like have a lot of experience. I heard he went to, the Nusa Longboard Festival. He go to Hawaii, he go to Australia, so quite a good name to to take down from the Indonesian surfer.
Yeah, congratulations, boys. Denny and Arif straight to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, as we can see, there was the Indonesian contingent there. There was Denny, Dean, Teddy, Menchos supporting all the Indonesian team. We also have big supporters here from all the Indonesian team. We have all the shortboard also who cheering, making sure that everybody is getting the right support. Just like the Philippine surfers, when they come to Indo, they stick together. Love to see that support. At the end of the day, even though it's an individual sport, you still need your teammate.
Yeah, your traveling crew, your family on the road, very important when you're traveling.
Yeah.
There you go. That's our last heat winner, Denny from Batucaras.
Denny Black Boy. Make sure when you come to Indonesia or Batucaras, shake his hand because Denny and Menchos is one of the key surfers in Batucaras. Look at them; they're super happy.
All right, we have in this heat all local boys. So in blue we have JR Esquivel. His first ride is 6.75, and surfer in green first wave is 6.0. Surfer in white and red, still about to catch a wave.
Yeah, it's amazing, how the draw. It's not about. Sometimes the draw is it's not something that you can control. It's all about your seeding and your position from previous events. So when WSL come here, they don't know who's JR is, who's Roger is. So and suddenly this top 4 guys are in the same heat, so it's almost having like the crazy thing is on the pipe com next week, if I'm not wrong,
I think it's John and Gabby in the heat.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
So
2 world champions in the first round.
Yeah.
This surfer in white, currently Filipinos #1 longboarder.
So this is a really nice wave here from Joe Marie. Like you said yesterday, he's one of the up and coming young local here. Luke,
Yep, he's young. He's I think 19 years old.
Yeah, and then let's go to the interview, and then we're gonna have Danny Blackboy with one of the boys, with John Carby.
All right, here I am down here with Denny. That was an impressive heat total, a 14, 2 sevens you got in that heat. How did that feel?
Yeah, well, it was amazing heat with good surfer from Japan, and then one guy from Batucara, same place. So yeah, it's so happy. I can making to next round, and there maybe semi-final. Yeah, semi-final.
Quarterfinals you'll be in next?
Yeah, quarterfinal. So yeah, I hope I can make it again in quarterfinal to next final.
You're potentially only 3 heats away from a grand final, so that was super impressive surfing. Two solid sevens, probably the highest score we've had definitely today. Smooth surfing, and you're up against some of your countrymen out there. I saw you guys support crew down here on the beach. Really strong longboarding crew from where you are.
Yeah.
I want you to shout out to some of your Indonesian friends and family, in Indonesian, of course.
Ya, terima kasih banyak untuk support Indonesia, terutama dari Batu Karas. Tetap dukung saya dan teman-teman saya. Tetap menonton di channel YouTube WSL.
Epic. So we're blown away by the level of surfing out there and look forward to seeing you moving into the next few rounds, the quarterfinals, and hopefully into the finals. So well done, Danny. Great surfing, and we'll see you in the next one.
See ya, thank you.
We're going to shout it back up to you guys in the booth. Take it from here. Thank you.
There was John Carby. What an exciting interview there with Danny Pirdaus of Indonesia, who take that one down. So back to this action. Look, we have JR currently sitting in first place with a 6.75 and a 4.75. And Roger Kasugai with a 7.15. This heat is on right now. So here we go. This is JR, local knowledge. Really great surfing here from JR. Not only on his shortboard, his longboard is also as lethal. You know, all his technique is just so polished.
Yeah, this guy is such a, he's so competitive in and out of the water. He's a really good shortboarder and a really good longboarder at the same time. That's pretty hard to
master.
Yeah.
So this is a replay of Joe Marie. This he got a 5.5 for this one. So everybody actually have a good opening ride. But so far, JR have a better one with a double 6.75. And we have Crisanto.
Would love to see a replay of Roger 7.15
Yeah.
if we have it.
Yep. So I think the heat after this after the men's longboard, we're gonna go straight into the women's quarterfinal longboard division. So that's gonna be girls and girls. So sorry, female and female. How do you call it? One-on-one. So one-on-one. So yeah, it will be interesting to see. We will have Natsumi Taoka and also Sujin Park. So Japanese and Korean.
Interesting. I think Natsumi is our highest seed, yeah?
Yeah. So this is Roger.
A replay of his 7.15.
Wow, nice big sets. Look, super control, smooth. That wave is just open for him. Another turn there. Can he get around this one? Actually, he must. So that was his 7.15. So if you're talking about Roger and JR, look, they come from the same town. But JR is, here is JR. As we can see, JR is like on his goofy footer surfer, and then Roger on his in his natural footer. I would like to ask, like, so JR is, he master like also the shortboard. Is Roger also into his shortboard?
He would shortboard
Yeah?
once in a while. Roger likes bigger waves on his shortboard. Like when it's barreling, yeah.
Yeah, because I know JR, his bag of trick is a lot. You know, he do airs and stuff. You know, and then for that kind of guy, and then go back to longboarding is a totally different way of approaching the equipment. Actually,
I think it has a lot to do with this spot, because in this spot when it gets smaller,
it's
if you want
longboarding.
to surf, you'll have to longboard, and when it's bigger, you would want to ride your shortboard.
Yeah.
There's a nice beach break just on the left side of this point too, where it could be really fun beach break too. So yeah, I've known this kid since they were a baby.
Wow.
Yeah, since they were a baby. I'm good friends with JR's brother, Pox, who's in heaven now. So I've traveled a lot with Pox during our days.
Yeah.
Here's Roger again on his second wave.
Oh, that's a nice one. As you can see, that was a long control, that one. Wow. So yeah, talking about longboarding, I was, fortunate enough to, work with a lot of event at the World Longboard Tours level with, guys like Sam Bleakley and then also Wingnut. So they, they know, the inside of all those technique. They can tell if the guys are, like using the full criteria or not. So, big shout out to all those guys and,
Yeah, shout out to Sam. He actually messaged me last night. He said he would love to come and commentate here.
Oh, for sure.
Hopefully for next year.
Yeah,
He
but
was here a few years ago. He did
oh,
a
he
movie.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is with Sam is he need to talk to JD, JC, LL, and also
And
CB.
GD.
There's a lot of guys on the roster, but for sure, Sam need to be here. I would love to, to hear, like the inside information, how to improve about, like all this technique, about all these guys, how they can improve, Yeah.
Yeah, longboarding is so hard and tricky because getting to the nose, the judges have to make sure the guys are not shuffling. They have
Yeah.
to be cross-stepping. When they're on the nose, are they perching forward? Are they perching backwards? Are they hanging 5 or hanging 10 or
Yeah.
just faking the hang 10? Or
The elevation of the
Yeah.
boards on the wave, so there's a lot of factors, yeah. Wow, looks like Roger Kasugai taking that one, look, yeah, with a 7.6 and a 7.15, putting JR a little bit on the rope here on second spot. This is Cristanto Villanova. Even Cristanto, he have a 6.0. He's still on the, on the hunt to take second because he need a 7.5 right now. It's one of the highest score of this heat, but who knows, with his level,
Ooh.
everybody can, try to get the score. Here's JR again. Ooh, really nice
style.
there. Yeah. So a couple of guys, have a lot of hand, almost dancing like JR there, and then we also have a guy like Roger, who have like minimum like body movement, just trying to have a control posture. Wow, look at that one! Look.
There's a drone shot of the
Loud.
point.
What do they call that in Filipino?
The Union.
I think there's a Filipino name of this beach.
Mona Lisa Point? Orbistondo Beach.
Yeah, Orbistondo Beach, yeah. Look at those fingers of reef there, look. And then you can see there's a patch of sands also.
Yeah.
And then also a patch of, I would say, I don't know what you call that. Some kind of a seaweed on the right side.
It's a spongy reef.
Spongy
it's
reef,
covered
yeah.
with seaweed. Oh, there you go. Surfer in blue.
JR.
Drops an 8.0, moves into first place.
Wow.
Highest so far of this round.
Yeah.
We had a 7.5 earlier, and yeah, this is an 8.0. Goes into the excellent range.
So yeah, as we can see, JR and Roger, the two top guys from Philippines, showing back to back here. Here we go. This is Crisanto trying to get an 8.75. That's a big number right now, look, for sure. But, I'm sure Crisanto wanna showcasing his best ability right now. It's not easy to control that big longboard, that's for sure. After this, we're gonna go to the one-on-one women longboard division. We have 4 heats on that one, and also after that, we're gonna have a quarterfinal of a men's longboard. Also another 4 heats on that one. So it will be quite an action-packed day, I have to say today.
Yeah, quarterfinals, we have 3 Filipino surfers and 3 Japanese, 1 Korean, and 1 Taiwanese. That's going to be an exciting round to watch. Make sure you guys...
That's the event setup right there. Look, as you can see, that's the judging tower. You can see the priority.
We're here on the 3rd floor.
You can see your hands there, look. So we can see the priority board there. So that's showing, you know, who have the right of that wave, you know. So number 1 is white right there. So surfer in white, which is Joe Marie. Here's a replay of our surfer in green, Crisanto Villanueva.
Needs a big score, like you said, an 8.75. I don't think that's
a hard task for sure.
this wave is enough for that.
Oh, you see that? A really, you know, almost all the toes to the nose, even like a, you know, extra. So, wow, Roger and JR have an 2 exact total score of 14.75 there, Luke. But JR have to go, you know, top because his highest score, his single highest score is way better than Roger Kasugai's 7.6. So that's the reason why, even though you have 2 identical score, one of them can be break with 1 single highest score.
Here goes red. Just a quick up and down. These guys has local knowledge and they know what waves are gonna wrap around the point and what waves are not gonna give them the score they want. So Roger just kicks out on that and will establish his priority. Six minutes left. We have JR Esquivel in blue, currently our heat leader, and in red we have Roger Kasugai in second. In white and with priority we have Jomari Ebueza, needs an 8.30 to advance. And surfer in green with third priority needing an 8.75. Shout out to our Bajau surfers from the Gold Coast, to Joel and the boys and his family, to Brian and the float captain crew from Hong Kong, to all the Filipino surfers around the world watching.
So 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. JR and Roger. I would love to see Roger take this one first. You know, to have Menchos on man, a rematch from last 2019 SEA Games, Luke, where
right.
Roger and Menchos, you know, battle it out for one spot in the final.
Yep.
That was a semi-final. They have to have you know, like they have to have a resurf because of the accident that Menchos lost his board on a massive 10-foot wave. Roger came to help Menchos, and you know, at the end of the day, Roger became like a national hero for that event. So big respect to Roger. You know.
Yeah, those guys are like brothers. I remember Menchos coming here 5, 6, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Sleeping in my couch and Roger sleeping on the floor. So those guys really know.
They know each other for sure.
Yeah. So it's, you know, brotherhood is very important to those guys. And yeah, surfing is still surfing, but here we go. Surfer in red.
So this is Roger.
Surfer in red riding, I believe, a Zamora board. Ian Zamora, California, a Filipino shaper in California, shaping these boards. Shout out to Ian and Carla.
Wow, that's really nice there. He's looking for a 716. He looks happy on that one. Look, so is this Menchos and Rogers, in the making again. So it's going to be interesting. Would love to see, you know, the best surfers advancing for sure. I have to say that's a really nice looking wave there from Roger. A lot of footwork there. You know, a lot of cross step. Another really good, great footworks there with a hang 10. And at the end, just controlling that board to finish that wave. And it's going to give the judge extra works for sure to give all the numbers. Here we go. This is JR. Nice. Ooh.
Nice.
A bit of a
giving his
kick.
everything here.
Yeah, a bit of a kick there on his hang 5 there from JR. Another hang 5 just to finish that one. Wow, a bit of a little claim there.
Nice.
Same like Roger. So making sure that the judges are noticed about all those, you know, great performance of the whole wave that Roger and JR did.
I said it earlier, thank God I'm not judging.
It's really, really hard. So here we go. Last wave of Roger is not enough to push him into first. He's looking for a 7.91 now, actually, because JR just advanced his lead with a 7.8 there. A 7.5. Wow. JR did a better one on that one.
Okay, 1 minute and 45 seconds left, and surfer in white still has priority but needs an 8.30. Surfer in white is currently our #1 Filipino longboarder, Jo Marie Ibueza, who's won the last national event over JR Esquivel actually. But yeah, he's in a tough position here, needing an 8.3, but with priority and 1 minute 20 seconds left. Surfer in green needs an 8.75 and is currently in 4th place.
Yep.
See a few sets coming in.
Yeah, should be some kind of a last, you know, chances here for.
Here we go. I see surfer
for
in white paddling.
White have a priority, so he have the right of this wave. Here we go. This is a drone shot of a white. He's looking for an 8 something here, an 8.3. Jo Marie. A lot of cross tap there. Another hang 5. That's a long one, controlled one. Another one. Ooh. It's a bit different of equipment there from Jo Marie and Roger and JR. Roger and JR is almost riding a log there, but Jo Marie is almost like a bit of a, you know, high performance there, but still on a single fin, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
JR, if I'm not wrong, that's like a broken board.
Looks like it.
Yeah. You know, like you see that. Oh, here we go. This is Roger. And at the back, this is Crisanto. Just coming in. Congratulations to JR and Roger. So we'll be back after these short messages.
No, I'm on the next interview. I'm in the women's first heat interview.
I'm still here.
It's John Carby, heat 4 of the men's.
Okay. Okay, we're back. That's our two next quarterfinalists. We have JR taking that one with a commanding lead of an 8-point and a 7.5, and also we have Roger Kasugai with a 7.6 and a 7.15. Great surfing from Joe Marie and Crisanto. Looks like this one is belong to JR and Roger. Welcome back to the booth. We have here Jerry Deegan.
Thanks, Tippy. Nice to be back again. We're right into the quarterfinals of the women's, which is surfer on surfer, one-on-one.
Yep.
So this should be pretty interesting. There is a score already in there, a 1 for Soonjin Park from Korea. So is she our only Korean competitor in the women's longboarding, or you seem like you maybe don't know? I suspect she is, especially in the quarterfinals. We only have 8 surfers left.
Yeah, there's a couple group of a crew from Korea came down for this event. The good thing about having a longboard event in La Union, it's so central. You know, it's so close from Taiwan. There's a Taiwanese surfers came from Taiwan, Korean, Japanese, Indonesian. They're even from Thailand. So it's so central. It's a good hub.
And, you know, relatively easy to get to. Flying to the biggest city, there's lots of flights every single day. You know, granted it's a 4 to 5 hour trip down here, but it's a fairly easy ride. And I got to say, for us, the United Philippine Surf Association and WSL, yeah, they've organised it all really, really well. So
yeah, for sure.
Life's been pretty good for us.
Yeah, it's not a big hassle to come here. It's so easy. You know, the toll road is it's convenient enough to to cut down from 8 hours used to be. I heard.
Yes, it was. It was 8 hours. It was a long, long trip, and you know, slow. You slow through the towns.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have a look Landrigan with our winner JR.
Okay, so I'm here with the last heat winner, JR Esquivel. So JR, can you tell us something about your heat?
It was really fun because I am with my friends. We're all Filipino in our heat, and it was like a final hit for us here in the Philippines. So yeah, it was so nice hit.
So JR, what can you say about having this international event, this WQS longboard qualifying here at your home break in front of your family and friends?
Yeah, we are so lucky to have like this kind of event, and this will really push us onto the next level. So we're really lucky to like host like the WSL event here in La Union, especially on the young generation, the next generations. They're so lucky to witness those kind of people like the professional surfers from the different countries. So nice to like see them here.
Yeah, any words for your fans, your families, your friends, or your sponsors? Anyone to thank?
I would like to thanks to my sponsors, Surftown La Union, Alima, Esquivel Surf Camp, LU Surf Team, and also to my family and to all my friends, and to all the Filipino who are supporting. Salamat sa inyong lahat. Patuloy nyo lang suportahan yung mga Pilipinong nasa event pa, and marami pang mag-hit na kasunod.
There you go. That's JR Esquivel, one of the most famous local surfers from here. Hopefully you keep on winning, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, I'm so excited, and need to still level up my performance to advance to the next round. And I will stay focused, and yeah, we'll see you to the next round.
All right, here you go. That's JR. See you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks, JR. Congratulations. We couple of well-ridden waves actually while we were having that interview, and I'm hoping we'll get some replays. I can see a score already. So Natsumi Taoka got a 7.5 for a fantastic ride there. Soonjin Park got one just behind her. She got a 4.75. So hopefully the boys in the booth can show us particularly Natsumi's wave, and that's her paddling back out. She'll get back out before Soonjin, so she will get priority once she's out there as well. And a really fantastic start, 7.50. So JR was talking to Luke there, and Luke said one of the most famous surfers in the area. One of that, it's true, but the most famous one is probably Luke himself. So Luke himself is a fantastic surfer, has surfed here all his life. He rides longboards and shortboards.
Yep.
I think he'd prefer to run the event than to actually be in it these days, but he's really, really enjoying his time, and you know, he dominates in the lineup out here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the Philippine surfing community is blessed to have a person like Luke, trying to give back to community, making sure guys like JR, or Roger, or even Maramar, having a future to do something what they love, Right now, like I heard JR, having his surf school. That's also a good, a good income to have when you live in front of like a nice wave, a great wave. So big shot for Luke also,
Yeah, no, and the surf schools here, I don't know how many there are, must be 10 surf schools there, but I can look out now and I can probably see 30 people getting lessons or even more at this stage. I mean, it's busy here on the weekend, super busy, some out further out the back, some inside. It's a thriving little beach town.
Yeah.
Not that little, but it's a thriving beach town.
Yeah, I think La Union is quite special as a surfing destination. Manila is a big city, so just to have a 0.00% of the population that come to this place, you will have a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is Soojin Park from Korea. She's she have two rides actually. She have a 4.75 and a 1.00. She's trying to replace that 1.0. And Natsumi Taoka, during the interview, she scored a 7.5.
She did. She did. Now, I was able to watch it. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but it was a terrific wave. A bunch of hang fives moving to a hang 10, came all the way through to the inside. Some really nice turns, and what a way to start the heat. What a way to start the quarterfinal, actually.
Yeah, so this is another replay from Soojin Park from Korea. As we can see, a super graceful, posture there. Nice surfing. Try to control that board. Small cross step right there, Jerry. All those small details, putting the judges to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
3.5 for that one. Oh, what a nice drone shot there. You can see the blue water there of La Union. You can see the fingers reef on the bottom. That's the one that creating the shape of the wave.
I'm told that there was a time not that many years ago, a little before Luke's time of surfing here, that the reef that they're surfing on now hooked up with the sand and went all the way to the beach. So the wave would have been a third again, if not more, longer. So they would take off out the back, and at some stage you'll see a drone shot and see the overall what it shows, and then it goes all the way down the rocks there. The sand was building up along the rocks, and the wave would go all the way into the beach. So I'd say that's another 70 or 80 metres longer than what it is now.
Wow.
I mean, it could be just the stories that the old men tell. I mean, you know what it's like. It was always bigger in their day. The fish was always bigger in your day. But I can see how there's a possibility that the sand would build up along there.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of stories about, back in the days, the sand was built up more than these days. Snapper Rocks, for example, it's not about the history. It's about now. They have more sand.
I lived on the Gold Coast in the 80s for a year, and we used to go to Snapper Rocks and surf it, and it was a relatively short wave. And we did that because we wanted to avoid Kira, which was super crowded and just intense. But, yeah, Snapper wasn't what it was at all.
I know.
So I'm the old man telling the story, but actually the story is worse than it is now.
So big shout to all the boys at the Usher Cup down in Snapper Rocks right now. We have the Padma boys surfing there. We have Blackie. We have Made Joy. And then also we have Tonjo there, and then the captain Winchester. They just lost in the semifinals. Yeah, great surfing from all the boys. And
they're at Deba, or they're at Snapper, are they?
Yeah, I think they're Snappers. Yeah. So big shout to them, and then see you guys in Bali, and then we're gonna start our season again this year.
Epic.
So tell me a little bit about your your early days here in the Philippines, Jerry. Do you surf every single day when you're in Siargao, or your life got changed because you have a business?
I surfed pretty much every day that there was surf, yes.
Okay, yeah.
What happened was when we started the business, we obviously had staff that didn't really, we had to train up the staff. And we fortunately got really, really nice people, Edna, Solioso, and Risa, and Alden, and all the crew down there, really, really wonderful people. As soon as the big thing was training them for breakfast, because that's when I wanted to go surfing early.
Yeah.
So once that was done, and my beautiful wife Susan was there all the time as well. So, I was probably a little slack, and I went surfing every day. And then once Lily was born, hey Lily, I hope you're listening. Love to you as well. And she started surfing a bit. My greatest joy, to be honest, apart from surfing early, was to go to the markets. I love to go to the markets and be the first one there to take the fresh fish and see what was available.
Yeah.
And small talk with the people. It's called the Changi. The market there was called the Changi. It was just lovely to do that. And I really, really, it's one of the things I miss the most is going for the chit chat there at the market.
Bargain? Can you bargain?
No, I didn't really bargain for it because things were so cheap. I mean, I could get yellowfin tuna for 60 pesos a kilo, which is about $2, and other interesting things. And I don't know if it's the same here, but down there, in the real early days, the fishermen used to go out at near Cloud 9, and they'd have their nets there where they'd come in, and they would keep the fish they would keep. And I saw that they had flounder, which is called payad down there. They were throwing the flounder. Well, they didn't like the flounder, so
you love it for your fish and chips.
I love it. Well, not even fish and chips. You just cook that thing whole and eat it whole. Flounder, the flat fish with the two eyes on the top.
Yeah.
And so I was taking their flounder, and they were just giving it to me. Well, before long, I was selling it in the restaurant. Soon enough, they found out I was selling it, and that became an expensive fish. But really good people down there. And the early days I surfed a lot.
As you can see here from our drone shot, this place La Union is developed. You know why they are developed? One of the reasons is because they have surf.
Yeah.
What other reason you come to La Union? It's just because of the beach and the surf.
The beach and the surf, that's it. That's what's turned this place. And the proximity to Manila. So from Manila, it's one of the closer places to go to find good surf and nice beaches here on the west coast. It's epic. And it's getting busier and busier and busier. I mean, the more... Because surfing's becoming incredibly popular in the Philippines.
It is,
there was a time in the Philippines that you wouldn't watch TV and see an ad using a surfboard or an ad with a surfer. Now, you've got corned beef ads with surfers on them.
Yeah.
Pet food ads with surfers on them. It's crazy, Surfing is the flavour at the moment. And I don't think it's going to be a fad. Surfing is legit. It's here to stay, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Oh, for sure.
And us old stalwarts probably don't like it that much, and it's become so mainstream. But look, it's a sport for everybody. It's now full of women in the surf, which is fantastic. When I was a kid, there weren't many women in the surf.
Yeah.
And so it's an amazing sport, and the Filipinos have grabbed onto it, and they're not letting it go anytime soon.
Yeah, because during Corona, I know definitely like surfing grow in my country, especially in places like a big city in Jakarta, for example. They don't want to stay in the big city, they want to travel. That's why they go to all those coastline, and surfing was there, and they try surf, and now they push their kids, and that's something that we want to see more.
Yeah, 100%. Get the kids out there, get the juniors going.
Yeah, of the people from the big cities, to go out to the ocean. Because it's a healthy lifestyle.
It is. A question for you. I know you're not originally from Bali, but when I first went to Bali in the 80s, we used to hear stories that the Balinese hadn't surfed because they were afraid of the ocean. And other little things like you don't wear green shorts, board shorts. Do you know anything, the background of those things?
So, I'm from Bali. I was born there, so I know all the culture.
Oh, that's right. Your dad's from Java. That's right. And you're from... Yeah, okay.
So the reason why the Balinese don't like to surf in the beginning, it's so simple. The Balinese are so smart. they let the Aussies or the foreigners surf first. If they die, then we know. Don't go surf there.
Okay.
If all those foreigners came out and they say, yeah, mate, it was one of the best places to surf, and the Balinese going to say, those guinea pig survive.
Yeah. So let's do it.
I'm going to surf there.
Clever.
And
okay.
that's the reason why Ulu, Padang, you know, all those gnarly waves for us, the Balinese local, we're not going to surf there and just go down the cliff. What do you think? We are, going to try dangerous stuff? No. We let your guys, adventure people, come and test it for us.
I like it.
And
Good style.
And then also one of the other reasons is because Balinese people are so, they so respect the nature. We in Bali we have the god of the ocean, Dewa Baruna, for example. We respect them, and then we want to make sure that it's protected. A lot of those cliffs in Ulu, there's a big temple, so we cannot just jump into that water and expect to have fun. But time goes by, and a lot of foreigners surfing it, and they're still alive till now, and they even make a house there. So why not join them?
Absolutely.
So that's the reason why all those myths there back in the days.
Oh, that's epic. Yeah, okay, it's good to hear. And
I know that definitely because all my old crews like Made Kasim, Katut Menda, especially Katut Menda, he's saying, I'm not going to surf that place. I let those guys test it for us.
See how they go.
Yeah.
Then we'll go out and dominate.
For sure. Yeah.
So it's a pretty slow heat at this stage. We're 7:30 to go, and Natsumi has only had one wave, an epic wave, and she doesn't need much more. Looks like she's paddling for this one. The drone's telling us that. Oh, was that a previous shot, or they're going to cut to that shot? Maybe. The other one I really want to know about is the green shorts. There she is. Okay.
So Natsumi only looking for a 0.75. Natsumi is one of the the highest seed of this event. She'll get that 0.75 for sure now.
She dug the nose in and then pulled that out really nicely.
So Natsumi, one of the lowest requirement on this heat, on this day for to advance actually.
Yes, and pretty confident she got that one.
So if you're talking about the green color, so there's another myth in the other part of Indonesia, which is Java. So there's a goddess of the South Sea, they call it. And there's a myth, there's a story about this goddess love to take down, young male, and that who's wearing green. So this myth is actually came down for a couple hundred years ago. So here's a replay from a drone shot from Natsumi. A really nice takeoff there, a little bit of a fading. Nice hang 5 there. Really nice cut back there. Another hang 5. A bit of a 10 there. The nose catching a little bit of a water there. And she able to get around into this section and kick out.
And she's been scored well for it. That was a 5.75. So that moves her to a total of 13.25. And now Sujin needs an 8.5 to progress. So
it's almost shutting the doors.
It is. She'll, to think that she could certainly get an 8.5 in one wave, but it seems more likely she needs, with 5.5 minutes, to get 2 waves.
Yeah.
And I remember the green thing, so I'd heard the thing the whole time about the green shorts. And I don't know if you remember, I was in Bali, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, and I said to you, where shall I go surfing? It was a big day. And I didn't want to go to Ulus, and you said, go to Sri Lanka. There's a wave called Sri Lanka down on the other side of the Bukit.
Nusa Dua side,
Nusa Dua side, and I paddled out there, and it was big, and it was scary, and before we got out there, the whole base shut down, and I lost my board, and the leg rope got ripped off, and ended up out to sea, and someone had...
scary.
It was scary as anything, yeah. And then, and the current took me out to sea.
Yeah, they don't take you in, they take you out.
Took me out, so I'm out to sea, but thankfully one of the other surfers who didn't lose their board got taken out as well, so I hung on to him, and it took us 20 minutes to get back together, and I got out of the water and looked down, I realised I was wearing green board shorts, so I gave those board shorts away, straight away. I don't blame you for sending me on a heavy-duty wave, but...
Yeah.
So, okay, here's her chance. It's a really nice-looking wave.
So Sujin Park, she's having a really big call on this wave. She needs an 8.5. She's almost like dancing there.
She is.
That's how graceful is longboard.
Super stylish.
Yeah. So at the back, there's a back-to-back riding here from Natsumi and also from Sujin. If the guy can a bit of a pan out a little bit, we can see
both of them rolling.
Yeah.
I think Natsumi got caught behind a little bit. She finally made out. Well, that was a nice long wave there from Sujin. Be really interesting to compare the scores, and hopefully Sujin has improved, and I think she will have on her 4.75, though I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
And that's all she needs to do to build and get closer to that target. I'm not sure what... we didn't see all of Natsumi's wave.
Yeah. On the next heat, Jerry, we're going to have one Filipino surfer, Ping Agudo, and also she's going to surf against the Japanese girl here, Sakura Inoue. So that will be a good fight. Everybody on the beach gonna...
I know Apin very well, actually. She's from Shagya. So we didn't see all of Natsumi. Hopefully we're going to see. Okay, this is the Sujin one. So Sujin got a 5.75 for this. It did help her, but unfortunately for her, Natsumi got a 7.25 for her wave. So it's actually made it a little more difficult. Sujin now needs 9. And this was by far her best wave, and she did really well, but right behind her, Natsumi, you know, got a smoker.
Yeah, a 7 points, you know, for any heats in this quarterfinal is a keeper, because on the males division before, JR get an 8 on that one, but Natsumi having a good one also here with a 7.5 and a 7.25. Here we go. This is the replay of that 7.25. Nice hang 5 there. A bit of a 10 there. Getting around this one with no problem at all. You know.
Yeah, this is when I turned around and saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't think she was going to get around, but then I focused on Sujin's wave.
She's holding that board, making sure all the control is there. Here we go. Just going around.
Moving up and down the board, cross-stepping.
Yeah.
I think the majority of the points look like for that. Oh, well, here we go. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, a couple 10s on this ride. That's the reason a 7.25. Nice surfing there from our Japanese surfer.
A little heartbreaking for Sujin. She got her best wave and she gave herself a little cheer, and then turns around and sees this. So,
I know.
But she's made the quarterfinal. It's pretty good. She's travelled. She's made it into the... I'm not even sure if it's the money round. I'll have to look that up, find out what the scoop is there.
If it's a QS 1000 of the longboard division quarterfinal, you do get it is a money round.
I know there's 5,000 USD total for the women's and the men's, and 20,000 USD total for the men's and 20,000 USD total for the women's shortboard.
You know what, Jerry, to travel this far, you know, from Korea, from Japan, from Indonesia, and to surf. To have the chance to surf good wave, it's a plus. A lot of time when we travel for competition, we surf like not even a decent wave.
Yeah.
So, you know, to come around these events in Asia especially, you know, the food is familiar with us, the weather and everything is a bonus, you know, to surf a perfect wave like this. Here we go, Sujin Park from Korea. With a total of a 10.5, this is in any other heat. This is an advancing points, actually.
Yeah, but at this stage, she's just come up against the tidal wave of Taoka.
Yeah.
And it's not looking good. And here she is. I'd suggest this is her victory lap.
Yeah, this is just another wave to get in, actually, with 20 seconds to go. I think Natsumi comfortably is advancing into the semi-final. And she will facing either another Japanese, Sakura Inoue, or the local hero, Aping Agudo. So 3 seconds to go, and congratulations to Natsumi. And we'll go back for short messages.
All right, so I think we... So I think you're going to do the interview now. And I'll go and do yours. I think we just mix those two up. Let me just have so that's meant to be me. Because you're here. Yeah. So, but if you do that one, yeah, I know. So then you do it, and I'll do yours.
Welcome back to the La Union International Pro. We are into the quarterfinals of the women's longboarding side of affairs. And it is Aping Agudo from here in the Philippines up against Sakura Inoue. We saw her brother Taka Inoue take a impressive win earlier on in the men's round of 16. And now we're down to surfer on surfer action. That's Natsumi Taoka from Japan who took out the last heat. Very impressive 14.75 two-wave total, 7.5 and a 7.25 doing the damage. We're going to cross down to Tippy Jabrick having a chat to Natsumi really soon. Chris Binns in the booth alongside Jerry Deegan. And it's pretty exciting, especially now that it's just 2 surfers in the water at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the surf's still really, really good. And I am invested in this next one. So this young lady, no, that's Sakura. Okay, so this is a replay of, not even a replay, it's live. Okay, it's live, okay. Oh yeah, nice toes up there on the nose. All right, so this is going to be a pretty good start for Sakura, bringing it all the way through. Okay, so that was a pretty nice wave, pretty nice start. Apping got a 1, and so we will shortly be having an interview with Tippy and the winner of the previous heat.
So I'm here with Natsumi, our winner of last heat. Tell me a little bit. You want to tell a story, whatever. How do you feel surfing out there today with just one other girl from Korea?
Yeah, I know her. She's very good. So I just rode in really good wave outside. But wave actually is very slow. So I just rode in for like 10 minutes and then couldn't find. So I moved to the second peak and then got good one.
So Natsumi, have you been to La Union before?
No, it's first time for me. Yeah.
What do you think about the wave?
I think wave is very good for longboarding. I really love it.
But do you know La Union is the capital of longboard in the Philippines, no?
I didn't know that.
Okay, you want to say anything to your friend, sponsor in Japanese?
いつも応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。ちょっと波が来なくてドキドキしたんですけど、一応通過することができました。もう自分のサーフィンに集中していい波乗れるように頑張ります。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Natsumi Taoka moving into the semi-final. Yeah. Good luck and back to you guys.
Thanks, Tippy Jabrick. Yep, that was Natsumi Taoka. A very polished performance in the first quarterfinal. That is our first semi-final berth booked. And we're seeing a great drone shot of the beach scenes right now.
We are just underneath the R of the restaurant there. That's our little building there. Yep. And I have a particular interest in this heat because I've known Apping since she was quite a young girl. She's from Siargao. And her and her sister Ikit are and a couple of others are the best longboarders on the island. And I would suggest men's and women's. They do a lot of travel, and I know the whole family's watching. So a quick shout out to Ikit, who's there definitely watching. This is a replay of Sakura's 6. So Bunsoy, the brother, Balong Ning, the guys in Florida will be watching. The Baskervilles, the whole family. There's a cast of thousands, and if I haven't mentioned you, I'm sorry. But we're thinking about you. We know you're watching, and we know that you're hoping that she's going to have a fantastic heat. So that's for Apping Agudo, the girl in the blue from the Philippines.
Where do the longboarders surf in Siargao?
They do a lot of surfing at Jacking Horse. On a smaller day, they'll surf at Cloud 9, but they do a lot of Jacking Horse surfing, which is just 3 waves down from Cloud 9. They also surf a lot at Rock Island and at Dako. Dako is like a tropical small island that people do island hopping to, but it's got a terrific little right-hander on the side of it, and a lot of longboarding is done there. So Siargao has waves for everyone, but there are definitely longboard waves. Everything is a reef. There is no beach breaks. So, you know, it's a little scary for some people. That's a terrific shot from up on the drone. To what we were talking about before, how that wave apparently, I'm told, used to go all the way through to the inside. So here's Apping, see what she can do. Right on the nose there, that was really nice. Nice cross-stepping back to the nose. Oh, this will be a good score. And she's going to do it again, get up there. All right, nice wave from Apping. Let's see what the judges think about that one. She's got a young baby and a husband, Ashley, who'll be down there on the beach watching.
And the longboarders, do they ever surf Cloud9 when it's firing?
Not really. I mean, firstly, it's hard to get away, but it's hard to take off. There was a guy, there was a Hawaiian guy that used to come over all the time. I've forgotten his name. I apologise if you're watching. Who used to take it on, you know, thick, nasty Cloud9 longboard. But no, in general, when Cloud9 is, you know, 4, 6, nasty and full on, there's 1,000 other waves firing anyway. So they will generally move off and, you know, go to Dakar, go to Rock Island. Yeah, look, there's within a 20-kilometre...
Rocking horse? Kicking horse?
Jacking horse.
Jacking horse.
Close. Yeah, jacking horse is where all the beginners go as well. So there's a bit of a hefty peak out the back, and then it rolls all the way through, and then right on the inside, there's just rollers coming up to the shallow reef, and that's where most of the lessons are done on a big day. And they call it prancing ponies on the inside of jacking horse. And it's down there where I used to live, actually, you know, at Cloud9 and where Cafe Loca is, and a bunch of other people. And the other one I said I'd say hello to, I'm not sure if he's watching, I hope he's Kevin Davidson. He's one of the first ever to move into Cloud9, start surfing Cloud9. He's a founding member of the Bra Boys, or the Maroubra Board Riders, I think they were called before they were called the Bra Boys. So g'day Kevin, he was a bit of an inspiration and still is of mine. He's 68 years old and surfs, you know, like Kelly Slater almost. He rips and he disappears on his own and surfs by himself all the time. He's a good man. So
surfs like Kelly Slater.
Well, you know, I mean, he's an old guy who still rips, still surfs shortboards.
Kelly Slater won the Pipe Masters this time last year. That's an incredible comparison.
It is an incredible. You know, I'm shouting him out. I'm giving him a call. But he's a great, you know, over the last 30 years, I've looked at him and thought, in 10 years' time, if I can surf like that, I'll still be happy. And I've never caught up, you know, and I think when he's 98, he'll still surf better than I ever did.
All right, so Apping got a 4.5 for her last wave, so in the ballpark, but and enough to put her in the lead. Still Sakura with that 6, which is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. A little bit of wind ruffling in now, but nothing at all dramatic.
No, it doesn't seem to affect it a great deal, and this is about the time every day that it has started. Is this Apping having a paddle for this wave? Okay, no, chosen not to go. That she didn't have priority anyway, so it's worth a look. Again, as we said earlier, 25-minute heats with 15 minutes to go of this particular one. And we've got another very popular local in the next heat, Daisy Nerida. She's from here, and her husband was knocked out in one of the earlier heats of the men's. That was Jefferson Della Torre. So we'll see how Daisy goes. She's a really, really good longboarder as well, and a great shortboarder. I think all she does is surf all day, every day, and has done for many, many years.
That's the spirit. You were telling us about the history of surfing here in La Union. There was a Japanese man involved?
Yes, Mr. Yokohama, who's got a lovely daughter now that surfs a lot. He was one of the first foreigners to come here and open it up, and I think Luke's dad, Brian Landrigan, they were, I don't know the full detailed history, but I know they were the two first ones, and Yokohama was a real personality, and he spent time here and opened it up here. He opened the first ever surf shop in the Philippines. Came down to Cloud9 quite a few times, and he's a super nice guy. And I believe he's still surfing. I know he's back in Japan at the moment, so a big shout out to you. And it's nice being your friend over these many, many years. And a shout out to your daughter. I think she's in the States at the moment, but she's a mad keen surfer as well. So back in the day here, I imagine, you know, I don't know the full history, and maybe we can drag Luke into it next time. I don't know the very first person to surf here or what they first saw, but I know those guys were part of the original crew.
And did surfing originate in the Philippines here in La Union, or Cloud9 first, or?
I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that Apocalypse Now was filmed in Bel Air, and that surf scene that people think is in Vietnam isn't. So that was surfed in Belair, and I'm told the surfboards were left behind when the filming ceased, and the guys picked up the surfboards, and that is my understanding of how surfing started here in the Philippines.
There you go, and now it carries on down the line to surfers like Aping Agudo on her backhand, putting in work at the first ever WSL event to be held here in La Union.
Now, if anyone wants to text me or messenger me and tell me something different, I'd be happy to set the record straight. But I love being here. I love this area. I love the way people just gather on the beach at night time, the sunsets. It's an amazing community of tourists and surfers and locals, and the waves haven't stopped, even though the predictions were telling us they were definitely stopping. The waves have just kept powering through. Seems to me have possibly dropped off a little during the day, but I'm not really sure. I can see surfers looking down the coast here, almost a kilometre down the beach there, and this looks like it's a pretty nice peak. There's a bunch of guys down there.
Yeah, should have brought the binos.
Yeah. I don't know what that wave's called, but it actually from here looks like a pretty decent peak. And I'm sorry, folks, we're talking about things you can't see. But there's just a lot of surf around here. Double check that no one's texted me with telling me that my info is completely wrong. Oh, I've got the wrong one.
All right, so we are over the halfway mark. Bit of a slow, sleepy heat this one. Sakanura in the lead with a 6. That's her only wave. Sorry, she's not in the lead. She needs a 1.4 to move into the lead. She has the best, highest singles wave score. Aping Agudo has a 4.5 and a 2.9, so she is in the lead, but only just. And Sakura basically has to take off on a wave to move into the lead. So it's pretty even affair at this point. 11 minutes to go. And then we roll on to the third quarterfinal. Panmei Sin, otherwise known as Leanne McDonald, comes up against Daisy Narita. So Panmei Sin is from Taiwan. We've seen Leanne in action quite a bit over the years at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, which has hosted qualifying series events, World Junior events, as well as World Longboarding. And Daisy Narita is from right here in the Philippines. Here goes Aping Agudo up on the nose. Nothing convincing so far on this wave. Now she finds some open face, but only briefly, and she is out of there. So that's not really going to add to her total. Priority is with Sakura Inui. And she's sitting quite wide when you look at sort of the peak from where we are. Both ladies have moved down the line up a little bit.
Maybe they saw the interview from the last winner, Natsumi, who talked about sitting out there for ages, and then she said, then I moved wide to get the inside peak. That's when she got her 7.25. So I'm wondering if they're following her lead, or, you know, they changed their strategy once they saw what happened in that previous heat. I don't know, but that's exactly what she said in her interview. I sat inside, it was slow, so I moved to the wider peak. Unfortunately, at this stage, it really seems to have gone sleepy out there. So I just got a text from someone. They didn't correct my history, but they're Archie, a lovely Filipino friend of mine, tells me that he's learning a lot from me. I hope he's learning the right things. With 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Aping is still out in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.9. And Sakura has yet to get her second wave, and this is panning out very similar to the last heat. She's just taking her time. I believe Natsuki said in the interview that she waited a full 10 minutes for her second wave. So Sakura is doing the same thing. So there will be waves. We do have 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Can't see a lot on the horizon as I spin my creaky old neck around. But there will be some more sets. Aping's probably hoping for no more sets. But Sakura only needs a 1.4 anyway, so essentially she needs to take off, cross-step twice, and you'd be thinking she might get the numbers.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes and just the one wave. She's being very, very patient. We saw a heat probably about an hour ago with 4 men surfing where there were almost 40 waves ridden in the 25 minutes. So
yeah, something to do with the tide. Possibly the tide is coming in. It's still very close to the bottom of the tide. As we talked about the tides previously, there's only 2 tides here a day, a high and a low, and approximately 12 hours in between them, which will be unusual for those from the Philippines from the east coast and those from Australia from the east coast. You tell me on the west coast of Australia it's the same? Same as here?
Yep, absolutely.
And what about, you've done a lot more surf travel than I have, California, places like that?
It would be a bit out of line for me to talk about California tides because I'd just be making it up, to be perfectly honest. I've been there a bunch, been skunked a million times.
Yep.
Still never really had a great surf in California. It's very elusive.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've had okay surfs at lower trestles, but there's 1,000 people out, so it's hard to get a read on it. Probably the best surfs I've ever had on mainland America are in New York.
Oh, really? You have surfed that side, have
during
you?
the Quicksilver Pro.
There was some pretty epic waves that day, or that event.
Yeah, 2011.
Hey,
Amazing.
what was the water temperature like there?
Beautiful. In board shorts.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, looks like Saka Anui is in action, so she only needs a minor score to move into the lead. You would imagine she's done so already, but she would like to back it up with something similar to her opening 6 to really give her the lead. Gets a great hang 10. Very stylish surfer, not done yet either. All right, so this will put her in the lead. It's just a question of by how far.
Correct.
And here goes Aping Agudo on her backhand. Good looking wave. The surfer in blue. Little cross step turn there. Gets up to the nose. And then unfortunately, board goes a little bit submarine. And she is out of there.
Okay.
All right, score drops in for Sakura Nue. Was a 7, best wave of the heat so far, Jerry.
That's the replay here. Okay, that's fantastic. Yeah, look, she waited, she got it. You know, I mean, it's pretty damn good strategy, and this is a really, really good wave. Deserves every point she got. Got back up there on the nose a couple of different times and spent some time there as well. So, yeah, I mean, she knows what she's doing. She waited, and it paid off. Patience pays. You know, a good Aping has got a bunch of waves, but she just hasn't been able to crack that decent wave. So she does have 5 minutes to wait. An 8.5 is not impossible. And she is a great surfer, so, you know, time will tell. But if I was out there, I'd like to be in Sakura's position at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. A 7 and a 6 doing it very nicely. A 13.2 wave total. Aping has a 4.5. Currently, she's chasing an 8.5, but you know, even just a 6 or a 7 would get her a lot closer.
Correct.
She's caught 7 waves so far, so she stayed very busy, whereas Sakura, on the other hand, has just caught the 2 waves.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'll have a chat with her afterwards. I suspect it wasn't her strategy, but once you get that great opening score and you do get priority, and you have 20 minutes to go, you know, it's well worth the wait, and she's done exactly the right thing at this stage. Whereas Aping's been the super busy surfer, but without the priority, she hasn't got the bigger waves. At least, you know, depending on how it finishes, you can come in and say she got half a dozen or, you know, more than half a dozen waves today. It's a lot more waves than we've had.
This is true. That's going to change this afternoon, though.
No, might for you. It depends how many you drop in on me on.
Careful what you wish for.
No, I know it's happening, but I don't mind. Sharing is caring. As Hippie always says, hello Verity Wiggly, if you're listening to this by any chance. So Aping has finally got priority, but I don't know that she can wait too long. She needs to build on her other scores there.
Yeah, 3 minutes 20 to go. Very sleepy heat, but Sakura Inui won't be bothered one little bit. 3 minutes remaining, and she'll be hoping that this one is done and dusted.
There's Daisy heading out for the next heat. Super crowd favourite. They'll be cheering down there the whole time. Okay, Apping's going to pull the trigger here. Pretty decent looking wave. It's got a long wall. I hope it's not too long, but it looks pretty nice.
All right, here goes Ping Agudo. She needs an 8.5. She's got a good looking wave. Hasn't really done anything so far. Now gets up, hangs 5 up the nose. And, well, the wave not really cooperating. Couple of strokes to get back into the frame. Gets up to the nose again, and unfortunately has the rug pulled out from underneath her. So 2 minutes 20 to go. You'd imagine that will replace her 2.9, possibly her 4.5. If she does that, that will narrow the gap between her and Sakura in the lead. But she's still going to be chasing a score with just over 2 minutes to run.
Yeah, fairly confident. Must be the feeling that Sakura is having right at this moment. I mean, there's a couple of waves. She's got priority and she's well ahead. We'll see that wave of Apping. I don't know if that's at 2.9, so it didn't help her at all.
It goes into a top 2, but does not change the requirement. She's still looking for an 8.5 with 90 seconds to go, so Sakura Inui, I think any wave she catches from here will just be a victory lap, and she has done it with an absolute minimum of fuss. A 6 and a 7, that's pretty clinical.
I don't think she'll be tired going into the semi-finals either. I mean, I know we're not going there today, but yeah, not a lot of effort put in for a really, really good reward. She's checking her watch. She knows she's good. She's got a minute to go, and Apping's not out the back. So, can we call it? You know, would you call it? I'm not allowed to call it. What are the odds now?
Well,
100 to 1, 1,000 to 1.
Look at the horizon. There's a few lines out there. Here goes Apping on the inside. Where is she?
She's just pulled off that one. I think she's, unless she spins around and takes this one, I think she has a chance still. You know, she might get a big wide one. She is paddling out wide. She hears it. She's spinning around. No.
She's got to go.
Yeah, I thought she would go. I know you folks can't see that one because we're focusing on Sakura, but there was an inside one that Apping was looking at, and she chose not to go it. And
15 seconds to go. All right, so
she's going to pull the trigger here.
Apping is having a look. No, decides she's not into it. All right, well, that heat is in the books. Sakura Inui gets the win with a 6 and a 7. And we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the late Union International Pro coming our way right after this. Welcome back to La Union. This is the La Union International Pro quarterfinal number 3 on the women's longboarding qualifying series event. And Leanne McDonald from Taiwan is in the water up against Daisy Narita from the Philippines. The crowd's already making a bit of noise. They love Daisy in this part of the world. That is Sakura Inui on screen with her brother Taka Inui. They've both had wins today. So Taka is into the quarters and Sakura's gone one better. She's into the semis. And this is Leanne McDonald swinging into action. John Carby, welcome back to the box, mate.
Thank you. Good to be back here with you, Binsey. What is still holding in there? That wind slowly fluffing up, but still we got great conditions down here for the longboarders, as we saw in that last heat. Soka staying very, very patient and getting rewarded for it. Only 2 waves ridden, right? And they were both very well good keepers.
Yep, a 6 and a 7.
Out there in the water is Daisy, and our surfer from Taiwan. She has a different name that you'll be seeing on screen. Is that correct, Chris Binns?
Yep, Leanne McDonald.
Leanne
is
McDonald.
a Western name. A lot of the Thai surfers go by 2 names.
Yep.
Taiwanese, sorry.
Absolutely. So if there's any confusion out there in broadcast land, that's just the explanation of that. Her name is Leanne. Her Western name saves a few tongue-twisting items that we can have.
Yep. Leanne's brother is Rory McDonald, who's competed, I think, at every level that we've had at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The World Junior Champs, the qualifying series on a shortboard.
I was just looking at Leanne. She's in a similar position. They both across both disciplines. 2018, I think Leanne took part in the juniors.
Okay, well, we have a little bit of a lull in play. Leanne McDonald's got a 4. Daisy Narita opened up with a 6.25. We'll catch up on a replay of that once we've had a quick interview. We're going to cross down to Jerry Deegan, who is with Sakura Inui.
Congratulations, I'm with Inoue Sakura Inoue, and she just had a fantastic heat out there. She's here with her interpreter, and so I'll ask you some questions and you can tell your lovely interpreter. Was that your strategy to only catch 2 waves? It seemed a bit unusual, but very lucky and a very, very good result.
とても素晴らしいライディングをしていましたが、今回2本で勝ち上がったのは自分の作戦ですか？いつもこのようにして乗っているんですか？
ありがとうございます。いや作戦ではなくね、待っていたらなんか1本スルーしてしまって、で次のを待っていたらなんかずっと待っていてしまって、でもう1本乗ったらまあ2本揃えたので少しホッとしたんですけど、もう1本乗ろうと思ったんですが、あまりいい波が来なかったので乗るのはやめました。
Well, I tried to catch another wave, but I missed one wave, and I waited, but unluckily, the wave didn't come in, so I had to wait. But at last, I got a wave, so I caught it. So as a result, I only got 2 waves.
Yeah, that was amazing, those 2 waves. So, 2 questions more. How old are you, and is this your first time in the Philippines?
もう少し質問したいんですけれども、おいくつですか？それからフィリピンは初めてですか
？14歳です。フィリピンは初めて今回来ました。
Okay, so, sorry, you've been.
Oh, yeah. I'm 14 years old, and this is the first time for me to come to here.
Daijobu, very good, very good. So, congratulations, and would you like to say something in Japanese to your sponsors and family?
おめでとうございます。日本の友達、応援してくれる方々、スポンサーの方に何か日本語でお願いいたします。
日本で応援している皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。こうしてセミファイナルにつなげることができました。本当にありがとうございます。次も頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the semi-final. So, well done. Okay, back to you guys up in the booth.
Beautiful. Nicely done, Jerry Deegan. And thank you to Sakura Inui. 14.
14, surfing with the maturity well beyond her years down there. The patience that she displayed down there. Generally, we have our Groms that froth around and catch every single wave possible because they've got the energy of a 14-year-old. She was incredibly patient out there, picking and choosing and getting exactly what she needed to get done against one of our seasoned competitors here in the Philippines through a ping.
Yeah, her older sister Cade is 17, and then we saw Tucker Inui as well on screen. I think he's a bit of a veteran. He might be 18 or 19.
He's getting on in years.
Yeah.
So
all right, Daisy Narita banked a second good score, a 5.35. Hopefully we can catch up on some replays to see what these waves look like. Leanne McDonald has a 4 as her high scorer. Not much in the way of backup. 17.5 minutes to go.
So that Daisy Narita, or Daisy Valdez as she's also known, the Queen of Mona Lisa Point, I think was the starting of that beautiful song we started yesterday. Starting really strong out there within the first 5 minutes. I think she locked in 2 very decent scores, so she'll be very happy. She'll be now relying on that experience that she has. She's quite a well-seasoned competitor also. Dual discipline, she also rides shortboards and longboards. I believe she's bowed out of the shortboard women's 3000 event here, and she's now putting her statement on the longboard. She stands at about 5 foot tall too, so she's a little pocket rocket. And she's got like great power in her legs and knows this point better than any.
All right, here goes Leanne McDonald. This is a good looking wave. Delayed takeoff, just a moment of pause before she swung into action. Had a look down the line, didn't see anything that appealed too much and got out of there.
Yes, she set that up nicely with a little fade takeoff. The wave obviously just not wrapping into the bay like she was hoping it was going to, leaving Daisy out there with priority. It'll be interesting to see now will Daisy wait and be patient and play the strategic game. It might be a little bit far out for those sort of strategic moves yet, but like I said, Daisy knows what she's doing out there. A long way off being taken down. We saw her husband also, Jefferson De La Torre, throughout the men's event, through the longboard. It's a great surfing family. We've also seen their daughter. There's another daughter and family throughout La Union of the De La Torres / Valdez. Great people, great community down here. Also have surf schools down here. So if you're down here at the beautiful La Union, come and check out Daisy Valdez and Jefferson De La Torres Surf School. Get some lessons and get involved in this beautiful sport through some of our Philippine best surfers. Leanne, obviously a throwaway on that last one. Not looking for anything, but here she goes, swinging the bat again.
All right, this is Leanne again. She's staying very busy. Daisy Narita with priority is just playing the waiting game a little bit more. She's already laid the strong foundation. Leanne goes down at the end. So 15 minutes to go. Daisy Narita opening up with a 6.25 and a 5.35.
So I believe Daisy will be quite strategic now. As I look out and see these sets lining up out there, I know Daisy loves she likes the big waves.
Yeah.
Despite her size, she will go, and here she goes. And there she goes. That replay from Red, so we're going to see a replay of Daisy maybe. We might have the wipeout of the day candidate. A 9-foot board getting dug into the water. Pretty intense, but like I said, Daisy has no fear, basically. We recently went through our national tour. She had one of the biggest committed sections on the shortboard that we'd seen from the women's division, and she probably would have gone into that excellent number, maybe 10s across the board if she had landed her move. So she's no stranger to commitment and putting everything on the line. We saw that wave. It was one of the biggest sets of the day. Hopefully we get a replay because it was quite committed. But if not, you'll just have to take my word for it. Lindsay, did you see it? It was pretty full on.
Saw it out the window. Yeah. Be great to see it on screen.
Oh, well, Daisy's out there with priority, which will be more important for her. She'll be a little bit upset about that stumble because that was setting up to be a high-scoring, bigger wave, set wave that we've seen throughout the morning. So it would have been interesting to see what Daisy was going to lay out on that one. maybe she spent her earnings before she sort of got running there.
13.5 minutes to go. Up next in quarterfinal number 4, Vaya Estrelado and Hiroka Yoshikawa. So a Filipino and a Japanese surfer. And then we are on to the men's quarterfinals.
Looking forward to that also. We saw some really good heats this morning with that last round, the round of 16. High quality of surfing that we've seen throughout this entire event in the shortboard and more namely in the longboards. It's been really interesting. Like I said, I love this Asia region because they have their own variety, but they're also showing that they're up there with the world's best. Getting an opportunity to make their way towards the Challenger Series, which is that next level of WSL events. Taking them global. Some amazing locations.
Yep, so longboarding, it's done regionally to qualify for the Worlds. I don't think there's a Challenger Series of sorts.
No, different system, right? But they definitely have opportunity to get around the world for the world longboards.
All right, here goes Leanne McDonald once again, the surfer in red. Gets up to the nose and, well, she's got the wobbly boat on a little bit at the moment. She's got a 4.25 and a 4.
She's got that requirement now of a 7.35, which is, it's not out of her reach by any means. Daisy's obviously going to sit out there and pick that wave that's going to get her away from her 5.35 to improve her situation and make it a little bit harder for Leanne. Looks like Daisy's going to have a look at this one.
Okay, strong surfer, straight up to the nose, flying down the line now. Very unhurried style, and unfortunately a bit of a wobble, and she goes down.
I'd like to shout out to Jay Love from Electric Century Surfboards, one of our local shapers in the Philippines. I was just having a chat to him on the beach. We have a few of his boards in this event. Great local talent in shaping based here in Manila. Great supporter of the national team. If you're in the market for a new board, then check out Electric Century Surfboards. It's good to support the local boys and help them get to that next level, producing surfboards throughout the Philippines. Thank you to our sponsors, NextGen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1 through the Regional Director Jeff Ortega, the Provincial Government of La Union. We have our Honourable Governor Rafi Ortega, and thank you to the San Miguel infrastructure. Thanks to...
All right, this is Leanne McDonald on her 8th wave, so she is not going to die wondering, staying very busy. Not sure what she got up to at the top of the wave, but it's looking pretty good right now. Gets up to the nose, quick little toe tap, and once again a stumble, and Leanne goes down. 10 minutes remaining. And this is Daisy, hearing some noise from the beach. And it'll probably pick up a little bit there too, as a bit of a spectacular dismount from the local fan favourite.
If anything, Daisy is dynamic. Little pocket rocket, she's always exploding. One of the most lovely people you'll meet. We had issues trying to bring her board over from Siargao, actually. Had to help her out, setting a 9-foot longboard from Siargao to La Union. It's definitely got its challenges. A lot harder than a 6-foot board bag, let me tell you.
So, issue with the airline, or?
Just issues with carrying a board that's 9 foot long. Those things swing around and bump into everything. I was trying to protect it, just putting it in vans, getting them onto roofs. I'm a shortboarder by nature, so I don't travel with longboard very often. And man, it's got its challenges. Good luck getting a taxi in central Manila with a 9-foot surfboard hanging off your shoulder.
Yeah, I got a taxi at the airport on Tuesday night, and I had to hide my surfboard off to the side of the footpath, and then when he pulled over, I whipped it out, and he looked so confused, and I had to drop the passenger seat and slide it in, and broke his little air freshener thing, and he was really upset with me.
It's a good chance he's never seen a surfboard hop in that car either.
Yeah.
But being a seasoned surfer, you know how to put a surfboard in a gets.
Yep.
There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, and you're not going to leave your surfboard anywhere in the world.
Definitely not. I've had a surfboard in a yellow cab in New York before, in a black taxi in London.
That'd be an experience.
Yeah. They don't know what to make of you. London and New York with surfboards.
New York's got a pretty underground surf scene over there.
Hey, it's not that underground anymore. We just saw Balaram Stack win the Pipe Masters. He's Long Island's finest.
And then New York, the Olympics coming up in a few years too. It's definitely going to cement their breaks over there, right? I think it's in a few years. They have the New York Olympics. New York break, am I right? He's looking at me like I might be talking trash, but I'm pretty sure.
2024, the Olympics are in Paris, which is in France.
That's coming up.
They're having the surfing at Chopu. And then 2028, the Olympics are in Los Angeles.
Where's the surfing for that one?
It's going to be, I would imagine, at Lower Trestles.
Makes sense, doesn't it? I actually met a guy who calls Trestles home the other day surfing Shargow. He was taking the Cloud9 like a natural, sort of telling me about the wave and how fun it actually is.
Oh, it'd be an amazing wave if there was no one out. Fantastic.
You've surfed it, Chris?
I have, plenty of times, yeah. Yeah, so the next two Olympics are Paris and then LA. LA will be the first city to ever hold 3 Olympics.
Wow.
And the LA Coliseum will naturally be the first stadium to ever hold 3 opening and closing ceremonies. And the good thing about the LA Games is they have everything they need already built. So they don't need to go out and build a new weightlifting arena or a fencing hall or anything like that. So all of the money is being pumped into fixing the infrastructure issues that LA has with traffic and public transport and that sort of thing. And rumours are it'll be the first ever Olympics to turn a profit. All right, this is Leanne McDonald, surfer in red. And her body language isn't that convincing at the moment. That was her 9th wave.
Daisy's staying busy also, up on number 7.
Goes flying past Leanne. Big roar from the crowd. There's a bit going on this wave. Quite critical up on the nose. You can hear the beach below us. They love Daisy Narita. And if she can hang on to this one, well, she can't, but plenty of drama and theatre at the start of that wave, and that might go into her top 2 of 5.35.
If she hadn't fallen that last manoeuvre, then for sure she's going to get above that 5.35. Will that affect her? I don't know. There was a lot of high-speed manoeuvres going on there.
There was a bit of risk.
Bit of risk, high critical sections of the wave, which is where you want to be up on the nose and punching through those sections. Here we go
Talk us
again.
through this.
So up and riding straight away. She's looking to get on the nose. A little bit of a hey-ha, a little quick 10, and then she's got this foamy section as she goes past Leanne. That's where Leanne actually got knocked off on her wave. Daisy finds that link up into the next, but she's really moving here. She's at a high speed. Chose not to do the cutback here because her eyes are focused down the line, so definitely not a completion on that last one.
No, if she'd hung on to that, it would have been a decent number. We haven't seen her 6 or her 5 earlier, so we don't know what to compare it to, but it's another 6.25. So
let's compare it to her first one. Let's say it's about the same.
Equal best wave of the heat. And Leanne McDonald now has some work to do. An 8.25 the requirement with 5 minutes to go for the Taiwanese surfer to get up to first and book that spot in the semi-finals. And here she goes on wave number 10. There's a good-looking wall. Couple of turns. Wants to hang on to it. There's some determination. Now she finds the open face. This one shapes up quite nicely. That was a big carve through a big bucket of water. And she is out of there. So she's got a pair of 4.25s. Daisy has a pair of 6.25s. So obviously 4 points the difference. She'd love that to be a 5 or something and just bring that.
From what I've seen, it looks like it might knock one of those 4s out of the way.
There it is, a 5.5. So the requirement now a 7 with 4 minutes 15 to go.
Well, that's another 12 waves for Leanne by the looks of things. She is staying super busy out there and just picking them off one by one. She's getting to the point and just bouncing straight back to go again. And it's working for her. She's slowly building on her scores, minus a couple throwaways where she's been caught on the inside. But that one was nice. She finally got past that little foamy section and got that big hack carve, which, like you said, through some buckets. Definitely impressed the judges and impressed me. Here it is, the replay, that nice little fade cutback, just setting that wave up right from the start. Nice long held 5 there. This has been the section that's been catching her out, so it was good that she sort of maintained control and patience. And here's that turn I'm talking about. steps that right foot back onto the tail, lifting the nose up and sending all the energy from her speed on that board out in the form of spray, impressing the judges. And I dare say that's where most of that score, the 5-5, came from, was that nice meaty turn.
All right, well, we can see Daisy is on the move. There's some lines coming. They're both ladies are sitting a little bit wide of the peak. They elect to go over this first swell line. Daisy is spinning. She's having a look, turns her nose up at it. On the inside, Leanne, she has a little bit of an inquiry as well, decides against it. So lots of swirl lines, but not much action resulting. 2.5 minutes to go.
Daisy's having a look at this wide-looking one. It's not what we can see from here, it's what she can see, but this one looks a little bit long.
Yeah, so I think you're right, Johnny. She was a bit too deep on that one and just pulled through the back, so she'll cough up priority and hand it over to Leanne McDonald. 2 minutes 20 to go. Leanne is chasing a 7-point ride. Very gettable. Just needs the opportunity.
Absolutely. I'd love to see Daisy go put a little bit of pressure on Leanne at this stage.
Yeah, just go sit in it. Get inside her jersey.
That's it. That's
elbow
sort
in the
of
ribs.
gameplay.
Come on.
Give that leash a bit of a yank. Let's go old school. No, these.
Well, we saw
women-
some competitors yesterday without a leash.
That's risky, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, this is Daisy Narita under priority, seeing if she can't extend her lead. 6.25 and a 6.25 tail of the tape so far. Bit of style. Oh, that hip thrust gets up to the nose again. Hanging 10, hands behind the back. That was really cool. And the beach loved it as well. And Daisy, she loved it. A little bit of a fist pump as she goes down on the shallow inside shelf.
Sensational.
90 seconds to go. She looks at the lineup.
There's the beach. There's Luke. Hey,
Leanne
Luke.
McDonald's surfing right now. We need to see what she got up to at the start of that wave. She's chasing a 7. Hopefully we can get a replay of this wave. There is over 1 minute to go.
We'll see what Daisy's dropping. She may have a bit of a higher task after that if Daisy can shake one of those 6.25s that she has in the bag. Daisy thought she did, so we'll see what the judges think about it. 2 scores to drop in. 1 minute remaining. The mad minute. Leashless. What do you think about leashless? When you're out there with 2 people or 4 people, no problem. If you're out there in a crowded lineup, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, I understand there's arguments in the longboarding community that it gets in the way when you're cross-stepping and that kind of thing. Fair enough. Find it pretty inexcusable when you're in a crowded lineup. Even Kelly Slater falls off his surfboard occasionally. So you're kind of thinking you're better than Kelly. All right, last score for Leanne McDonald was a 6.3. Her previous wave was a 5.5. So we'd need to see what Leanne did at the start of her wave to get that score. She now needs a 6.56. 10 seconds to go. And she's in action. She's really got to give this one some stick.
It's sort of from the shoulder. It was from about halfway down the bay. I'm not sure if she's going to get that potential on that wave. It was definitely not as long as I think she thought it might be.
So, yeah, not sure what Leanne did on her 6.3, but she needs a 6.56. So she'd know she's got to go a little bit better, and I don't think that's the case. So Daisy Narita through to the semis. Who's going to join her, Via Estrelado or Hiroko Yoshikawa? We'll find out after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from La Union International Pro coming our way very shortly.
Huh?
I'm just sitting there anyway. I can't even see the circle there.
There we are. Welcome back. Looking over the pristine landscape of La Union Mona Lisa Point. Beautiful drone shot there, just showing how this break sort of works. You see those coming from a north swell, those waves, believe it or not, and they roll in. It's a sort of, when you sort of dissect the coastline and look into where these waves coming from, it sort of has to refract and bend in towards the San Juan area. Pretty cool though. There's Daisy Valdez, champion of that last heat. She'll be super stoked.
Yeah, local pride into the semis.
I saw you watching that heat down on the beach, supporting your team member, Daisy Valdez. And here's some more locals down there. There's the Indonesian crew. There's Tippy Tabrik supporting his local guys. I think I can see Thailand, Annie Flynn, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Out there in the water, however, we have Hiroko Yoshikawa and Via Estrelado.
Yeah, Via Estrelado from Sorsogon. Shout out to all the Sorsogon surfers.
Yeah, big Bidge.
Bidgie's
up there.
I'm sure
producing.
they're all watching.
I'm sure they are. Via Estrelado, also one of our dual discipline champions here in the Philippines.
Yeah, she's a really good shortboarder too.
I believe she's 18, maybe 19 by now. Very strong surfer, really strong competitor too. She's this new age of strong competitor. She's going to go this just to make sure Blue doesn't. There we are. Almost went for the nose pick 360 there. Might not have been on purpose, but end of the day, she's a smart enough competitor to make sure she knows she needed that wave. Maybe just spend a little bit, shaking off the nerves maybe on that first opening ride. She's going to have to reset.
22 minutes left, a lot in the clock.
Yeah, it's just that opening wave, isn't it? Sometimes it can put you in that good rhythm, or sometimes it gets you a bit stressed. The true athlete sort of reset, throw it away, and go forward. Hiroka Yoshikawa out there, she's put together a really nice campaign so far to get this fast, to get into this quarterfinals. We've got some sets rolling in. We'll keep an eye on the replay after if anything happens, but we're going to get down to the beach with Chris Binns and the winner of our last heat, local gal, Daisy Nareda Valdez. Looks like we're jumping back to the live action with a bit of a technical glitch there. Our surfer in blue, Hiroka, up and riding. It'll be interesting to see if we can catch a replay of that opening wave with Via opening with a 1.0, which is no surprise. Just a quick up and down for her. See these numbers for the opening wave of Hiroka to drop in as we sort of approach that 5 minutes into the heat mark.
So after this round, we're going straight into the men's quarterfinals of the longboard division. So there's 4 more heats of that. So make sure you guys stay tuned for some men's longboarding action.
Quite a diverse field that we have down there too. We've got our competitors from across the Asian region. Let's see if I can bring this up on my phone as we...
Yeah, we have Indonesia, Japan, and the Philippines.
Here we go. Here's the replay from our surfer in blue up there with a nice faded takeoff, straight onto the nose with a 5. Nice little cut back, nice and patient, which we have seen before from Hiroka. Here's another 5 with a bit of a soul arch flare there. And she's rolling in, little rebound. Doesn't quite clean off that one with the completion, but she done the damage early and she strolled in. It was looking quite good. And here goes Via up and riding on a wave we might have missed from her. Gets a quick nose tap there. Cuts back. Via's quite a powerful young surfer. She dominates on the shortboard. Still working on a bit of technique for that longboard category that she has, but here she goes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shout down to Daisy and Chris Binns on the beach for our interview of that last heat. Down to you guys.
Take 2. Thank you, guys. Down here, the most popular surfer in La Union. Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you.
We were just talking, how hard is it to switch between surfing shortboarding division to then coming out and competing on a longboard?
Like
like you just need to get like few waves and then you'll get back to it.
And the crowd reacts really well every time you get up on a wave. How nice is it to know that you've got the support of so many people?
Yes, very, you know, they give me more like, what do you call this? More to make me calm, you know, and, you know, Filipino is very supportive.
Tell us about your hometown here in La Union, because the surf scene's amazing.
Yeah, it was really good. It was like the waves are amazing. We're really great that we have a good opportunity to show the showcase of the waves here in La Union. And, you know, it's a little bit advantage for us. It's an advantage for us because like WSL, this is the first time here, so we're very lucky.
When you heard that the WSL was coming, how excited? Get the big pen out and mark the day on the calendar and really target in on.
Yeah, we're always like, oh, this is the first time, so we need to be, you know, training every day. So we have training every day with Coach Luke and Coach Ian. So we're really like 100% prepared for this WSL.
Through to the semi-finals. Obviously, you can't do this all by yourself. You got some thanks to give out?
Yeah, thank you to all the sponsors, UPSA, to my sponsor, Good Surf, Congressman Ronald Singson, thank you very much, and to all the locals here and all the staff from WSL, thank you very much.
Well, it's really exciting. Thank you. Keep it going.
Thank you. Yeah.
Best of luck and back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you, Chris. So that's Daisy, our heat winner.
Daisy Valdez,
number
the one and only
longboarder from La Union.
The one and only Daisy Valdez. You think Jefferson's down there running circles? He'll be stoked for Daisy.
He usually is by the edge of the water trying to tell Daisy what to do, but for some reason he's sitting down there and on the video taking footage. I think it's because Daisy got 2 strong waves at the beginning, so he's more calm and chill.
That's definitely helpful. Here's Via Estrelado. This must be her 3.5 replay. Like I said, a nice opening turn. She's just waiting patiently for this thing to stand up. Talk a little bit of technique, Luke. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Vea's riding a performance longboard compared to the other competitor riding a single fin log.
Speaking of which,
there you go.
Hiroko on that log. This is her 7.25. So setting a huge standard on this wave. Some great nose work early. She's got the speed through that flatter section. Just staying very busy, very critical on those node rides, and finishing this wave very well.
There's the drone shot of the point in Surf Town, Urbistondo, La Union. So yeah, it's a right-hand point break. Just wraps around that reef there.
I've seen a few of the boys, especially the goofy footers, try to sneak onto that little left that we can sort of see rolling into the bay there.
Further up, there's a fun left-hander too.
Where that current sort of rolls in, hits the start of that rocky point, and then you get that rip bowl that runs down towards the beach. It's super fun. I surfed not so long out there a few months ago with Rizal Tanjung. It was pretty fun being out there, one of the OG legends of surfing Indonesia. And we had a great little session out there. 15 minutes remaining.
So in the next heat, we'll have the men's quarterfinals. We have Teddy Kurniadi from Indonesia and Benito Nerida from the Philippines, our local boy.
Doing well. The local talent's definitely shining through. Great effort to get Daisy through that last heat.
She's on to the semis now.
She's on to the semis where we'll be pushing forward up to the contest director and tour manager to decide when we're going to run these things. Luke, being the tour director, do I dare push you for any insights? Or are you just going to see how the conditions sort of roll
we'll
through?
see how the conditions go after the men's longboard, but most likely we'll call it a day and we'll see what the conditions are doing tomorrow.
Well, it seems to be the mornings are shaping up beautiful with these crisp conditions. They seem to be rolling down the point really well. Despite the forecast, the swell's actually holding in there at this perfect rippable 2 to 3 foot. And we can see there with that 7.25 from Hiroka, there she is. I love that. That's one of the advantages of these longboards. She's sitting a mile out there at the moment. She's up on her knees so she can get a clear view of what's coming in. because she's sitting out there in second priority. She needs to know where Via's sitting. She keeps looking at the beach. She's trying to get her marks. And just being up on her knees like that, she's got that advantage of sort of seeing where these waves might be coming, where Via might not quite see them.
13 minutes. There's a lot of time left.
13 minutes. And Via's looks like she's making a bit of a push, a paddle towards this one. No, she's going to let Hiroki get on this one. We might see why, but so far this is shaping up to be a good wave, and that's the reason why Via decided to let that go. "13 minutes.
Thanks to our major sponsors, NextGen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1. Shout out to our fellow surfer from La Union, Regional Director Jeff Ortega, the Provincial Government of La Union, the Local Government of La Union, San Miguel Infrastructure, PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines. Shout out to Justin for hooking us up with those 2 cars, Red Bull Philippines. Thank you guys.
We've got Lamari Shargao also included in this list. Speaking of hotels, we've got your resort that we're staying in down here in the beautiful bay.
Yep, San Juan Surf Resort, Seabuds.
Seabuds, Alima.
Cantina, Kermit, Alima, Hiraya, Clean Beach, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surf Town, Tagpuan, Warung Local, and Lineup Bistro.
Nice, comfortable room last night. I'm enjoying where I'm staying down there in your surf resort, San Juan Surf Resort. It's nice. Rooms are very comfortable. Beds are super comfortable, and the pillows. You know how a pillow can make or break your sleep. I've definitely got a pillow that's helping me make my sleep. Great food down there too. We had dinner down there. We sampled pretty much every food on the menu last night. We had a table of about 43 of us. Big thank you to Doc Canlis for coming in, and the president of United Philippine Surfing Association coming in last night. We got to spend a bit of time with him, with the WSL crew, UPSA, ASC guys, and it was a great night down there at the surf resort.
Great future for surfing in Asia.
It is.
Those leaders gather and have the same vision and just getting, the same page of pushing more events around Asia.
Absolutely. We've got the surf associations over there in Thailand also. Korea's even starting to get involved in a lot of the Surfing Asia. We've got 4 competitors from Korea here. Taiwan obviously making a move. They had their recent event towards the end of last year. Asia, the QS series, the WSL's choice to sort of go to this regional system has really benefited a lot of Asia, and Japan, Indonesia and the Philippines are starting to come up in a lot of conversations, and we're getting to lift our standard together, which is really cool. And as you can see out in the water, the field is actually pretty diversely spread and shared across everybody. We've still got surfers from Taiwan and many of these regions that are lesser known.
Great future for Asian surfing and Asian surfers.
Absolutely. One of the big exciting parts as we hit the 10-minute mark is Rio Ueda. He'll be on the national tour. He'll be on the championship tour of the WSL.
Yeah, he's on the Billabong Pipeline Masters happening, I think, today. I think he is in heat 6 or no, heat 10 or 12 or something.
So the exciting part of the time difference is we can watch a day of surfing here, and then we can sacrifice a bit of sleep and get back on and watch what's going on over there in Pipeline.
It's true.
Who needs sleep anyway, Luke, when there's surf? It's the great sacrifice of the surf is either you're going to skip a meal or 2, or you're going to skip a bit of sleep and commit yourself to that early surf, watching surfing, living surfing, breathing surfing.
There you go. Yeah, Rio Ueda's in heat 10 of the Billabong Pipe Masters.
It's a big thing for Philippine surfing, Asian surfing. For him to get there, we actually have his brother Ryoki Ueda, who's a great surfer on his own merits.
I heard he's been busting some dance moves last night. Flotsam and jetsam.
But if you get down to Flotsam Jensen with JC, is it? Then you can't help but bust a few dance moves. Great little setup for the party vibe. And Chinese New Year going down for a long weekend here in San Juan. It's always...
Fat Choi?
Fat Choi?
Kong Hei Fat Choi.
I
think that's how you say it in Chinese New Year.
I'll take your word for it.
My friend Brian from Hong Kong just sent me a video greeting. Kong Hei Fat Choi.
There we go. I thought you were just a language expert there for a second. I was blown away.
Shout out to Riz too, one of our friends, Riz, who's now based in Siargao.
Ah, yeah, she's moved there recently. She just moved there in time for the rain. She must be stoked with her life decisions at this stage, as they're about to get hit by another low pressure and another deluge of rain. But super legend Riz, shout out.
Shout out to the Reefside boys too, Upao and Basti.
Yeah.
From Davao and Mindanao. Hope to get some events happening there.
Yep.
Too.
Getting down into Mindanao as a part of the UPSA program to start spreading it out throughout the Philippines. More events in throughout, ranging from local events, just getting to that professional level where we all sort of get better together and the kids get out there. Okay, here's Via Estrelado up on her fourth wave. She's got a pretty high requirement of a 9.0 with Hiroka locking in two really good scores with a 7.25 and a 5.50. So Via looking to get into the excellent with a 9.0. I don't think that's going to be enough, but hopefully she can get rid of that 3.5 that she's holding on as her small score. With 7 minutes remaining, I'm sure Via's got plenty of opportunity to get back out there. And not quite enough on that last wave. Let's see this one. It wasn't enough to get her into her top two. She opened up with a lot of speed, a lot of downtime on this wave though. She sort of stood there, didn't do anything through those major opening critical sections. The judges taking note of that. Her first real bit of action there is those two little nose taps. Not very critical, not very held with the amount of time, so you can see why that one hasn't gone into that higher score range.
Yeah, you have to be locked in that critical part of the wave where the whole rail of your board is actually on the face of the wave.
Yep. And you want to see a lot more commitment. We are in the quarterfinals at this round, where you don't want to try safe surfing. This is the time where you start to lift your game, risk a few falls, and bring up the level of your surfing, as we may see from Hiroka.
Here we go,
Nice.
Surfer in blue. We'll see if she'll better her overall score with this wave. Oh, nice switch stance. Currently has a 5.5 and a 7.25.
I think she's going to lose that 5.5 just on a gut feeling after this wave. I have a feeling that might go up to her higher wave score. That was a well-surfed wave with a lot of variety and a lot of critical maneuvers. She maintained her speed all the way through. We even had a little taste of switch stance in there, which is where the competitor switches their main leg from a right foot stance to a left foot back stance, going to the goofy position. She only did it for a few seconds there, but it does give the judges a bit of something to look at with that style points. Nice drop knee turn. She can go too deep, but it does give it a nice flavour. That's a nice 10. And here we go. This wave starts to really stand up on the inside. She gets through this little double up section. She does it quite well. That was that little switch stance I was talking about. And there's that lump where this thing just runs away again.
There you go. She gets a 7.75.
7.75. Putting Vea into combination position, needing 2 scores to get herself anywhere near Hiroka. Great wave from Hiroka Yoshikawa on that last one. A great combination score, a 15.00. Huge score. Daisy Valdez in her last heat, reaching a 12.85. Hiroka making a 15 with a 7.75 and a 7.25. 2 very good scores out there.
I think we'll get a surf in after this, John.
definitely that we're going to have time for a surf, depending on your call, Luke. You could decide to work us all day like dogs. But we have a pretty good event window. We've got plenty of swell on the forecast. Even when the swell's saying it's 1 foot, we've still got 2 to 3 foot out here. So it's La Union is stepping up for the job of hosting this WSL event, and the Waves are playing the game too. So it's great that not just the local government units and the provincial government units have come together. The Waves have also shown up and playing their part too.
Just in case we have a lay day, there's a bunch of things to do around La Union. You can go visit Tangadan Waterfalls. Tangadan Waterfalls around 40 minutes drive away from San Juan. There's a nice golf course, a 9-hole golf course too in San Fernando. We're an hour away from Baguio. It's a city up in the mountains. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that you can do in La Union. Even drive to Vigan. It's an old Spanish town. It's really nice there too.
It is. You can actually take a horse ride around the city of Vigan.
Here we go. Surfer in Red. Surfer in Red is in Combo Land.
Doesn't look like she's going to get out with this unless something major happens on the inside. Her body language, I think there's already too much downtime on this wave unless something really, really massive happens on the inside. I don't think that's even going to go towards her top 2, to be honest. So she's going to want to race back out. Body language isn't good. She's going to slowly get back out there. Being in combo land's a very hard position to be in. Especially when you're up against a 7.25 and a 7.75.
More sets rolling in.
Oh, lining up out there.
We're such in the best spot here up here.
So good. And Hiroka's just looking for a victory lap at this stage. She's in a very safe position out there with Vaya in combo. She chose not to choose that wave. Here's what it looks like from the sky there. You can see those sets rolling in out the back. That wasn't a replay. That's Via and Hiroko in live action. Via making her way back out to the lineup, and you can see some sets out there on the horizon, which may get here with plenty of time to come. We got some fishermen out there making the most of this beautiful day. What's the favourite fish here in La Union, Luke?
I would say there's a lot of bangus around.
Bangus? Explain to the people what's a bangus.
Bangus is milkfish.
Milkfish?
Yeah.
Delicious for breakfast.
Yeah.
Get a bit of rice and an egg
Bangus
beside that
silog,
thing.
they call it.
Get a bit of rice and an egg next to that thing, and you're talking Philippine breakfast of champions.
You're talking 8 hours of non-stop surfing.
You might come in for a balut. You want to explain what a balut is to the listeners?
Balut is goose egg.
Goose egg?
I think
Duck egg?
Goose egg, yeah.
Duck or goose. 23 days old.
One thing's for sure, you have to eat it in the dark and when you're drunk. Your Surfer in Blue.
Oh.
Nice.
This one
Stylish
is...
turn from Surfer in Blue.
She's smiling. She knows what this means. She knows that she's going to be comfortably going through the semi-finals.
She's happy. She's into the money
And
round.
look at that thing, Vaya. Also, look at that smile on Vaya's face. She knows she just went up against one of the best here at the La Union Pro WSL event, and she's over there just outclassed completely with 10 seconds. They've both conceded and coming in. Hold your head high. They are a long career ahead of her, and keeping an eye on the quality of surfing from Hiroka. The heat winner is where she should aspire to. So we'll take a break. I'll go catch up with Hiroka down on the beach and leave the call for you and TP Debrick, I believe.
There you go. That's a nice drone shot of the whole bay surf out. Surfer in red, first wave. Quarterfinals of the men's longboard QS 1000. Welcome back to Pete.
Hey, Luke. Yeah, it's been a great day here at La Union. Been hanging out with all the boys down there. Been hanging out with also the, a couple of the Japanese crew, Natsumi, and also we just have our last winner, Hiroka also. So there will be a couple of Japanese also in the girls division. Yeah.
Surfer's red, first wave. Here's her replay.
Wow, Teddy Corniadi opening a good ride there, 6-5. This is the replay. Really nice there.
Nice nose ride. Where's Teddy from?
He's also from Batu Karas, but he live in Bali now. So that's our local surfer Benito.
Yep, Benito Narida, local boy.
So 22 minutes ago, Teddy Corniadi, Benito Nerida, they're battling for one spot in the first semi-final actually. So the first semi-final will have a totally different draw from JR and Roger. So JR and Roger, they have to battle for the second semi-final actually. So if Benito can move into the semi-final, looks like, could potentially have all Filipino finals. But we also have 4 Indonesian surfers in every heat. So
okay, we have John Carby down there with the last heat winner.
Okay, here I am down on the beach with Hiroka. Wow, that was a really impressive campaign you put out there in that heat. How did it feel?
Oh, thank you. It was so fun. The winds came a little bit, but still waves were so clean and so long.
Your wave selection was really, really on point. You seem to know which one you were looking for. Did you have a plan to which wave you wanted?
My plan was looking for the big sets. Yeah, and I'm so lucky I got 2-3 good waves at the heat. I'm so excited to the next heat.
You got a 7.25 and a 7.75 for your 2 best waves. Yeah, wow, I was right. You got a 15-point total, which is very convincing, putting you into the next one, which will be the semi-finals. You must be excited?
I'm so excited. Thank you.
Have you got anything in Nihongo you'd like to speak to your friends and family back home, maybe your sponsors?
Okay. 日本から応援してくれている皆さんありがとうございます。次のヒットも自分らしいサーフィンができるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, arigato gozaimasu, and we look forward to seeing you in the next heat. Well done. Thank you. Back to you guys up in the booth.
There you go. John Carby with the last heat winner.
Hiroka
Yoshikawa.
Yeah, so looks like there will be 2 Japanese on the next 3 Japanese on the semi-final of the girls women's division. Natsumi gonna surf against Sakura in the first semi-final, and we have Daisy and Hiroka. Yeah, so
our first Filipina in the final round.
Yeah. So talking about the Indonesian longboard, what do you call that, movement in Indonesia, we cannot take away Batu Karas. Super identical wave, just like what we have here in La Union. So I think to push tourism, I think longboarding is a good platform. It's a fun way of surfing, not too serious. A lot of like even though in the smaller day, it's not what do you call it, intimidating. Yeah.
So here we go. Let's see. There's a set behind. This is a surfer in blue.
So this is Benito. Is Benito from La Union, Luke?
Yep, he's a local boy. Grew up surfing right in front here.
Yeah, and then Benito is riding a A Studi surfboard by Luke Studer.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
Nice blue, probably tinted blue there from Studi surfboards. Luke Studer is a really great shaper from Bali, originally from California, moved to Bali, and his daughter is here, Jazz Studer. She will surf in the women's division on the shortboard. A great goofy footer, young goofy footer, only 14 years old. So here we go. This is a replay from Benito.
Those
So
bigger sets usually don't really offer that good long walls that you can do longer nose rides. It usually breaks further onto the channel.
yeah, away from the reef a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
The faces gets bumpy compared to the medium-sized waves that breaks cleaner and smoother and wraps around the reef better.
Yeah. So next heat we have Dean Permana from Indonesia and Japanese Taka Inoue.
Oh, that's gonna be a
Yeah.
interesting heat.
The younger sister of Taka is already moving to the semi-final.
Huge surfing family. All of
Yeah,
them surf.
yeah, they all longboarding, and I heard they're from Miyazaki in Japan. The Inoue family. The mom is here. Yeah, two sisters and one brother Taka. Yeah. So here we go, live action. Benito Nerida, opening right at 2.9 and a 1.7. He's looking for a 4.46 to move into first. Nice there, a hang 10 there from Benito. I'm pretty sure this wave going to replace that, 1.7 or even that 2.9 for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's a smaller wave, wraps around better, cleaner
Yeah.
face. Look how shallow it is out there.
Really shallow.
It's
So
dead low tide now too.
So it looks like it's a 2+1 single fin surfboards. But today only using one big fins. So yeah, talking about longboarding, Batu Karas is I think the Indonesian government should put more emphasis to push tourism there. And here we go, another replay. We want to see more guys like Benito from all the, like the surf breaks that offer, surfing development. Because I heard Via, she's from
Sorsogon.
Sorsogon, an area where she's representing
Her province.
her province on her own. Yeah, there's no other
Yes.
surfers from there. So she's unlucky for her. She have Hiroka on her last heat, and she's got knocked out in the quarterfinal number 4. But still impressive result there from young Vea Estrelado.
Yeah, these surfers, especially the ones coming from the not so famous surf spots, they're like ambassadors of their province. They're ambassadors of the sport. They're ambassadors of their hometown.
Yeah.
Here we go, surfer in red. Only needs a 2.3 to advance. Nice nose ride, nice perch there. Nice drop knee. Good flow. Another nose ride and a good surfing.
Good
Surfer
surfing,
in
yeah.
red.
So Teddy is riding a Ross Concept surfboard by Ross Williams.
I actually have one. They go
yeah.
pretty well.
Yeah, really nice outline, I have to say. The rail is amazing. So big shout to Ross Williams. Been helping a lot of the local longboarders in Indonesia. He's pretty famous in Thailand and Sri Lanka also.
He's been here. Yeah, he's been here a few times.
He came for the single and
fin,
single fin events. Here we go, a replay from Teddy Corniadi. Nice hang 10. He was hanging there. Wow, could be a good score there for Teddy. Yeah. So yeah, a 5.4 for Teddy. Yeah. So Teddy is moving back into first now. So a bit of a battle here between Benito and Teddy. Benito got that 5.65, push him into first, but now last wave of Teddy a 5.4. Now Benito looking for a 6.1. A a 6.1, and then here we go, a live action from Benito. And ooh, a nice long hang 5 there from Benito. Ooh, hanging there so long. He was there for a while. Another hang 5. Wow, that wave was amazing. Great surfing there from Benito. Can he finish on this one? Ooh, wow. A bit of a, you know, on the way down claim. He's pretty happy for that one for sure.
Yeah, that's a good wave. It's
Here we go, look, a replay from Benito. He started very nice with that fading takeoff, a long, nice hang 5. I have to say this is one of the longest hang 5 of the day. Yeah,
for sure.
Here we go. Wow. Oh, as you can hear on the beach commentary shouting the numbers. So looks like Benito will, you know, will move into first. So loss of blue, Benito at 6.35. Benito move into first again now. 6.35, a 5.65 for Benito. Teddy Cunhadi with a 6.25 and a 5.4. Now Teddy is looking for a 5.76 to move into first and then move into the semi-final. Here we go, Teddy live in action.
Good exchange from both of these surfers. Almost every wave, there's another leader. So in the next heat, we'll have Taka Inoue from Japan and Dean Permana from Indonesia, Batu Karas.
Yeah, so talking about Dean, so whenever he travel around the world, his name, you know, called Dean, but his real name is Dean. Yeah. So so Dean Permana is also a young surfer from Batu Karas. He runs a small coffee shop. And he have a tagline, coffee first before surf. And here we go, a replay from Teddy. Wow, hopefully he doesn't get tangled there from the leash and then just decide not to go on that one.
Yeah, he knows that wave wasn't going to offer much. That's why he kicks out and paddles back out to get priority.
So talking about La Union, look. So yesterday, Friday and Saturday, this place is so busy. And today it's Sunday. And looking at this replay, Teddy looking for a 5.76. Nice looking wave actually there.
Nice carving turn.
That was a strong carving right there. Oh, a little bit hang up there, but just repositioning his direction right there. Another finishing there from Teddy. Oof. Oh, here we go. Live action from Benito. Another strong hang 10 there. Yeah, Benito trying to maximize all the length of the wave, finishing it until till the reef actually.
That inside so gnarly, that's shallow.
Yeah.
A lot of
sea urchin.
Sea urchin.
Maripangpang.
We call it maritangtang
Oh,
here.
maritangtang. So yeah, talking about La Union before the scores came for Benito. So tomorrow expected to be a little bit more quiet, or is it still going to be the same like weekend?
Yeah, usually Friday, Saturday, we get a lot of
people come
from the city,
Yeah.
big cities around us like Baguio, Manila, Clark. And yeah, all the places are
packed. Yeah.
Packed.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Lasso of Red is a 6.45 and the Lasso of Blue is a 7.5.
Wow. When you thought you get the best wave and at the end, Benito get a better one behind. So a really good matchup here from blue and red. So it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
It's super close. It's only 1.15 difference. That's a replay of Surfer and Blues. 7.5. A lot of time left, Tippy.
Yeah, with 8 minutes to go, Teddy now is the one who's looking for that number, a 7.41. So situation, keep changing. Teddy was a little bit on the lead, and now Benito is taking charge with a 7.5. That's a strong number.
We pressed the low battery mode. That's why the screen shuts down.
So Teddy right now having first priority and looking for 7.41.
I'm pretty sure it's Teddy's first time here.
Yeah, you never really hear that he was here before, yeah, because any visitors that surf La Union, you will ending up like either like surf together or
Sleeping in my couch. Like Menchos and Giyang. Yeah, if Giyang's watching, shout
Yeah.
out to Giyang Gao. Hope you're doing fine, brother. And to Husni.
Husni is
I would say the first representative for longboarding in Indonesia.
Husni is still I think he's still running the place with Thomas at in Australia at Noosa.
Noosa.
Yeah. So I heard Thomas Surfboard is also opening a shop in Bali, and that's going to be a quite a big movement, because finding a longboard, back in the days is all about, going to Australia. And now, you can come to Bali. There's a lot of options. There's Ross Concept. There's Gilang. He's also making boards with Padrol. Thomas Surfboard's always been stocking at the Deus shop, but I heard Thomas going to make his own surfboard, so it's going to be a big support for the longboarding culture in Bali and also surrounding.
Nice, here we go. Surfer in red. Surfer in red needs a 7.41.
If you already surf in this high up in the competition, like quarterfinal into semifinals, it's not about their technique anymore. It's about the wave that they catch. If the wave offering all the thing that they need to do, the score might come. But if there's a section that kind of like shut down the wave and they have a bit of not the full length of a wave like Benito have. So it's all about the wave that they're catching up right now, because one-on-one priority. There's no excuse on if they cannot catch the right wave.
Here's a replay. Surfer in red's last wave, a 5.0.
Wow, it's a throwaway. The reason why, because Benito have a 7.5 and a 6.35. Teddy highest score is a 6.45 and a 6.25 his backup, and now he's looking for a 7.41. 4 minutes to go. Looks like either one can move into the semifinal, but I have to say blue Benito have a little bit more advantage here, as
that's what you want towards the end of the heat, is to be the in first position and
also
have priority.
I know with 3 minutes to go, you can just hold that line up, making sure red is not going anywhere with one of the best potential to get the score. Something coming, unless there's a couple sets and then blue have to go. But if not, red will go. So it will be always tricky in the couple minutes before the heats ended. There could be some drama, but there's also could be some like commanding lead by the leader.
So Rio will be in the Billabong pipe.
Yeah,
Masters.
yeah, that's
in
gonna
Heat
be
10.
with Matthew McGillivray, and also one more guy is is it Samuel Pupo? Yeah, three young kids actually. Matthew McGillivray is not a rookie, and Samuel Pupo did really well last year. He made it into the cut. He was surfing in the rest of the season of the tour.
That's the first leg of the tour.
Yeah.
For 2023.
Yeah. So we're gonna have a couple of rookies. Rio will be one of them. Ramsey, and also Maxime Husino, and also Ian Gentile. That's going to be 4 rookies this year, if I'm not wrong, maybe around 4. But there's a couple of requalifier like Ryan Callanan and also Leo Vioravanti. Zeke Lau, if I'm not wrong, also is there.
Yep. Hopefully we get an Asian surfer in the World Tour.
Yeah.
Longboarding soon.
Yeah, hopefully more and more Asian representation.
Or there could be one. Is there a Japanese surfer in the World Tour? Longboarding?
Last time that I know, it's Natsumi was there, but I don't know the latest one in Malibu. Another aerial shots. That's the point right there, Mona Lisa.
There you go. That's the beach. That's the small bay where all the surf schools are located. So that bay that stretch about 500 meters, it's all sand.
Yeah.
And both sides there on the right where we're facing now is the right-hand point break. Here we go. Teddy in red needs a 7.41.
Oh, looks like that's it. There's no more chances for Teddy, because he's not holding priority. Benito with 1 minute to go. He's holding the lineup. That's always happened. With a couple minutes to go, you're thinking like there's no more chance, and then like couple seconds later, your body is just sending message like never give up, and that's the reason why you go out there again. But sometimes it takes a couple seconds to tell your mind that chances are still there. Yeah, with 30 seconds to go, it will be hard for Teddy to get that 7.41. But
look, he's young. It's a great experience for him to join this event.
Yeah.
He's in a new spot he hasn't surfed, so he's gonna learn a lot, and there's big future still for this kid.
Yeah. So congratulations to Benito moving into the first semifinal. Well, he will surf against either Dean Permana or Taka Inoue. So here we go, another victory lap here for Benito.
So here's our first Filipino surfer into the semifinals of the La Union International Pro QS 1000. Local boy.
Amazing surfing there. So we'll be back after these short messages.
welcome back. We are now in the quarterfinal number 2 of the men's division of the longboard, the 1000 QS longboard. I'm with Tippy Jabarick, or the legend of Bali, and we got some pretty nice waves still.
Yeah, I think so. Like you know, even on the last heat, we can see Benito and Teddy was exchanging, you know, first and second. And hopefully we're going to have a bit more action also on this one. We have Dean Permana from Indonesia against the higher seed here, Taka Inoue from Japan. And here's some live action going on right now, 23 minutes to go. I would also say big thank you to all the sponsors that are providing for this event. And we are ready for an interview with our last winners of the heat, Benito with Luke Landrigan.
I'm here with Benito Nerida, the first Filipino into the semifinals. Local boy, of course. So Benito, ano yung naging strategy mo going into that heat na alam mong yung kalaban mo is magaling at may potential rin manalo?
Ang masasabi ko is actually sobrang galing ng kalaban ko. Yung sekreto ng movement ko is galing kay Lord. Dasal lang, tamang yun, prayer lang para makuha ko yung gusto kong gawin, para matanggal yung kaba ko.
So, ano ang feeling mo ngayon na nasa finals ka, qualifying ito para sa Asia region, tapos first time pa ng WSL event dito sa home spot mo at saka dito kung saan ka lumaki?
Sobrang saya, sobrang swerte dahil dito ginanap yung WSL qualifying series mismo sa spot namin. Nakalimutan.
So yes, nasa final. Meron ka bang gustong pasalamatan na sponsors or family or friends na tumulong sa'yo along the way?
Nagpapasalamat ako una sa Panginoon dahil yun yung una kong kinukuhanan ng lakas. And then nagpapasalamat ako sa Studi Surfboard. He always support me. Look, Studer. And yun lang.
Alright, there you go. That's Benito Nerida, our first Filipino surfer into the finals of the longboard event. Back to you guys at the booth.
And congratulations, Benito. We've had a couple of waves ridden during the interview there, and I'm sure we'll get some scores, possibly some replays. I'm not sure. Our Japanese surfer, Taka, got a very nice wave, and here the scores are coming in. So his first wave was a 6.0. A few toes on the nose, and he just made some solid length, and it was a really stylish wave. Our surfer in blue has now had 3 waves, and he's building on every one, a 0.8, a 2.35 and a 4.75 for his last one, which he actually took off pretty wide and wasn't super long, so he was scored pretty well for that one.
Yeah, there was Dan Permana with you know, a local shaper from Indonesia, Gilang, on that board. So there's even Luke said there's a couple shapers been helping out the local longboarders here also, Jerry. Yeah? It's good to see, you know, the local stepping it up also with equipment. Back in the days, getting equipment is like, it's almost like a part of the job as a as a surfer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the early days here, it was no one had boards. People had, you know, a broken board was still gold. It got repaired and some kid got it. It's just the way things worked. To an extent, it works there now, but or here, what happens is generally the young pro surfers have far better boards than the old hacked foreigners these days. But you know, the broken boards and the equipment is fantastic, and the help that they get is amazing. Haydin Shapes in it's not Haydin Shapes in Shargo. He's looking after a lot of the locals and shaping. He's the best shaper on the island. Him and Alon Dasso are the two great shapers on the island. In Shargo, and up here I don't know as many of the shapers. There's that replay of Red's first wave, and he milks that onto the inside, back on the nose.
Wow, there's a hang 10 there.
And he just pulls it off, that one.
It's almost like a an elevator drop there for that hang 10. Here's a replay from Dean. So Taka Inoue opened up with a 6.0. Dean Permana on this one with a 4.75. Still early stage. We have 18 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Dean Permana. Another aerial shots of the venue. We have the judging tower.
I'm waving. I think you can see me. I'm going to stand up. Oh, you just missed me. They not quite long enough. So that's a replay of...
No, this is live. This is live action from Dean. He's looking for a score of a 1.1, but you have to remember that Taka only have one score of a 6. Dean will need to replace most probably both of that score, because a 4.75, you know, up high on this stage is not a keeper actually.
Well, that was a pretty impressive wave, that one. I mean, his little hang 10 there, which was for more than a few seconds. Plenty of air underneath his board at that stage as well. So really interested to see how the judges have seen that particular one.
Yeah, Dan Permana. Oh, Dan Permana straight away. Oh, no, he's still waiting for the last score, actually. And also, here we go. Another replay from Dean. He started behind that white water a little bit.
He did a few interesting things. Just here, I think he does a hang 10 going the wrong way almost, or a hang 5. Almost going left. I don't know whether that gets paid well, but the next hang 10 he does is on a tiny, tiny little wave. It's pretty good.
Yeah, there was a little tap there for the hang 5. He's a 10. Ooh, he's holding it for quite a good amount of a time there, Jerry, on a really small wave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, you know, as a longboarder, is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
Well,
actually?
no, it's come in as an 4.85, so it's not as good as I was hoping it would be, but I am no judge. And I guess I do know that they judge on the actual wave as well. It was a really tiny wave.
Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, the criteria in surfing either longboard or shortboards, you know, like taking off on the critical section of the wave is a big part. And talking about critical, Taka Inoue is being critical there. I have to say, he's super happy on that one. The body, you know, gesture there, just throwing that board is almost like a claim.
Yeah, it needs a claim. That was an amazing wave.
Yeah. Wow.
And from start to finish, and it was full of variety. Let's have another look.
Straight into a 5. Trying to navigate there a little bit. Strong roundhouse cutback there. A bit of a radical cutback there. Another setting up turn here. Here we go. This is going to be the one. A hang 5. Can he go to a 10? Just a 5 there. Transition into a really nice cutback there. A 5, a 10.
With style, leaning forward. That was epic.
Yeah. So looks like Taka Inoue going to improve his score.
And the score is in there, Tippy. He has scored a 7 for that wave.
So it is an improvement from his previous wave of a 6 point. Now Taka have a 7.00. So the Indonesian have a really big task to do here. He's looking for an 8.15 actually now. So Dean Permana, with 15 minutes to go, looking for an 8.15. Wow.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, but there's an awful lot of time to go, and there's a lot of really good waves coming through.
Yeah.
Have you had much experience with Dean?
Yeah. Dean Permana was in the national team, and I was one of the coach for the shortboard. So we hang out almost a year in 2020. And Dean was there. He was really dedicated longboarders, really focused. And he's still young. He's around 23, 24. Still a lot of future ahead of him, and hopefully he can get some numbers to replace that force.
Yeah, for sure. We talked before about this place and the history of this place, and I've got some information. We talked about Brian Landrigan and some other people at Yokohama, those guys that came here in the real early days. I neglected to mention Kazuo Akiniga, or Aki they call him. 1981 he first came here. Claims there was no one else surfing of any description.
Yep.
And so he's one of the pioneers at this place. So, and I just met him downstairs.
Wow.
Yeah, super cool guy. He's not surfing anymore apparently, but him and Brian and Yokohama, and I believe Mara is on her way here. Mara Yokohama. So hello
Wow.
to you if you're watching that.
So almost seems like same like in Bali, Jerry. The local here let all those Japanese in the 80s to surf first.
Yeah, that's right.
They survive and they're still here.
They
But-
survived, and they opened the gate for the locals.
I know.
as we discussed.
Yeah. So
no, that's really good.
We have to always respect the the pioneers who open the doors for not only for tourism, because this is like what we say also for economical support for the locals. Without them, this place might be just another sleepy fishing village. Nothing is wrong, but with surfing, people can travel around the world, become the ambassador of their area, and look, live action on this one. This is Taka Inoue. Wow, nice surfing there from Taka. Really high up on that wave, trying to control again. I have to say, he's quite solid actually.
He is. He
Yeah.
is. Yeah, look, there's so we saw a blue on there. We'll probably get a replay of that. Yeah, the question is, and I've got a good friend, I don't know if he's listening to Australia, Norm Smiley, he talks about maybe, life was far better as a sleepy fishing town. And I think of where I was living in Katungnan and GL, and, there's the arguments can go both ways, but you can't go back in time and find out if nothing had happened. So, it is what it is, and you've got to manage it in the best way possible and give everyone a bite of the apple.
Yeah, for sure. Talking about progress, here we go. This is Taka Inoue on the replay. I have to say, Taka is surfing really well. And you know what? He replaced his second highest score with a 6.15 with that last wave.
Yeah, because that was a great nose ride. He's got a lot of style. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, talking about changes in places, Jerry, a lot of places are changing, especially in Asia. There's not much changes in a place where it's already established.
Correct.
You're going to Cronulla, for example. 10 years from now, you might not see anything big, major changes there. They're still gonna take care of those, the park or the green area. But here, the open green area means a new development.
Maybe so. Well, yeah, and that happens. Look, say for example, my town of Cronulla.
Yeah.
The old blokes all complain about how the development's gone. There's too much development. There's too much development. Too many high rise. But the culture hasn't changed. What happens in these places, the culture actually changes.
Yeah, talking about longboarding culture, I have to say Dayan is one of the key point of the longboard movement in Indonesia. Dayan is also a quite famous YouTuber. He make a YouTube channel about his longboard, about his journey. He traveled to Thailand in the beginning of last August, and he won the Phuket Beach Festival there. He beat his countryman Danny Blackboy, who's gonna surf on the next heat actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dayan is a pretty busy boy, yeah.
Is that the same event that Maramata Kong won the shortboard?
Yeah, so Dayan won the longboard and Maramar won the shortboard.
Okay.
And the girls division, it was Dayan Fitasari actually. So here's a replay of Dayan. Nothing major on this wave. He have to do that hopping to get around this one. Judges don't really like when you trying to manufacture a lot of movement on that wave, The judges want to see a clean surfing. And this one is rewarded with a 6.45. Is actually helping him, his situation. Now he's only looking for a 6.71. A little bit more manageable rather than an 8.15 before. So I have to say, Dayan is building houses.
I love that saying. I've yet to say it, and I've been avoiding saying it, but I'm glad you said it. He's building houses. I had a couple of messages here. I know that it's probably not always the right thing to do, but shout out to people. But Gary Yeelan wants a shout out. He helps us in the Shargo event. Wishes desperately he was here. And Joseph Olin, who's working hard there on the east coast of the USA. Hello, Joseph. Here's your cat shout out. I miss you, mate. I'd like to see you.
I think we talk about this in Cloud9, no, Jerry? Anybody want to have a shout out have to pay you.
Remember? I think
We did.
I
We
think we
mentioned
did.
that.
Yeah, we should have like a numbers there. Transfer some amount of money. We accept pesos.
Gcash.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said that, but no one paid me. And I shouted out 1,000 people as I do.
God, you're too nice, Jerry. Next time you see them, at least tell them to throw you a barbecue or something.
A beer, mate. We talked about that before. I'm an Aussie. All I need is a beer because I might need to wash that car.
I know. So 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Taka Inoue with a 7.0 and a 6.15. Taking the lead for now from Dean Permana from Indonesia with a 6.45. And his second ride, lowest score is a 4.85. He need to replace that 4.85. Ooh, a long 10 there. Dean is on a hunt, I have to say. He's aiming for that numbers, a 6.71. It's not impossible.
No, and we didn't see the start of that wave either, so
it could be interesting.
We will find out shortly.
A little bit of a claim there. Maybe we did miss something major there at the back. Would love to see a replay. The whole Indonesian is behind Dean for sure. His shaper, Gilang, is watching. His coach, Arya Subiakto, our former Indonesian surfing president, also watching right now. Arya Subiakto is always a big support for longboarding in Indonesia. Big shout for him. He's been working for the last, I don't know, since 2008 until 2023. So long career of supporting the development of surfing here in Indonesia. Here we go.
And that score is in, by the way, so it wasn't what he was looking for. So that almost was the start of the wave that we saw.
Yeah.
That was that 10 through the white water, the hang 10 through the white water.
So this is the replay of last wave of Dean. He's looking for a 6.75, but unfortunately this wave only scored him a 5.35. I think one of the reasons is his lack of doing anything major at the back of the wave. So judges are, really, really critical, giving the score. They don't want to give the wrong score just because of something on the inside. It have to be a complete ride. Yeah.
Yeah, I find they've been a little more generous to the longboarders than they were to the shortboarders the other day, funnily enough. I thought they were pretty tough on the shortboarders.
I know. You do like 2-3 turns,
yeah.
and you get a 3.
Yeah. Look, I think they just left it open because there were certain air sections. There were sections there.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is Taka again.
Wow.
It's a nice-looking wave too. It's got a bit of a wall on it. It's going to have an inside.
Yeah, Taka is really holding that priority, and he's really maximizing that situation with choosing any wave that he won.
And plenty of movement up and down the board there as well.
Wow, there's a 10, and there's also a rebound on that one.
How he hung on to that, I don't know. Considering those boards are over 7 kilos, or close to 7 kilos, if not over.
Wow.
He just waved at us.
I think to the judges, he's saying, give me that number that I'm looking for. His highest score is a 7. What he's looking for is more than a 7.
Well, up into the excellent range would be nice.
Yeah. Here we go. Another fading takeoff there from Taka, straight into a 5. A little bit of a setup right there. Another 5. Can he go to a 10 right there? A bit of a 10, cheater 10, I have to say. Redirection into a small floater there. Another redirection with a body posture there. A bit of a Speedy Gonzalez, a rebound right there. Wow, Taka Inoue. I have to say that's going to go into an excellent score there, Jerry, a 7.75.
Wow, they loved it. The judges loved that.
Yeah.
He loved it.
And that's putting Dean into another condition that he's looking for an 8.30 now.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult call to get an 8.3 out there. He has enough time to get 2 waves, and here he is. We didn't see it out the back. It's got plenty of wall on the inside.
Wow, that's a 10 right there from Dean. I have to say the difference between Dean's wave and Taka have the speed.
He did. He got across, and I think maybe the footwork as well.
Yeah.
Although that one,
the speed of that,
yeah,
he got on a bigger wave, and he have all the speed. The speed is a big part of the criteria. If you don't have a speed, that means all your maneuvers are being on the safe zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. Looks like let's have a good watch on Dean's replay. Here we go, straight into a 5. I have to say the wave a little bit, fadering out here. That's why he need to redirect a lot here. A 5, a 10. That's a good
Proper
10.
10.
Yeah, there's a really good 10 there. Another redirection there from Dayan. It will be interesting. Ooh, Dayan Permana. I have to say he's back in contender here. His last wave is a 7.65.
Almost as good as Taka's best wave. So
Yeah.
it reduces it to a 7.11. He's got time to get back out there, so it can happen here.
Wow. I have to say, great surfing here from Taka and also Dayan. They're not just giving it open for anyone.
No, they're trying to win. They're trying hard. And, some people could give up given the Dan's position
for sure.
a minute or two ago.
Yeah.
But he's working hard and he's fighting.
Yeah, especially, this is quarterfinal number 2. This is a semifinal on the stakes. They want to make sure they're in the semis.
Absolutely.
Bigger prize money, closer to the podium.
More prestige and more points.
Yeah, there's a reason why people want to come here. They want to win it. They don't want to become a sideline and just letting it go too easy.
So he's got 2.5 minutes. I'll spin my head around and see what's available. He's going to paddle for this inside one. He's got a wall, but in second. Okay, he's going.
No.
He's decided against it.
So 2 minutes and 15 seconds to
I
go.
think that was wise, not.
Yeah, there's a
paddling
couple.
inside. Out the back, there is something.
Yeah, there's a couple sets at the back, but if it's enough for 2 wave sets for Taka and Dayan to share, or just Taka gonna kind of block
This
him.
one looks a little wide.
There's another sets behind, but we'll see if it's enough with 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. This is gonna be a really interesting finish here for these two both surfers.
Tippy's invested. Tippy wants his mate to get that wave.
Yeah, as a fellow Indonesian, of course you wanna support the compatriot that you're coming from. But at the end of the day, I'm really happy to see the better surfers win.
What do we got now?
So
1.5 minutes remaining.
So I have to say Dayan is one of the busier surfer here. He took 8 wave out of 5 wave from Taka. But I have to say Dayan is
Yeah, Taka just blocked him off that one, which was a really clever move.
Yeah, so with 1 minute to go, we'll see if Dayan have enough time to get the last wave of the dice. It's actually a really nice wave from Taka right there.
It is a really nice
Yeah.
wave. Yeah, he hasn't given up either. He's got the lead. He took the wave. He's played his cards correctly.
Wow, Taka have full confidence on that wave, just making sure all the 10s are super clean. Another 5. And finishing up with another nice floater. Oh, wow.
All right, what do we see out the back there? Not a great deal.
There's not much coming, actually. There's a small sets coming, but I think Dayan going to be out of position and out of time. We have 25 seconds to go. Looks like there is a 1 set coming through, Jerry. We'll see if this is going to be enough. 18 seconds to go. Here we go. Looks like Dayan going to swing for this one. He need to swing for this
He's got
one.
no choice. Not much of a wall on it, but we'll see what happens.
Wow, on the buzzer. On the buzzer.
Yeah, that's not a lot there, but...
that wave is just fading
knows.
out.
He
Yeah.
knows. Well, that's a shame, and congratulations to Taka. He's still hanging on. Maybe he's going to do a handstand. They pay for a handstand? That's traditional. 60s, they used to do handstands on the longboard.
Wow, so congratulations to Taka, and we'll be back after these messages.
Hello and welcome back to the La Union International Pro from San Juan, La Union in the Philippines. We are looking at Taka Inui in the red jersey, making his way across the reef and through to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, Dean Pamana behind him. The Indonesian surfer bows out. And we have an Indonesian in Denny Perdaus in the red jersey in the water right now. He's coming up against local surfer Roger Kasage, who's in the blue jersey. There they are on screen. 23 minutes to go. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, Jerry Deegan. And, well, can't believe there's only 2 heats left to run in the day, Jerry.
Yeah, it's gone too quick, hasn't it? You know, it allows us to possibly go for a surf, but the surf's really good. We're expecting more good surf, and, you know, we're really pumping out these heats today. Roger is a huge favourite of the crowd here, Roger Kasage, and they will be cheering for him for sure. Danny from Indonesia, haven't really seen much of him out there, but Roger I've seen surf a lot, both in Siargao, both here and around the country, shortboard and longboard.
Yep,
Roger's a particularly good surfer.
Denny, another one of the Indonesian longboard crew from Batu Keras, which is a right-hander in Java, long-running point.
Okay, would that be in northern Java? You don't know? It's just somewhere over there in Java?
I know it's a long way
The only
to get
surfing
to.
I've done in Java is at G-Land. I've been there a few times. And here he is. That's Roger.
Roger.
Sorry.
Fading.
Roger
I
can
like
do.
that. Oh, he's done it very nicely. So took off and faded left and set himself up to really be in the sweet spot. Gets up to the nose and perches, mixing it up between 10s and 5s and just flying down the line. Really great flow here. No unnecessary movements required whatsoever from start to finish. And he's out of there. That looked really cool. Okay, Denny Perdaus got a 6.75. Not sure if we saw that or if we'll get a replay of it.
Yeah, that was during the break. What's interesting is they're sitting a lot deeper on this heat. And that's because Roger's a local, and obviously Danny's keeping an eye on him and doing what he's doing, and he's doing the same. So this is a really deep one. Don't know if it's going to get all the way across. It's really long hang 10 there. That was really nice. And he's going to move on up there again, spending some time. Bit of a 5. Strong cutback. And that'll be the end of that wave. So, yeah, the good thing is they are deep. They both got really long waves. Whether they head back out there, looks like Roger's not going quite as wide this time. But Denny has the advantage and or disadvantage of having a local out there. The advantage in knowing where to sit and the disadvantage in knowing that the local knows the wave far, far better.
So you shadow him, take some pointers on where to sit.
Yeah.
Do you ever do that in a free surf? Surefire way to annoy someone.
I do not, depending on where I'm out.
Do it from a distance.
Yeah.
Observe what the local guys do.
Yeah, look, but there's nothing worse than being somewhere and you're the only bloke or 2 blokes out on the beach and there's a whole long beach and someone paddles straight out where you are. Here's the replay. Is this his first wave? I don't think it. I think that's the second wave. I can't be honest.
No, I think it's the first wave. So this would have been his 6.75. And just really perched up, hanging 10 on the nose. And then this will be the replay. This was his last wave, which came in at a 7.25. So already a 14-point total for Denny.
Yeah, I mean, just under 20 minutes to go. It's not insurmountable. Roger has got a 6.6 anyway, so he's needing a 7.4 with loads and loads of time and loads of knowledge.
Still waiting on score to come in for the surfer in blue. I'm not sure if he just caught another wave.
And he's all the way on the inside, so maybe he took it wide.
All right, well, we're waiting for that score to come through for the surfer in blue. We're going to cross down to, I think, Tibi Jabrick, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, I'm here with Taka Inoue, and you're representing Japan. Tell me a little bit, where are you from in Japan?
Miyazaki.
So you longboard a lot in Miyazaki, or do you have to travel around Japan?
Yes. あんまり良くないです。
So is this your first time in La Union?
Yes, first time come here.
Where do you stay here?
Mona Lisa South Resorts.
So you're staying just around here, yeah. So you surf every day, morning, afternoon, always practice?
Yes. Yeah, I like this way.
So you beat Dean Permana today. Do you know anything about Dean?
Yeah, he is a very good surfer. I インスタで見てて知ってたんですけど、すごいいいサーファーでいいヒートができてよかったです。
So you want to say anything in Japanese?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。とりあえずさくらと2人でセミファイナル残っているので、次も頑張りたいと思います。皆さん応援よろしくお願いいたします。
So Taka and your sister are also in the semifinal. So your mom must be really, really proud, no, of your performance. Mama, you want to say anything in Japanese to everybody, maybe to your husband in Japan?
日本の皆様、いつも家族全員のことを応援してくださって大変感謝しております。ありがとうございます。皆さんに見て楽しんでいただける見応えのあるサーフィンを子どもたちも頑張ってやっておりますので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。Taka Inoue next to the semifinal. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tippy. Thank you. And while we were at that interview, Roger Kasugai got a 7.70 to take him into the lead. Hoping that we can see a replay of that particular wave. So he has moved into the lead. Here it is, right on cue. So this is Roger's best wave so far. Terrific 10 right to start with, back to a 5. Cross-stepping back for yet another one. Well, that's maybe all we've got of that. So we apologise about that, but it was a 7.70 to add to his 6.60. And he's on a total of 14.3, gives him the lead. And now Denny needs to come from behind, and he needs a 7.06 to catch up to Roger.
Yeah, so great heat. 9 minutes gone so far, and already 14+ totals on the board.
Yeah, no, that's pretty impressive. So, you know, it's a full dogfight at this stage, similar scores. So they're going to need something extra special for Roger to hang on, or extra super special for Denny to overtake. So loads and loads of time. They're both turning and look at this one, and Denny has priority. Oh, and he's allowed Roger to go. Oh, it's got a long, long line on this one, but Roger knows the place.
Well, big fade, gets straight up to the nose, hanging 10 there. He's going to have some work to do to get back out to the open face, and decides that the wave wins the race, and he is out of there.
So the non-local there had a bit of knowledge, chose not to go that wave. The local threw the dice anyway, just in case it stood up, and it didn't. But he's still in a nice position with just over 15 minutes remaining. And as we do regularly, we've got to give our sponsors a bit of a shout out. I'll just do our major sponsors at this stage, which is NextGen Philippines, which is a group that are really helping surfing in this country, and not just surfing, other sports. So they really support it. They really back it. So congratulations and thank you. Here goes Denny. He's chosen to use up his priority there on this wave. Nice little 5, and he's going to make it through to the inside. Oh, he's going to step off backwards. Don't know how many points you get for that, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't his plan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how intentional that was either. All right. Priority goes back to Roger.
And back to our little sponsors, so the Department of Tourism, Provincial Government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure.
I'm assuming this is the replay of Roger's 5.25. Did it pretty nicely there.
Nice carve.
No, I think this is this might be one of his highest scores.
All right, well, you know, we're not entirely sure, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, we are sure of what the scores are. We're sure of what Denny needs. We're sure of what Roger's sitting on. So 13 minutes and 48 seconds. The ocean is cooperating. We're getting loads and loads of waves. The tide has started to turn, actually, and I'm told by the locals that that's a good sign. We do only have this heat and the next heat, and then we're going to pack it up for the day. We'll come back tomorrow and make a call at 7:30 for what we're actually meant to do. The predictions aren't looking good, but like we've told you 1,000 times, that's happened for the last 3 days. We've had pretty decent waves for the last 3 days.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction and say that we'll finish the longboarding tomorrow. That's Monday. And the new swell is meant to hit Tuesday, possibly even Tuesday afternoon. I think there's a chance we could be running heats Tuesday afternoon. We'll come back Tuesday morning, have a look.
Yep.
If the swell hasn't come, we'll go on hold for a little bit and then straight into it Tuesday and run through Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Here's Roger Casagay looking to upgrade his 2-wave total. Doing it very nicely through the inside. This one just keeps running and running. All right, Roger kicks out of that, and as he's making his way back to the lineup and the judges are trying to figure out some numbers to throw his way, we're going to cross down to the beach where we've got a bit of a skate activation, I believe.
Okay, here I am, John Carby, down at the beach at the beautiful La Union with Carl. I'm not going to attempt your last name. I'll let you introduce yourself, the president of the NSA of skateboarding here in the Philippines.
I'll try to attempt your last name, John Carby. Happy Sunday, John.
You've embarrassed me now. Give us your last name, full name and position there in NSA of skateboarding.
That's fine. I'll introduce the other crew with me. Mac Feliciano is a 2019 SEA Games gold medalist. He's from Balair. Motik Panungaliganog, he's from Cebu. He's flying out next Olympic qualifier, a world championship in Dubai. And Aniceto Facundo II, he's the only international technical official. And he's also the vice president of Skate Pilipinas, our NSA for skateboarding.
There's some very major things happening in the sport of surfing. The sport of skateboarding is jumping hoops and loops and qualifying for the Olympics we had last year. You might want to shout out her name.
We wanted her to be here because, of course, skateboarding and surfing did the Olympics together, but unfortunately she had an injury. But Marjorie Dedal, who's a Tokyo Olympian, we want to be here mainly to push the Olympic spirit, because surfing's an Olympic sport. But at the same time, of course, the source of skateboarding is surfing. So, like, I guess we don't seem together because you guys are in the water, we're in the land, but combined together, I think the world looks better, eh?
Works for me. Most of the young surfers grow up skateboarding, and a lot of these young skateboarders grow up and they can take to the water pretty easy. Very different sports, but very similar also. We're in the extreme sport sort of category of the sporting genre. And it's great that I think next year through the national tour we're going to partner up a lot more and see a lot more of each other, which is super exciting for Philippine surfing and also skateboarding Philippines.
Yeah, most of the places where they stay, like Max from Balair, there's a break there. If it becomes part of the tour, like we've been in touch with UPSA, the National Skateboarding Association for surfing here, and for the tour that's coming up, we'll be more involved somehow through skateboarding.
All right, hands down, where's the best place to skate in the Philippines?
Oh, that's you guys. Best place to skate.
In the Philippines, Manila.
Maybe Tagaytay right now.
The joy
in our place.
Where's that?
Balair.
In Balair, that's right. I've seen that being designed by the Olympian herself. No, Balair down there with the Angaras. Very committed to Balair, that's right. Yeah, very committed to sport and doing huge things down in Balair. It's exciting to see surfing explode. It's great to see skating coming along together. Like I said, we're very similar. You guys wear shoes on the beach. That's the only difference that I really see. Sports are similar. Crowds are the same. Young, energetic athletes basically taking it to the world. I can't wait to see what's in the future in Philippine surfing. And I'm also watching out of the peripherals skateboarding as it comes up alongside us.
Yeah, John, if you want to learn surfing from any members of the national team, we're down until this afternoon, down a few meters down here at Clean Beach. You can check us out. We're just teaching people on a mini ramp. It's just right by the beach, so if you're used to the heat, used to the sound of the waves, it's perfect for you for learning skateboarding.
Well, the best thing is, after this next heat, we are actually on hold for the day, so plenty of opportunity to get down to Clean Beach and check out the surfing demonstration that's happening literally 5 minutes down the beach, right? There's a mini ramp. If you don't know skateboarding and you want to give it a try, get down, see Carl and the team, and they're going to help point you in the right direction. I'm going to kick back up to you guys in the booth to finish off this heat. Thank you very much to Carl and the skate team for being down here in La Union.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you beauties. Yep, thank you very much, John. As we're seeing Denny Padaus on screen, and judging by the noise, what's just happened behind us?
Roger was on the wave behind and went over the handlebars. So the
Meanwhile,
ball is in Denny's court.
Yeah, well and truly locked on the nose, and we've seen some big numbers come in while we were doing that interview. Denny already threw a 7.3 into his total. And Roger answered right back with a 7. So he is still in the lead, but these guys are throwing away 6s and 5s, which speaks volumes to the level of surfing we're seeing right now. And I think we're going to see Denny Padaus add another decent number in to the mix. Oh, I tell you what, black sand, middle of the day, skateboarding right now on the beach.
Look at that score for Denny, at 8.25 to put him into the lead. So that was a terrific wave. Roger has his work cut out for him now. And I do notice that you have your sand shoes on the beach as well.
Yeah, but I'm probably not going to go skate because it is so hot. Especially when there's, you know, a very fun looking point break reeling down the corner of the beach. That will be me for the afternoon.
So, yeah, Denny now is in a commanding position. Roger needs a pretty, well, he needs a wave better than either of the waves he's had already. Here's a replay of Denny's wave. Nice 10 to start with, up and down the board, nice cut back. And he's certainly making some distance, doing some steps. I don't know if he's got his app going on and tell him how many steps he did on that board.
And so much control there. You could see he got up on the nose. He gave it a little pump.
He did, he did.
To
and
transition through that section.
2 or 3 second 10 right then.
So this is one of the better scores we've seen today, up into the excellent range, an 8.25. And the totals just keep on building. Here goes Roger Casagay, the beach roaring to life. Lunchtime on a Sunday. Not quite a public holiday, but lots of people getting tomorrow off. So the beach is packed. That's the Filipino surfer in blue with them on his side, but not sure whether that wave is going to help his cause. He's looking for a 7.86 to get up to the lead with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so flurry of waves, of course, they always happen during an interview, but that last one we saw of Denny was just amazing, and I think it was that 10 that happened 3/4 through the wave.
Oh, hang on. Roger got a 7.5 for this wave as well, so that's come off the back of his work at the start, up on the nose. I think we ran into him about here. So 7.5 the result. 15.55 the total for Denny Padaus, 15.2 the total for Roger. So, yeah, they're throwing away a lot of very good scores. I think it's safe to say that Roger would have got through any of the other quarterfinals so far.
And certainly anyone that I've been involved in, yes. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Denny is out the back with priority, holding an ace or two. And we'll see what happens as these 5 minutes count down. And while we're waiting, the minor sponsors, PLDT and Smart, supplying all our internet connections. Thank you, we appreciate it. Volkswagen Philippines supplied a couple of cars, which John Carby, who just did that previous interview, have been hogging the whole time. So thanks, John, and your little yellow, lovely Volkswagen. And Red Bull. Red Bull have been giving us wings since the start of the event. So thank you to you guys. We'll move on to our local sponsors in a little while.
Mainly thanking Sabon Fried Chicken, who just wandered down. There's so many little food halls and beach shacks where you can get a feed. And
where was Sabon Fried Chicken, by the way? Down the beach or on the road?
It's on the beach. It's quite close to El Union Coffee.
Okay.
Which is where we've been getting a lot of our coffee from. And yeah.
Maybe on the way back I might stop and get a
3-piece feed.
Is that what you got? 3-piece feed and a can of Coke?
No, I didn't get the can of Coke.
Bottle of water?
Yep. It's so hot. You just you have to keep drinking water.
Yeah, I'm not sure about a 3-piece feed just before a surf. Maybe dinner. So 3:44. Roger, without priority, needs a 7.86. Far from impossible. I'll spin my head around, see if there's any sets coming. Looks pretty quiet out there at the moment. So fingers crossed for Roger and the crowd downstairs. We certainly know who they're cheering for. And he may well just do something in the next few minutes. Denny, on the other hand, is super happy with his last wave. It put him into the lead. Got back out with priority because Roger, unfortunately, only got a 7.5. He was looking for something a little more than that. But with 3 minutes, anything can still happen.
Yep, here's the surfer in red who has priority. And the Indonesians have been a force at this event. 3 main countries represented here: Japan, Indonesia and the Philippines. The Inuis, what a clan. 2 sisters and a brother.
Yeah, the Japanese in particular have been really strong, really strong. And the interviews are pretty fun too.
Okay, Denny Padaus is on the move. He has priority, so he could end up going just to keep Roger off, but there was nothing happening there. So the cat and mouse continues. 2 minutes remaining.
Asking for time out there, I assume. There you go. I don't know if in the background you can hear our beach announcer. I'll be interested to know if you can, actually. That's Tim Padden. That's Tim Padden, who owns Fatlit Shops down in Siargao. And he's loving his job as beach commentator, and he's very good at it. Okay, Roger's
90 seconds.
hard.
Roger is on the move. Denny has priority though, so he can sort of keep him off it. Let's Roger go. Why not? And Roger, that was basically just a bit of a reconnaissance mission. He got to his feet, looked around and went, nah, this isn't going to help me. So a 7.86, quite a big requirement. And but we are at a semi-final level, and these guys are trading 7s at the moment. Here goes Denny Padaus, and he's coughed up priority. So Roger Kasagay, 1 minute. He's asking for the time. The beach announcer's giving it to him. What do we have out on the horizon? Not a whole lot. 40 seconds remaining.
Crowd starting to get super excited. They're
Is
desperate for him to
Denny
get away.
praying? I saw him looking to the
Please
the
no,
skies.
please no, God, don't send a wave in. Here's a wave that Roger's paddling for. It's not a big one. Little does he know there's a slightly better one behind it.
All right, well, here goes the surfer in blue. He's chasing a 7.86, goes straight up to the nose. You know the crowd's going to be roaring him on. First turn was good, arms in the air, lovely style. Hangs 10, does it very nicely. This one's going to keep linking through to the inside. He's looking for the second best wave score of the heat so far. It's only small now, but he's sticking with it. It's hugging the bottom, it's still got a little bit of shape. Every last little fraction of a point counts at this stage. And he is going to finish this in a couple of inches of water.
Excited.
So
Denny got one behind him as well.
I don't think that's going to count for much, though. Score's already thrown for Denny's. Oh, no. Still waiting on a score for Denny. I don't think it will go into his top 2. So all eyes on Roger Kasagay's wave here. He needs a 7.86. Early indications aren't great. It's going to fall a little bit short. And it looks like the Indonesian will get the nod. As it locks in a 6.55, so Denny Padaus is through to the next round. One last quarterfinal before we're done for the day. Arif Nuridayat and Rogelio Jr. Esquivel are coming our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro very shortly. Hello and welcome back to La Union. This is the last quarterfinal longboarding action. That's Denny Padaus, winner of the last heat. He's through to the semis. He'll be taking on the winner of our next heat in the water right now, Arip Nuradayat and Rogelio Jr. Esquivel. Arip is Indonesian and JR from right here in the Philippines. Chris Binns in the booth. Alongside me for the call is John Carby. And, mate, it's pretty hot out there, isn't it?
It is hot out there. I was just down there on the beach. I was down there with Carl skateboard, and we were swapping surfing and skating and surfing together like mad people, mostly because we were just melting down there on that hot black sand. We're about midday now, and the sun is beating down. We haven't got much cloud cover today, which makes for pristine drone shots, but it also makes the sweat pour and the brain melt.
What do you know about these two guys in the water?
What do I know about these two guys in the water? JR Esquivel from the Philippines, superstar across both disciplines, shortboard and longboard. He's in the team of the Philippines for both longboard and shortboard, and this guy up and riding right now, Arip Nuradayat, or also known as Menchos, has a bit of a history here in the Philippines. He was here in the SEA Games. You might have heard me talk a little bit about the situation in the 2019 SEA Games of Roger Kasugai. It was actually Menchos on the other end of that. I like to point out now, this guy shreds. He was in the semi-finals with Roger Kasugai, and he snapped his leash. So he was out there. There was a bit of confusion from the Indonesian team if he was okay or not okay. He was 100% okay. I was here to witness with my own eyes. We were getting calls from the Indonesians saying, "Why are you sending guys out there who can't swim?" I just want to assure you that's not the case with this guy. He's a superstar, great surfer, strong swimmer, and was never in danger out there. I think we're going to shout out down to the beach now to catch up with our last heat winner.
So English, you good with English? Nettie Padaus, what a fantastic battle that was. You know, it was back and forth the whole way. How do you feel about it? And that last 8+ you got was a fantastic wave. What was your feeling in the heat?
Oh yeah, thanks. Well, yeah, it's my hit with local boys, Roger Sasugaya. It's amazing hit. It's like, it's a bit nervous actually for me. Yeah, because he good surfer here, and then he know situation in here in his place. Yeah, I want to say thank to my sponsor, Deus Ikmachina, Tempo Bali.
Fantastic. Now, when you first went out, you both sat very deep. Was that because he's a local and you were following what he was doing?
Yeah, I just follow him first. Where's the station? Like the wave's good, and then yeah, finally I made it. It's good.
Look, you did, and both of you, it was real back and forth. They were all 7s and 8s. It was a fantastic heat, and in the long run, you came out the champion, and we really enjoyed watching it. Would you like to say something to your sponsors and friends in Indonesian?
Yeah, Indonesian.
Yes.
Ya, terima kasih banyak untuk Deus Temple yang sudah mensupport saya untuk bisa pergi ke sini, dan juga untuk coach saya, tim PSOI Indonesia, terutama untuk keluarga saya dan pacar saya. Terima kasih untuk selalu mensupport saya. Semoga saya bisa membawa nama baik Indonesia, terutama Batu Karas. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Danny. Congratulations. Moving on into the semi-finals. We can't wait to watch. Okay, back to you guys up in the booth.
Cheers, Jerry. Okay, while we were having a chat with Denny, this was the opening wave for Arip. He got a 5.5 for this one.
It's a lot of down work at the start, straight up to that 5.
That switch as well.
What I noticed from before, I don't know which way he rides. Naturally, is he goofy footer? He has a tendency to switch more than any other surfer I've seen down here, and he seems comfortable in the goofy or the regular position. So it helps him. It doesn't seem to slow him down any. And like I said, I can't really tell.
This is JR. This was a 7, so the best wave of the heat so far. Straight up onto the nose. And it was funny hearing Denny Padaus in that last interview not afraid to admit that, yeah, I just watched Roger Cassidy to see where the local guy was sitting and then followed him.
Well, sit next to Roger Kasugai and you're almost guaranteed good waves. That's if you're a free surfer here and you see one of these guys, JR Esquivel or Roger Kasugai or Daisy, oh, a bit of flair.
Oh, a little bit of a can-can.
So this might be JR actually starting to loosen up and have a bit of fun. He just saw his teammate and good friend Roger Kasugai go out in that last heat, so he's going to
heat of the day, that one.
It was the heat of the day, back and forth. That's what we love about competitive surfing. It's not those blowaway heats, it's those close ones where it's up and down, back and forth, and you don't know who's actually going to get there on that dying buzzer.
Okay, 18 minutes to go. 12 heats of action today, so just under 6 hours. And all longboarding, and it's looking like possibly the same tomorrow. Finals day, so we'll have 2 semis, and we'll have 4 semis, 2 finals to determine a champion on the men's and women's side of the draw. And then we're down to the business end of the QS 3000 event.
Once again, getting the shortboard back out in the action with a building swell also, which might be noteworthy. But the standard of surfing here throughout these quarterfinals and finals of both the men's and women's longboard event has been really next level. It's really showcasing the skill that Asian surfing is getting to. Here is Menchos going again.
So flying his way down the line. His wave section's been pretty good so far. And this one's going to keep running. Gets up on the nose. So he's switched there. You can tell he's a goofy footer. Leg rope, should be on the back leg, but as we can see right now, it's happily on his front leg. Turns around to his regular stance there. Big carve as well, throws plenty of water. And there's a little bit of everything on this one. He's throwing the kitchen sink at it. Menchos, length of ride all the way through the shorey, and he is done. Only needs a minor score to move into the lead. He's done that a few times over. But JR Esquivel has priority now and has the line up to himself with 16.5 minutes to go.
Yep, and what I was getting at before with that story about Menchos, I'm sure he's back here to prove a point to a lot of people on the social medias who blew up and carried on and maybe let the story get in the way of the truth, that he's actually a very accomplished surfer, and there's not too many more that can do the sort of stuff he can do in the water. As we watch this replay, here comes everything in that kitchen sink, starting off very well with a 5. Some downtime, a few carves, and you'll see him switch his step up here, gets the nose and actually rides back in switch position. One of the tellers that he said there, you can tell by the leash on his leading leg that he's actually in switch stance at the moment. But like I said earlier, it doesn't seem to slow him down, and he is giving everything to this wave. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the best wave of the heat.
It sure is, 7.75 the result.
He worked it all the way to the shore, so now we could be setting up for another heat like we had on that last one. An exciting finish to day 3 of this La Union International Pro. Okay, the beach is getting announced those scores at the moment. Blues having to digest that. Menchos just got himself the score of the heat so far, so he's going to have to adjust to get himself into a situation now where wave selection is going to come into play, and he's going to patiently wait possibly for that second wave that runs from start to finish. Be interesting to see if Menchos follows the same suit as his teammate from Indonesia in the last heat. Go sit next to the local.
Why not? Here goes the local. This is JR Esquivel. Only his second wave. He needs a 6.26 to move into first. And he's doing it very nicely. Perches up on the nose. Really locked into his stance there. Cross-stepping as opposed to shuffling. That's what the judges want to see. Hangs 10. And then the floater to close things out. And he gives it a little bit of a rev up, and the crowd responds in kind. They were feeding off his energy. He was feeding off theirs.
He's one of those guys, and he is cool as a cucumber. No matter what situation's coming at JR, just to get that level of emotion out of him means that he was pretty proud of what he did there. And he felt that he knows it might have been better than his last one. Judging on that reaction, I believe he knows it felt better. Dropping in as it is here. He's got a unique stance, JR. That's one of the things you can pick this guy off from a mile away with what he's got going on with his arms. And then the movement that he gets the board going. You know JR's up on a wave,
just by the skill and the quality of his surfing and that unique sort of stance he has with his arms waving about up there. There's the clap, there's the fist pump, and there's the crowd's reaction and the judge's reaction.
There's the best wave of the heat, an 8-point ride. The beach commentators just read that out, and the beach has lapped it up. So JR back in the lead with an 8 and a 7. Menchos has a 7.75. He got 4.25 for his last wave that we didn't see. He's chasing a 7.26 for the win. Here is the replay of Red's last wave. Gets up with a quick little hang 10. Not a lot on offer with this wave so far. Then cross steps his way through a 360 on the board. And out of there. And he was done so much earlier than RJ. He was able to turn around, paddle back out, and pick up priority once again as JR was still making his way back to the lineup.
Yep, so now the tide has turned, definitely within the reach of Arep or Menchos, knowing that he needs a 7.26. He's got himself a 7.75, so knows that he can get the score and he knows how to get the score. He's just got to pick that right wave, and I guarantee he's probably going to go sit. Well, he's sitting about maybe 10 metres shy of JR out there in the lineup, giving JR a bit of space. I'm sure JR is going to be keeping the eyes in the back of his head on Menchos, seeing where he's sitting and making sure there's none of those wide, more thicker, more powerful bay runners that end up on the inside where he can get that score. A dangerous competitor to leave in any free space is Menchos Nui Daihap. So interesting to see. JR's playing the defence game here, and he's going to try to pick off anything.
Menchos turns his nose up at that one, and JR Esquivel says, I'll have a look, thank you very much.
Oh.
Bit of style there. Goes the heels over the nose and then kicks a foot out. Cross steps up to the nose once again, so a little bit of everything here. There's that easily recognisable style you were talking about. The hand jive is quite unique, isn't it?
It is, it really is. And like I said, if he wasn't backing up what he's doing with skill, then I'm sure he'd cop a bit of lip off his friends for the way he stands, but it seems to work for him, and you watch it here as it unfolds on this wave that goes all the way onto the rocks. Still working.
Yep, kicks out in about 3 inches of wave in 3 inches of water. And he has done the beach, lapping it up, loving it.
With a 3-inch fin hanging off the bottom of that thing.
Oh, yeah, more.
Do the math.
More. Those fins are huge.
They are huge, aren't they? It's like the new age hydrofoils running through the lines up these days. Get chopped in half by a single fin log or get chopped in half by a hydrofoil who's pumping around the lineup. Good fun.
All right, here is our Indonesian competitor. Quickly in, quickly out.
Not much on the body language there. I'm sure he knows he needs more. Waiting on that score of Roger to drop in on that last one. There it is. Is that his 6.50? Not going towards JR's top 2 there.
Yep, so Menchos as well, throwing away a 5 and a 4. So no one's put a foot wrong. We haven't seen any falls or major stumbles. It's all kind of come down to wave quality and then surfers really taking full advantage of the opportunities presented to them. This is JR's last wave, which came in at a 6.5. It's still a great wave. Doesn't factor into his top 2. 10 minutes remaining on the day.
Well, there's a hang 5 and then you get 5 out over the edge. Well, what do we call that? Some with pizzazz will go 5.5. How's that sound? Because it's not actually going anywhere. A whole lot of technique and skill to get your foot over the edge of the surfboard. Here's Red weaving his way in to get his 5.0, which isn't going into his top 2. Just not quite having the stand up and the flare. Looks like he's gone for a head dip. Head dips may get the checks, but it doesn't get the scores, unfortunately.
That was a switch head dip.
Switch head dip. It's definitely not a, from what we've seen here over the last few days, a known barreling wave. It's more of that nice cruisy point break.
I'm really hoping that changes through the last few days of the event. I'd love to see it just stand up and pump.
I have seen it at some pretty solid sizes, and there is definitely some of those dredgy barrels, especially at the lower tide.
Does it get scary?
A little bit scary. It's just the unknown of the rocks. You're not sure where they're sitting or where the sand is. 50% of the time you're going to come down and hit a nice soft bit of sand and roll around, and this other time you might come down on a pretty rough, rugged rock with a bit of hair on it in the seaweed.
Here goes JR Esquivel, quickly in, quickly out. What about if you're like a Cloud9 barrel pig of the highest order, like a John Mark de Kong or something? You're going to lap it up out there, aren't you?
You're going to lap it up out there. It hasn't got the push or the punch of Cloud9. Cloud9 comes in from extremely deep water and hits that rock ledge with the force of the Pacific Ocean behind it. This one sort of runs down from the top of Japan and eases into a sandy sloping bottom point, which generally means you haven't got all that energy as red. Smaller wave running onto the inside, getting the work done. I don't think I saw this one from the outside, so I'll be interested on the replay because he's getting a lot of work done on this smaller inside. Plenty of work done up and down the board. Not quite getting the finish. I'm pretty sure that would have ended up right up on the rocks. You can see him in the waist-deep water there.
Okay, 8 minutes to go.
Looking forward to seeing a replay on that to see how much work he actually got done on the outside, and will it factor into his top two, as now JR staying busy.
Aren't they just? A lot of waves being caught and not really too many false starts. That'll go down as a minor for JR. Menchos is flirting with his top two for his last score, but it's not going to change his situation. It's definitely not going to be the 7.26 he needs. It's 5.4.
A lot of the damage done in those opening rides of these guys. Both their two rides are their top two scores currently. In the same order too, a 5.5 and a 7.75 for Menchos, and JR's sitting on a 7 and an 8.0, putting him at a pretty comfortable 15 and giving Menchos a 7.26 to chase down with 7 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. A little bit wobbly. His opening rides were definitely a lot smoother. There's a few patches where he sort of loses balance there a little bit, not quite connecting from nose walk to section there. So the judges just taking a little bit off the top and hoping to see a bit more of that smooth transitional surfing between the major manoeuvres of turns, nose walks and flares like he doing on the nose there. What's the plans for this afternoon, Chris?
What did you just call them? Bay runners.
Bay runners.
The
Get
wide,
down and check out the skateboarding
No,
action.
the wide waves.
Bay runners.
Yeah.
Stuck in the mind, did it?
That's me for the
Get
afternoon.
out wide and pick those bay runners that hit that inside section with a little bit more pizzazz, so you can get that pink 20. Had a nice little cruisy day yesterday. Took the afternoon off and caught up on a bit of sleep.
Yeah, bit of work, bit of sleep.
I think I'm going to follow your footsteps from yesterday and spend a bit of time in the aircon room down there at the beautiful San Juan Surf Resort. The aircon works a little bit too good. I couldn't even be bothered getting out of bed last night. I was freezing. But tonight I'll adjust, make it a bit more comfortable for myself. Big thank you to NextGen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, the local government of La Union, San Miguel Infrastructures.
And this is JR Esquivel, current heat leader. He's got an 8 and a 7. So we'll take something over a 7 to advance his total. He's just looking very comfortable, casual and relaxed. Oh, I like that. Board just really keeping its momentum down the line. And JR's done it very nicely from start to finish. Don't know if it quite had the high notes that would be required to put it above the 7.
No,
It's
it ran-
exactly 5 minutes to go.
It ran start to finish quite well. There was plenty of work in between, but like you say, that 8 and that 7 that he had, there was definitely some high notes in there. And the smoothness of his surfing definitely stands out. But the opening waves were a bit bigger, maybe. Just ran a little bit more consistent so he could sort of go from turn to turn a little bit smoother. Plenty of work done on that one, but I'm with you. I don't think it's going to get anywhere towards that 7. Maybe just shaving it on the bottom there. 6.40. So getting close, but not quite. He's got another 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Here it is. Just sit back and watch it. It's definitely stood up well for him. And he's got the work done early. A little bit maybe of a poorly timed 5 there. Didn't really get much commitment to that nose walk. And then he just sets up and waits for this thing to sort of Unload again with a nice big 9-foot tail stall. A little bit of flair to impress the judges. And then this inside section just sort of works away from him. Little nose walk into a pretty soft little finish, I'll say. So that's why it didn't quite get up to the 7. You could watch those waves and dissect each move individually, but it's the overall drive of the wave the judges are looking at, the way he's transitioning between them, and I think judges doing a great job down there on day 3. We've got, what have we got? We've got some people from all over the Asian region.
Yep, there's some Aussies, there's some Japanese, there's a couple of Filipinos, definitely a couple of Indonesian surfers have come out. Ty Conahan is the head judge. He has done events all over the Asian region for years and years and years. That last score came in for JR Esquivel in blue at a 6.4, so not quite enough to threaten his top 2. So the situation with 3 minutes to go, it is Menchos Arip Nuridat chasing a 7.26 for that last semi-final spot.
The time pressure is going to be starting to build on Arip / Menchos. He's going to be looking, he's looked back at the tower there towards the beach so he could get his position right. He knows where he wants to be by this stage in the event. And with those numbers, he knows how to get the scores. So the dying 2.5 minutes, he has priority, and he's just going to sort of sit there and hope for the best that this wave that he's looking for comes in.
Yep, so 2.5 minutes to go. An exciting day of action. The first semi-final, when we resume, will be Benito Narita and Taka Inui from the Philippines and Japan, respectively. Both of those guys had sisters surf today as well. The third of our semi-final berths has been booked already by Denny Perdaus from Batu Keras in Indonesia. And the winner of this heat will take on Denny. And on the women's side of the draw, Natsumi Taoka and Sakura Inui, an all Japanese semi-final number 1. And the second semi, Daisy Valdez. Is that Daisy Narita as well?
Daisy Narita, Daisy Valdez.
And we'll come up against another Japanese surfer, Hiroka Yoshikawa. So 3 Japanese and a Filipino making the semis on the women's side of the draw. And at the moment, it's a Filipino, Japanese, and an Indonesian. With 90 seconds to go, could be our second Filipino semi-finalist.
Careful of the commentator's curse there,
Could
Binzi.
be our second Indonesian if Menchos can get the job done.
1 minute remaining. There is, looks like there's consistent lines. There's nothing that's really standing out. Looks like Menchos is having a look. He looks like he's going to spend his priority.
Okay, here goes Menchos on his backhand. This wave's not really cooperating so far. A bit too much water in it. Now it stands up slightly for him down the line. Vertical turn. He's got plenty of momentum now. It's running for him down the bottom. I still haven't seen a whole lot so far that really impresses me. 7.26 the requirement, 30 seconds to go. There's not much water left. And
I don't think there's any water left.
He goes down literally on the beach. And here goes Rogelio JR Esquivel. Could be signing off with what I think is a victory lap. Oh, I like that, a switch drop knee carve. That was cool. 10 seconds to go. The Filipino beach crowd are loving it. And the two guys are going to finish up right next to each other on the rocks.
Very exciting finish.
A handshake as the hooter goes. Even a cuddle.
Bit of love down on the beach from the Indonesian and the Filipino brothers, just divided by a bit of water.
Indeed. So that is the end of a very entertaining first day of finals. Last wave for Menchos, a 6.65, not enough. Last wave for JR was a 7.4, extends his lead, and that is a very entertaining round of quarterfinals wrapped up. And that's us done for the day. We'll be back bright and early. It's a 7:30 call tomorrow for a potential 8 o'clock kickoff. This is the La Union International Pro. We'd like to thank NextGen Philippines, the Department of Tourism from Region 1, Provisional Government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure, as well as PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines, and last but not least, Red Bull. It's been another great day of World Surf League action. We're here at San Juan in La Union in the Philippines, and we look forward to seeing you again here tomorrow for more action from La Union. Chris Binns
and John Carby. We'll see you
over
here
and out.
bright and early.
See you tomorrow.
Around the world, they've been surfing for 60 plus years. For us, it's relatively new. First time that we would all come together under this United Philippine Surfing Association. Surfing it is an Olympic event. The potential for a Filipino to get very far in surfing is there. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the Philippines to raise surfing. Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. In the short term, we need to compete. We need to compete in our country, we need to compete in other countries. We need to be exposed to surfing across the Philippines, and that is exactly what we're doing. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months. An international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. Next year we're going to double that with 8 legs and 2 international events through the WSL. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. We've put our focus on the youth, the stars of tomorrow. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up champions, the glory of victory. We want to mix this all together and showcase the talent we have right here in the Philippines. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of NextGen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, NextGen, and we look forward to continually working with you.